All right. We should be live.
You're live.
Sweet. Shane, how in the hell are you?
Hello, hello. Very well, thank you. Better now that you're here.
Yeah. So it's been forever since we've been able to
Yeah, it's
chat.
at least a year, is it?
Yeah, yeah,
Like,
yeah. It's been a while.
yeah. Um,
So hold on. Before you say anything, I've seen
mhm.
so much shit on the internet about what's going on in Ireland. And I would
Mm,
like a firsthand account. Like what's
do you
because
know
I
what's
don't
crazy?
believe what's everything I read
Well,
on the internet. So
well, no, you shouldn't. But what's
yeah.
scary is you will learn more about Ireland from the internet than you would learn from Ireland watching the media.
Really?
Yeah. I learned today that there is not there. Okay, hang on. That almost all media in Ireland is government controlled, even the
Really?
independent, even the independent media, and the like our version of like NBC or PBS. So like you have PBS. So like imagine PBS and NBC with one channel, and they come from and they get the government funding. So they're allowed to advertise and do everything that a normal television does, but the substantial part of their budget comes from the government itself, and they answer to the government, and they will do propaganda for the government, but not call it propaganda.
Really?
Um, and now, well, it's gotten how we got. It's a long story, but
I want to
okay,
hear it.
okay.
Catch me
So
up.
last year,
Yeah.
okay. Well, catching you up would take a long time, but okay, I'll give you. Okay, so can we? Do we need to trigger warning people about
No,
topics or
never,
anything? No.
never. This is an
Okay.
adult channel. All people that
Okay.
might get triggered about what happens here can fuck off.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they. Okay. So a 9-year-old girl gets abducted and raped by a 26-year-old Muslim guy from wherever, right?
Yeah.
She was taken away from her parents by the social services and placed in one of these group foster homes. Okay,
After or before?
before. So meaning she was in state care when she was abducted and in state care when she was raped. So it was a state's fault. Okay.
Okay.
Um, the it never made the papers. Sorry, it made one newspaper. And there, just to be clear, there are 11 newspapers in Ireland and national media, and it's a very small place, right? Made one
Yeah.
newspaper. The
Yeah.
local went ballistic and rioted over this poor girl. Okay, that made every paper. Right, I learned about it from a Canadian news source before I learned about it from mine. Okay.
Shane, you only have 5.46 million people in Ireland.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yeah,
tiny.
it is. There are, but see, what happens is, okay. So if you look at England,
Yeah.
um, so several million Irish people that were born in Ireland live and work in England. So like, like people graduate, they go to school, and they'll go to college in England, or they'll quit college and get a job in England. So several million of our people live in the UK at this time, and they and probably will come home. Yeah.
Hmm.
I think there are 80 million Irish people not living in Ireland.
I was gonna say, I think in America we have more Irish people than you do.
You would do. We see, because what happened was when we had we've had several famines, but what we called the Great Famine, which was in like it was in the 1840s.
Hmm.
Our population before the famine was 8 million,
Okay.
and we still haven't recovered from it. And
Yeah.
about 3 million people left the country, and they went to America, Australia, the UK. Yeah. And there you go. But so anyway, when this thing happened, there was riots. I mean, it was bad. It was very bad. They were more upset that people were angry at what happened to this little girl than they were what happened to the little girl.
Hold
Right.
on, I have a question. Why
Mhm.
did social service take that child away from the parents?
They claimed that they were unsafe or something like that. That it was like they had a drug and alcohol dependency. Although, if you actually go into statistics, you will find, right, that this is true.
Mm.
That even in a case where the parents are abusive to the children, they have better outcomes than if you take them away from their parents. Meaning that, like, your parents, even if your mom is abusive, is still is going to take better care of you than a social worker or a care worker in one of these homes, you know?
Yeah.
You know, and there is a financial motive, because these, what the government do a lot of the time, like the reason this person was in the country, he's one of these immigrant, they came up with these, they had all these immigrants from all over the world that have no business being here, but our government wants them here. Okay. Then they bring them and then they put them in hotels. Okay. And then we were spending a fortune. Like, it killed our tourism industry, small towns. So they were like, they told us about 6 years ago that they wanted to increase our population and bring in, gradually bring in 1 million foreigners. Okay, to produce the economy, and they would gradually do this over a period of decades, and they would slowly bring them in and acclimatize them. And we were like, while we were processing this, they just went and did it, and they did it all in less than 4 years, and they just dumped 1 million people on us with no infrastructure to support them.
Right.
So there are schools in Ireland, where elementary schools, where 80% of the class, the kids, don't speak English, and the teachers can't teach them.
Right.
It's crazy. And one thing about Ireland, because it's so small, and we've had historically, our crime rate is ridiculously low compared to the rest of the world. So we're complaining about it now, and it seems bad to us. It would be a Tuesday in most other countries, but to us, it seems terrible. You know, like, I remember, like, I think when I don't want to age myself, right? Well, I can, but like, I remember being like 7 years of age when I've heard the word murder for the first time.
Really?
And I remember all the adults were shocked because it had been years since there had been a murder. This is how small things were, like, and people didn't lock their doors kind of areas, you know? But now it's crazy. Like, you can't, I was listening to somebody talking to you. So there are places in Dublin that were like, this is like really poor areas where, like, this is where the poor people are from, right? When I was a kid, everyone was poor there. Now the rent costs $3,000 a month.
Yeah.
You know, they're pricing everyone out. The city, it's like crime has surged. We're still like, it's still, I think on the international list, we're like the 3rd safest country in the world. So it's still like pretty great compared to everywhere else, but it's bad, you know? Oh, and by the way, when those riots happened, there were like bad riots, I should point out. There was like horses and police charging, you know, shield walls kind of stuff, and like Molotov cocktails. It was bad. People in Ireland, when we lose our tempers, we do tend to riot, you know? So, yeah. Very quickly, and that happened again. We had the year before that, there was we had our first school event with the kids. So some guy from Saudi Arabia or somewhere like that went into a daycare, you know, with the preschool kids, and with a knife, and just started killing them and stabbing them, and people went, and the same thing happened. People went ballistic. There were riots in the street, and the government were more angry at the riots than they were at the kids being killed. And it's a repeating pattern. They also how did this? So that happened. Oh, I found out as well. This is crazy. This happened a month ago, and I didn't hear. So a few weeks ago in Belfast, there was one of these Somalians tried to behead somebody in the street in broad daylight, and they caught it on film. Right? Poor man. You can't look at don't look at it. Right? It's you know, it's like eyes and everything. It's so unbelievable, and the police are useless. The government is useless. They're I found out that happened, but apparently about 4 weeks ago, two two gay kids were beheaded. They were basically they were like two teenage boys or were gay or young guys were doing something gay and private. And one of these guys encountered them, saw them, and murdered them, beheaded them, and never made the news. Or there was another guy. Nobody talks about this. There was you remember did you see that horrible case in England with the white this white kid? He was 18, good kid. I think his parents were like Polish or something, like first generation, and he was accused. Some Sikh kid stabbed him 5 times in the street, and then called the police and accused him of racism. And the kid was bleeding out, and he got arrested.
I heard about that.
Yeah, and it's apparently what happened is after the George Floyd thing in America, the police were given new guidelines and new training, and they're now to treat so like accusing a white person of being racist. That's all the evidence you need. That's the crime has occurred. Do you know what I mean? That's literally
fucking not in Texas. It doesn't. That shit would not fly in Texas.
You know what's funny? I saw something about Texas the other day that confused me. It was some clip from somebody at the Alamo, right? And he was doing apparently there's something called a free speech zone at the Alamo, and you're not allowed to record anything outside. That's free speech zone, and people were shocked. This is in Texas,
Really?
Yeah, and I think it was because it was abortion they were talking about, or something like that. But Jesus, they didn't want to do it, and they were trying to say that you couldn't film on the Alamo because it's private property, which is not. It's public property, but it's the public gave it to some management company to manage. Anyway.
So the designated free speech area for the Alamo is located at the southern portion of the Plaza de Valero, near the H&M store and River Center Mall. This zone is marked by a large engraved star quoting Benjamin Franklin and does not require an advance permit to use.
It's crazy, isn't it? Everywhere is a free speech thing.
It says audio amplification devices are prohibited. It doesn't say anything about not recording.
Well, you see, I personally, I don't like the law doesn't back these people up. They just do it anyway, And then, like, if it ever gets to court, like the court will always side with the person doing it. But they're coming for speech in a hard way, everywhere.
Yeah.
And they want to for anyone listening, I tend to get distracted. Sorry. They want to bring in to track the government. Sorry, they're very woke. All the political parties in Ireland are either left or far left. There is no right. There is no middle. Okay.
How many women do you have in your government?
Too many. Honestly,
too many.
Yeah, and they are appalling. They are appalling. Like we had the minister for we have a government department for children, which is part of education, but basically children have their own department. And this woman her teachers were teaching 15-year-olds about anal sex in her class, right? And they were giving like the elementary school all those gay books, the books that are trouble in American schools, all this LGBTQ propaganda stuff. And they, the thing in Florida that the Don't Say Gay bill thing, that they were complaining about.
Yeah.
We had our own version of it. And it's strange, our gay people didn't complain about it. They thought it sounded perfectly reasonable. But basically, it was that after the age of like 7 or 8, they wanted to start doing sex education, but they also wanted the parents' permission before they did it, so they could excuse certain children if they didn't think they were mature enough for the subject, which was fair enough. And then the law said that once you get to like 12 or 13, then it becomes mandatory, and then you get like biology lessons and everything. But you should see what they're taught. It's like my sister's kids show. Jesus, it's like adult stuff, like way more detailed and specific and visual than say when you or I were in school.
Yeah, I remember my sex ed when I was in 4th grade, and it was Mrs. Johnson, and I remember her opening statement, "Sex is like a flower," and she had this slideshow about women's fallopian tubes, and she pointed, and she's like, "Yeah, the semen goes up there, and that's where the egg," like it was a biology thing.
And it's almost like an elementary. It's like when they do the lecture about breaking down a tree, and this is where photosynthesis works.
Yeah, exactly. It was just like that, and there was no mention of anything other than a man and woman taking part in acts.
Yes. Do you know what's funny? My sex ed, I was actually given it by a priest of all people. I went to like Catholic, and it was funny, like because then we were like, "Father, how do you know?" Like,
right.
Like we were all like, like you were a virgin, and he goes, "I wasn't always a priest, boys."
Right.
But so she wants to bring sex ed to 4-year-olds.
No.
Yeah, and they wanted to bring in a hate speech. They wanted to criminalize hate speech, right? So not like you said something on they wanted to like prosecute you for your speech. And we don't have freedom of speech as an absolute right here, so we have to be a little more careful. And they're also inventing, that you have misinformation as a phrase, and then there's the other one that's like, there's like when someone makes a mistake by accident, and then when someone does it on purpose. But now they're going after journalists for what they're calling malinformation. That's information that's true, but it's bad for the society. So yes.
What?
Yes.
Shane, what the fuck?
I swear to God, it's like 1984, but it's worse. No, it's like.
Hold on. Shane, how many guns does your country have?
None. Officially none. Well,
what do you mean none?
There's no, like, only the police. The police don't have guns. Only the SWAT teams have guns. The army have guns, and farmers and certain like marksmen have guns. But basically, no one has guns.
You're not allowed to have guns.
No, legal guns. No, illegal guns. That's a different question. But basically, we had a civil war, and for hundreds of years there was a police force, and they were the only people that were armed, and they abused their power terribly. So when we got independent, we made a new police force, and we decided that we would all get rid of the guns. The police would get rid of the guns. Nobody had guns, right? And it worked very well. And the idea was that like the police were policing with the consent of the police. So like an Irishman, like a policeman might arrest me, and he'd have no gun and if he told me I was under arrest, I'd go to the police. We would cooperate. It's just part of how we are, But at the same time, the police can be police everywhere, but the government. So we had several other problems. The government, they tried to, along with we used to have a special a constitutional amendment that protected children, but the feminists got rid of that. And we had in our constitution, we had special recognition for mothers and being a wife and a homemaker, and that like somehow it got changed. But basically, the law was like that being a homemaker is a valuable thing, and that if like you shouldn't be forced to not do that by economic. Like it was basically protect. It was an old housewife protection thing that you couldn't like abuse. And they wanted rid of that as well. They wanted to take any reference to the word mother out of the Constitution. They wanted to get rid of in hospitals. They wanted to change breastfeeding to chest feeding, and they wanted to. I swear to God, they wanted to. They wanted to stop using the word mother in hospital.
See, and I don't understand why feminists hate women so much when motherhood is like the absolute greatest joy in a woman's life.
Mhm.
Hello, Ash.
Every woman I've heard, almost every woman I've ever known that is a mother has said something similar to that. And every study I've said of women who don't have kids shows that they're the most miserable people. You know, like
Yeah.
the happiest people are like married mothers with kids. You know,
Yeah.
they
That's
they
weird.
report like there's always a reason to get out of bed. You know what I mean? Like it's
Oh yeah.
you
Because
know.
people need you.
Mm. Yeah, and no one. I mean, I've never seen any old man at the end of his life wish he had spent more time at work and
Right.
less time with his family. You know,
Yeah.
these women. I believe you know that chick, the evolutionary psychologist Danny Sawakowski or something. You know the female intrasexual competition. You know that chick.
Mm-mm.
So basically, she's an evolutionary psychologist, and she's been studying female nature and female conflict. And her theory, after many years of research, is that all woke is a female mating strategy, right?
Yes.
That chick,
Really?
right? To suppress other women's potential mating choices. So you know what I mean. So the idea is, yeah, you fuck, don't get married. No, eat that pie. You go, you know, they encourage bad behavior in women that will make them miserable.
Yeah.
Right?
Get that
Limit
nose pierced. Chop all your
all
fucking
of those
hair
bad.
off.
Yeah, leave that guy. You know, leave that. Yeah, all that stuff.
Yeah.
And they'll do all of that, and basically what it does is they get the best men for themselves, right? So it was like those feminists in the 70s were writing in Cosmopolitan telling women, you know, not to get married and to, you know, you hear me roar and all that, and they went home to their husbands and their kids.
Yeah, but then there's a more insidious group under that fucking umbrella. That's the lesbians. It's the lesbian mating
radical
strategy.
feminists.
Oh yeah, that gets all these women to hate men and be afraid of men because then it adds to their mating pool. Because
Well, have you heard of the phrase "the future is female"?
Yes, so many of these crazy bitches fucking say that.
Right. Well, so the first time I heard that, right, there was some, I don't know if you probably don't, right? Do you ever watch Star Wars?
No.
Okay. Well, in the last since 2012, there was this crazy feminist chick took charge of the company that made it, and then she started pushing all this feminism, and she started, her and her female staff like had a T-shirt that said "the force is female." You know, it's like women are the future, right? And they got rid of most of like half the men were gotten rid of, and they put all these woke young progressives in, and all the stories went to a committee of women, and like was like eight women and like two gay guys and like one, you know, token man who was like whipped, you know, and he was also progressive, and they basically they ruined it anyway. But I was looking into that phrase, and the origin of "the future is female" comes from a paper written in the 70s by one of these radical feminists. And if you actually read the paper, it advocates for the elimination of 90% of the male gender or sex.
No, they fucking hate men.
Yeah, and they think that post this genocide, that there would be, the male population needs to be kept at an artificial 10%, so that there would always be enough women to overwhelm the men. Kind of like,
and that's so dumb, because if they actually thought logically about what that would even look like, our entire society would deteriorate. All the things that work on a daily basis that keep the fucking lights on and keep the gas at the gas pump, like all those things would cease to exist.
A female friend of mine, and she'd be like, you know, she's around early 40s, you know, but she was basically saying that like these women, like, they can't think ahead, you know, like they can't think of consequences ever. Like they can only think short term.
Yeah.
I was reading, so there was some chick, and she was some feminist nutty these women, and you can hear the whiny voice. They all have this voice. Anyway,
Yeah.
she was literally talking about that she thought that what America needs is for American men and women to have like a national divorce, right? And like just divide the country and we'll go our way and you go. And I was like thinking about like, you know how ethically stupid that is, right? One, what makes them think they're going to get half? Do you know what I mean? You know what I mean? You're like, if you gave women, right? Let's
Yeah.
just say, I don't know, something the size of Texas, right?
Oh, they
Okay.
fucking destroy it. Like they're destroying everything else you guys give them
Mhm.
access
Exactly.
to.
They will.
Men.
I was saying like, I was starting like, I came up with like a list of all the problems or all the things they're not thinking of. Like, how would they, you know, like how would they feed themselves? How would they, you know, power the infrastructure? I mean, even if you gave them an infrastructure to inherit, right, that works, right, and even if you were to trade food with them, the economy, like like, do you know, like some of the things like, have you ever heard of this bullshit about medical misogyny? Have you ever tracked this that they're talking
No.
about?
What is
So,
this?
so they're the radical feminists or the feminists. They believe that somehow the health hospital system, whatever you want to, healthcare, whatever you want to call it, is misogynist against women, and that they do things that like women are somehow underrepresented, underreported, under-researched. Yeah. I mean,
It's exactly the opposite. Why?
to put it like, okay, so just
Shane,
for
Shane, you got to play the opposite is true game when you're dealing with the crazy bitches.
well, that's what I think. So they were saying this, and I started looking up the research, and I was like, currently the US spends twice as much on female medical research than they do on men.
Yes.
Right? Even if the medical condition kills more men than kills women, they will still spend more money on the women. And women use the health service about 3 to 4 times as much as men. We spend more. I think it's something like 70%, maybe 75% of all health and welfare spending is on women, and most of it is paid for by men.
And I'm sure
Right.
there's more than 80% of the people that make money in jobs in healthcare are women.
Well over 70%. Right.
Yeah.
All of the I was so I got into a conversation with this chick, and she's like she's young, so I'm not going to be too hard on her, right? And she is still a student in college, like she's like 23, 24, but like, you know, when those arrogant knows everything but knows nothing kind of. So she was talking about where she's from, right? And it's just scary, right? Where she's from, 60-something% of the doctors are female, right? And 70-something% of the faculty at all the medical and the, you know, are all female, right? There's one specialty in all of medicine that there's more men than women, and she still thinks that's unfair to women. Right, you know, and like she was like, I didn't get into this course because of sexism. And like the teachers are female, the students are female, the doctors are female, and they're looking at their students, right? And they selected men ahead of women because they were better at what it was they were being selected. You know, and to be honest, this specialty, it was something to do with like bones and obstetrics, and I think strength might have played a role in it. That's probably why it was something that certain women find hard, that is more technical, that men were good at anyway. But yeah. Women, like, and I should say, they're complaining about this, but they've already agreed, the governments have already agreed that they're going to increase the investment into female health to $1 trillion a year. So they're going to triple the budget, and leave men where it is. Then there was another case in the UK where the feminists were complaining that, the government is spending more on male health than female health. That's only because they've been overfunding female health for the last 50 years, and they haven't been doing anything for the men. So they finally said, we have to spend a little more on mental health research or something. And then they're still complaining about that. These people are mad. They're lunatics. Like, yeah. And they, I mean, the thing about like I remember like the first time I encountered this idea was, remember Kevin Samuels?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. I miss him. But there was a woman on it, and he asked her like a hypothetical question, like, "How would women survive without men?"
Yeah.
And I was like, and I always,
I think I remember that one where she was talking about her gas stove.
yeah, and
Yeah.
I was like, I've had this conversation because I always bring that up, you know, or I like sometimes it comes up, and like women will be like, "I would be fine with it." And I was trying to like just explain to women how impossible that is. Like,
Yeah.
they like if you put you and I on a farm, right, and just gave us the farm, we wouldn't know what we wouldn't have time. You would not have time. There are, I believe there are, to make a civilization run, there are more than 7,000 different occupations that have to work sort of at the same time. So, you know, you need like any major thing, you know, like, or like, you know, there are like, it's, the more I go deep into research, and the more I'm researching, the more lies I see. You know,
Yeah.
like I found on Twitter, you know, they're using Twitter for feminist propaganda.
Oh yeah, I saw some.
Well, I saw this one that's like historical propaganda, and they were talking about. So they do, you know what they do when they're manipulating women? They use all this emotive language, and they tell you this horrible, sad story about some poor woman who was, you know, and they were reading this whole woman's life and everything, and then they finally get to her name, and then you realize that she's related to somebody famous. And then they apparently, she, in this story, she's the sister of Benjamin Franklin, and in this feminist version of the story, she was just as brilliant as him and just as great as him and could have done anything, but she was a woman, you know. Now, you know, and you know, and
Oh,
she was.
speaking of Benjamin Franklin, there's this new
Mhm.
movie out called The Great Awakening that actually talks about
Ooh.
Ben Franklin. And I remember in the beginning, Benjamin Franklin's dad was talking to him, and I guess he came from a family of like 15 or 16 kids.
14 kids in the family. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, he was the 10th son.
Yes, that's right. And I
Yeah.
think this sister, she would have been the firstborn, so she would have been the oldest. So like by the time he was like he was like, she went off and got married when she was like 14, which
Yeah.
was normal back then, and he got his first job. But basically, they were so poor that like Ben was the first kid that got an education.
Yeah.
You know, and that, so like in the story, they made him out to be a horrible bastard who was like terrible to his family and left his poor sister in terrible straits, right? But the truth was dramatically, wildly different, right? The truth was that they were always deeply close, that he went to school, learned to read, and then came home and taught his brothers and sisters to read, right? She went and got married and moved to another state, so they didn't see each other for a very long time, but they wrote faithfully to each other for 70 years, right? And we have their letters, okay? We have, right? And he encouraged her. He, you know, got her engaged in politics. She had 12 or 13 children herself, and she had a business, like a, you know, like a cottage industry where she made soap and sold it to rich ladies, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And she got her daughters helping, and that was her thing. And when her business went bankrupt during the American Revolution because of the fighting, they couldn't do shipping, and he and her husband died in the war, and he took her and all of her kids and paid for a house and moved them into his place, right? And when he was, they also got the details wrong, the history. They were describing the life of John Adams, not Benjamin Franklin. They also got that wrong, and they got like they said that like Benjamin Franklin was the ambassador to London. No, he was the ambassador to France. That was John Adams was the ambassador to London, and and also most of Franklin's life, he wasn't a very rich man, you know, or they weren't a very rich family. But by the end of his life, he was a very wealthy man. He had inventions, and he invested in real estate and land and property. And by the time he died, he was one of the richest men in America. And if you actually adjust for inflation, he's still one of the wealthiest men who ever lived. But he left his sister the house, right? And he gave her an allowance, or like an annual pension for the rest of her life to cover all of her expenses till she dies. And it worked out to something like 750 grand in today's money a year.
Wow.
Right. right? And this is the mean bastard who was sipping champagne while she was like, wallowing in poverty.
Right. Right.
The lies,
Yeah.
But the so the people. Oh, then there was another problem. We had taxes are very bad, and the economy is so like the economy is good and bad at the same time. So there's like we're doing very well, and we went from a very poor country to a well-off country in a very short period of time. And we have so one of the big problems is housing and rent. The rents keep on going up, and there isn't enough houses we're not building enough new houses to keep up with population and demand. And we have so like I think the cost of buying a house has doubled in the last 5 years. It's like there are 35-year-olds who live with their parents who have perfectly good jobs who would normally be able to buy a house themselves, but they just can't do it. And then they started bringing in all of these environmental green carbon taxes, and basically they were putting farmers and small businesses out of work, and they snapped, and they started a protest about government taxation on fuel, and basically like they did in Canada, with the truckers and COVID. Yeah, except they here it was a little different. Ireland is a lot easier to like they basically shut the whole country down, and the government could do nothing about it. There's no oil in Ireland, so all our oil is imported, and there's only one refinery. So they blocked off the one refinery and shut down all driving in the country. There was nobody. So the government could do nothing, right? And then they came with with the big police, riot gear vans, and the fucking farmers and the truck drivers, they have bigger rigs. They were able to, they could do nothing, right? And that's so bad. Like the police were the police were scared of the people, and people started turning on the cops. The government started using the cops, violently to try to suppress this. It didn't go down well at all. Like there were reports where cops were coming into restaurants to get their, lunch or whatever, their coffee and the things, and the people started turning on the cops, and they were asked to leave the restaurants. It was bad, right? And the government could do. There's very little. This is another thing. Part of it is that I don't think our government really governs Ireland at all, right? I think they're governed from Europe. From the EU crowd, I don't know if you're aware, but the president of the EU, Ursula von der Leyen, her name is.
No, I mean I understand what feminist organization that is.
But you know what's funny about her? On paper, she would look conservative.
No,
she's got 7 kids. She's got 7 kids.
Okay. Okay. What does she do with her time?
Well, what's very interesting is she's a bureaucrat. She's a technocrat. She worked for a pharmaceutical company.
Yeah.
And her husband is one of the people who designed the COVID vaccine, and he's a doctor. And she got caught giving Pfizer a sweetheart deal that she negotiated by text, right, without any price check, and basically cost the government 100 million or 100 billion or something extra. She's a snake, and she wants to basically. I think 300 people decided she was going to be put in power, and basically that's it. And people have she is very unpopular. I should say there have been calls to have her removed, and people tried to get rid of her, but she's a globalist technocrat. She wants to. She pushes Russia, the war in Russia. She pushed COVID. She pushed to get rid of the Nuremberg laws, so that they could. After World War II, there were certain things that they said the government can't do anymore, like public health things. People had rights; they couldn't be detained or put in concentration camps, that kind of stuff. She got rid of those laws. she also the European Union is very undemocratic, and they basically give themselves 10-year budgets. So they come every 10 years for but she increased her own budget by 60% this term, right? And she wants to
Wait,
double
okay, who pays them? Where does that money come from?
taxes.
Everybody's taxes that take part in the EU?
500 million people.
Okay.
Yeah. She's the one, she's fighting with Trump. And she's Trump and her Trump is pulling away his military support for Europe because of her and people like her. All right. And yeah, that's good. And she'd be like a lot of the, you heard Trump talk about NATO, not paying their fair share. Like America has been paying for NATO since like the 40s,
Yeah.
And for the record, it was Eisenhower founded NATO after World War II. And he did, he was its first supreme commander. The idea was to prevent the Soviets from taking Europe. So it was like to make Europe the idea was that like if they get Europe, then America's next. So we got to keep Europe independent and thrive, and that will prevent the Soviet. Anyway, he said that NATO was never designed to be a permanent thing. It was supposed to be temporary, and even after the Soviet Union fell, it's even bigger than ever. They don't need anyway. She's doubled defense spending for the next 10 years, and she set aside $400 billion in a special fund, which is being set up to deal with internal civil strife. So they're predicting riots and they're predicting war. Actually, if you look at this is a slight tangent, but the chances of there's a real significant chance of war in Europe or America, civil war or an international war. Things are getting very bad. Like they did a survey of people under 30 and asked them about like, is violence ever a solution to the problem? And in our day, the number of people that would have said yes, the number is like 70% of people are like, yeah, war is like, for the problems that they see in the world, violence is the only solution. Peace. Basically, people are losing faith in democracy, and voting. And I don't blame them, because there is like, from Ireland's point of view, like at an election, there is no way I can vote my way out of our problems. There is no party.
Right. Yeah. So I think the same is true here. Like really, I mean, it's very whether our elections are legit or not, I don't believe that they are. But just having, I don't know if democracy is a good idea. I mean, okay, that's why I wanted to talk to you, Shane, because you're a historian, correct? You're kind of into history, right?
Very.
And you probably know more about the history of my country than anybody else that I know in my country. I want to talk about when my country was founded and the principles it was founded, and when the Constitution was created, because there's so much that I see taking place that are taking from those structural values and the way it was organized, but the way it works now, I think, this is my theory, that because women are involved now, there's nothing to counteract their involvement and their toxicity and their incompetence. Because everything that the men try to do now doesn't work.
No. And everything the women ask for that we give them makes them more unhappy.
Yes. I had a male feminist tell me last night that I wasn't American because I don't believe that women should vote. And I was like, hold on, how long has our country been a thing? And he's like, well, 250 years, obviously. I was like, how long have Americans been allowed to vote that were women? He's like, well, 1919. I was like, okay, so less than half of the time America's been a thing. Now it's un-American for women not to vote, when it wasn't started. It didn't start that way.
No. And to be fair, this is like gets this gets you outed as some sort of extremist beyond the pale, but you know that repeal the 19th thing?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but like I have yet to meet anyone that can give me a good reason why the 19th Amendment should have been passed or what women did to actually deserve the vote. Like men have to give up something to get their vote. Men have to go into selective service. They have to do sort of things. Women don't do that.
Yeah.
So they don't deserve it. They should not have the political power that they do. And the reason, I think a lot of the reason that a lot of the way the past worked or the way the structure was designed was to keep women in check because people knew women were fucking dangerous. I'm sorry, but like...
But also, I think women didn't want to have anything to do.
No.
They had their own shit going on. The shit that was their lane and their realm, actually nurturing the children and producing the next generation and being responsible for what we produce in that arena.
Yeah, and that role women had a sort of soft power in that role that's actually almost as valuable as hard power. You know what I'm saying? Like I know with my parents, like if you look at their relationship, they were like old school traditional Catholics, right? And like whatever my dad said was law. Okay. But in practice, my mom ran everything, like she would he put his foot down so rarely that everyone just, whoa, God, he's, and that's how most of civilization worked. These women, like, as far as I can tell, like only like 5 to 10% of women wanted the vote. And that was after.
It was such a small, it was all these single lesbians that hate men. Wanted the
and
vote.
think about that. That was like in 1919.
You know what though? You know what's crazy about that? I kind of get where they're coming from. If they were alone and they didn't have protection and provision, we'll say, if they didn't have what all these other women have and would be able to produce the things, I would see that they would want more of a say in what goes on in society because they have nothing better to do. Like,
or maybe there were women in bad marriage. I mean, bad marriages occurred, and that's I wouldn't deny that, I know I know most of them were academics. I know it was astroturfed. I know that there were rich men behind it. I know that they were all Marxists at their core.
Oh, here we go. Marxism.
Right. I mean, honestly, Marxism is born out of the French Revolution. Okay. The left and the right is born out of the French Revolution still. Right. And the ideas from the Enlightenment period, then, which there were good and bad ideas. I mean, you would have had, the abolition of slavery as a good idea, as a good Enlightenment idea, and a lot of the early feminism movement was born out of the abolitionist movement. So there was some famous conference that was being held in Washington. And the famous the black abolitionist Frederick Douglass, that guy, the guy with the fro, the weird afro, him. So he was the keynote speaker, and some of these organizers, including Elizabeth Cady Stanton and all those kind of people, couldn't attend the abolition conference. And he was saying, "Oh, it was a shame." And then they were saying, "Oh, it was terrible because like we had all these women that were going to come and support and speak and thing." And he said, "Why don't you guys have your own conference?" And I know a few people. We can rent a nice hotel. There's this place up in Seneca. It's a nice place out here in New York.
Oh my God! You're talking about the Declaration of Sentiments, how that was created.
that was born because they couldn't go to an abolitionist meeting, and then they all said, "Oh well, let's go." And then it's interesting if you look at that that meeting. There was 300 people attended that conference, and 200 of them are men, and a lot of them were rich men. They were paying for it. Now I've heard some theorize that a lot of these guys were like rich industrialist guys who were using feminism as as a way of getting back at the boys that were like the jocks in school, or like they, you know, they were the nerdy guys who made a fortune, you know, and always resented the other guys who, and they used it as a set, you know. Do you ever notice like feminism's, you know, they deny it now, but they encourage a lot of like sexual freedom and like promiscuity and stuff.
Yeah,
You know?
they promote
Yeah.
whorishness.
They
They
do.
reward their bad, hoary behavior.
Well,
yeah.
sorry, I was going to
Weird.
say that Danny, what's her name, lady? I was listening to, she was on, I'll send it to you after. It was a very good podcast, and it was a panel, and everyone on the panel was a doctor of, you know, psychology, but they were talking about feminism. Was the panel, and she was basically saying that, and I think some of the women agreed, like there were other women were nodding their heads in agreement, but she's basically saying that the core tenet of feminism seems to be anti-life, anti-pregnancy, anti-family, anti-motherhood, anti-natalism.
It's a fucking death cult, Shane.
Yeah, it is. And she was saying, like, if you, they will, all of their policies seem designed to make it harder to bring up healthy children. It seems they will encourage everything bad. Go have your abortions, do this, do that, anything but help you, you know, be a productive member of society. I mean, it's terrible. Have you seen like you've seen the prison data, you know, where they look at like most, you know, like if you look at the US prisons and you look at like the family structures of the prisoners, you'll find that like 80% of them are single moms, you know, come from single mom homes, you know, and you'll find, I mean, sorry, I'm going. That's a little tangent. We'll get out of that tangent, you know. But that's a rabbit hole. But
yeah.
I do believe that you were right, that women had a soft power, and women. This is something else that reminded me of that.
No, Shane. It's just when it comes to nurturing the people, that's a woman's role. That's a woman's realm. When it comes to protecting the people, that's man's work. So in a family unit, the woman is definitely going to be in the charge of like, need to get this, need to get that. We need to go do this. We need to go do that. And the man's going to be in charge to make sure nothing harms this little bubble. Like if he has to put his foot down and save her from herself, then it's going to happen.
Do you ever hear the women complaining about when the baby is crying at night and the husband doesn't wake up and they wake up? Do you know about that?
No.
So basically, when women have evolved over the millennia to sense danger to their children or danger to children. So when a child cries at night, a mom will wake up fast. A man won't even hear it. It doesn't register as danger to him. But women are evolved to protect the child. So when they hear a child crying or coughing, they know that the child might be so they sense danger. Whereas men... I mean,
hold on. Isn't that a clear sign that maybe it's a woman's job to sort that out?
It is, yeah. And men, on the other hand, right?
Yeah.
They will hear things that women don't. So if you hear... Men will wake up when they think there's an intruder outside.
Yeah.
Right? Or when they hear animal noises or some, like a twig being snapped on. There's like an unnatural... Men have this, and we've evolved that way, and we're literally designed to complement each other. And this is the problem with the war. They blur the boundary. This is the other thing that kills me with feminism, right? Everything you can say about okay, so it's all a lie. Everything, of course, that's obviously usually lies. Like everything about them is a lie, but the
feminist cult is a lesbian sex cult. Is what it is.
It really is, and
it is.
They
want women to get away from men so they could go through them themselves.
There was some woman, I forget her name, right? But the second wave feminist Kate Millett, remember her? Mm-hmm. Was it? I think it was like the American Organization of Women or something. It was like the feminists of the 60s and 70s. Anyway, she was a lesbian, and her in her mission statement, like she basically laid out the true what feminism is really about. And there was this chick wrote about it afterwards, and she said that like she was famous for like trying to groom women into be lesbians, and she sexually assaulted several people, and he was a complete, utter lunatic man-hater. Mm-hmm. And they were in it. She was basically saying that it was all like the patriarchy is the enemy, men are the problem. We need to destroy the men, right? And we need to destroy their power, and we do that by destroying the family.
Yeah.
We destroy marriage. We destroy kids. We bring immorality and vice. We push the gay agenda.
That makes sense, because what do men? I mean, what have most men in the history of forever gotten out of bed for?
Mm-hmm.
You know, like where does that motivation come?
And you know what's funny? I have a friend. We're not like super close, but like a friend, and I know a couple I know, and the wife had their first baby, and the husband was in sales or something, and his income, the difference, it's once the baby was on the way, man, he started working really like he started making enough money that she didn't go back to work, you know, and she was like she was saying it was amazing how he stepped up, and most men are like that. You give them the responsibility. I think that's the problem with a lot of young men, is they don't have that. It's like the society is geared to make them not succeed, you know.
Demoralized them, for sure.
Yes. Oh, and I found an interesting study, some new research today, a 40-year meta-analysis study of sexual discrimination in the workforce. And guess what? The feminists are wrong, of course. Yeah. It's actually men who have been discriminated against, not women.
Yes. No. I absolutely know that to be true. I see it. I've seen it firsthand.
Oh, and the other
multiple times.
You know, the stuff about women in test and college and schools. Okay, well, first things first. So you got to remember, like in the 70s, there was the whole Title IX thing, and like women are being kept out of education, and you know there's imbalance, and they were basically saying that college admission, the balance in the sexes, proved sexist or misogyny against women, because there were more men in college. So that was but now that things are reversed, they don't seem to think it's the same problem, which is convenient. But
no, they still claim they're the ones being discriminated against.
Yeah, well, guess what?
So weird.
Guess what the female or the U.S. college attendance, you know, gender breakdown before feminism, or like in the 1940s. For example, right? It was like 48% women.
Yeah.
Women always were educated at the same rate or better, often, you know, and or did better in certain standardized testing than boys did. And it's always been that way. Like, you notice, like, all these 18th century feminists are traveling around the world at all these conferences. How are they doing that?
Right.
You know, they're like, what's her name? Like, I have a lot of female friends, and a lot of them I meet, you know, online because geographically where I live. But like a lot of women will say stupid shit that really annoys me, and I've seen men say it too. But they'll say like, "Oh, you can't," you know, like the un-American, the women not voting. The guy you were talking to. They'll say things like,
"Oh, it's not American for me not to vote."
Yeah, or they'll say something like, you know, if it wasn't for feminism, you wouldn't be here today. You know. Right. Like you couldn't be speaking to me now, but for feminism, like feminists invented freedom of speech, for God's sake. It's ridiculous. Right. It's absolutely ridiculous. And the only thing I was like as I say, like I was reading like a lot of history is very boring and very dry, and like you have to like and a lot of history is a lie too. Like a lot of the school texts are lies. And you'd be surprised at like where the, you know, like, okay, here's one for you. This is not many people know this, right? But, you know, Maxwell, Ghislaine Maxwell, you know her?
Shane, she's less than 2 miles away from my fucking house.
No
in a
way.
Very minimum security prison in Bryan, Texas. And that crazy bitch is allowed to have a fucking pet.
Oh my God. Did I hear something about her getting hair and makeup in there, like when she was going to court?
She's allowed to have a pet.
Fucking well, okay,
I want to go pay her a visit.
You know about her old man?
Crazy bitch.
Do you know about her old man?
No.
This is a tangent. If we go down this road, this is a tangent, right? But it's a good story, right? Okay. So her old man is a Jew, okay, and he was in Auschwitz or Dachau or one of those places, but he survived. Okay, so he was a kid during the war, so he was a child, you know. So 1945, 1946, he's released from medical care, you know, but he's on his own. So he's in West Berlin, 1940s, 50s. He goes on the black market, starts working, you know, organized crime, starts dealing with. Then he goes to the KGB, and he starts becoming an informant for the KGB, spying on the West for the KGB. And then he goes to the CIA or OSS or whatever back then, and he agrees to spy on the Russians for the Americans. And then he goes to the British, and he does it. Oh, British, the French. So he gets their money, and he starts making up lies and spreading rumors. And then he uses the money and invests in black market, you know, pornography, stockings, anything that sells on the black market. And then he invests in businesses and companies. And before you know it, he's in England and he's in Mossad. He was involved in Mossad as well. But he published tabloids, newspapers. He had a very big media empire, and she was like a spoiled prince, like crazy money, right? But he ended up, one of the things that people don't know this, but he owned a company that published educational textbooks, right? So the history books, he basically published history books and all the stuff that they lie about in school, you know?
I've heard that before.
Yeah. And he was, she was like, I think her mom died, and she was like, she became sort of like the lady of the house, sort of like daddy's little girl, daddy's little princess. You know, she basically went to school and then spent the rest of her life going to parties, you know,
Right.
like, you know, and they were like super rich. They were billionaires. And he got into a sort of a rivalry with do you know Rupert Murdoch? The guy that owns Fox News. Well, he founded Fox, and he's an Australian media baron tycoon. He's in his 90s now, but he owns. So this guy basically owns something like 200 or 250 different media, newspapers, radio stations, TV networks from Australia to the US. He has companies so like Fox News in America is him, but Sky News in the UK is him. Sky News in Australia is him. He owned like he does like TV gambling, sex cam businesses. It's gigantic. This guy's like, he sold one of his companies to Disney for $75 billion. He was super rich. I think if you look at the media in the world, I think 5 different companies control all the media.
Yeah, but is he a trillionaire?
No, he's not a trillionaire. But unfortunately for this guy, he's had like 6 divorces. Yeah. But Jesus, the guy he's 94, 95. He's on wife number 6. So his last wife, his current wife is 39 and he's 94. But his previous wife was, do you remember Jerry Hall? Do you remember her?
No.
Okay, so she was from Texas. She was a fashion model from the 70s and 80s, and she married Mick Jagger from the Rolling Stones, and she played Jack Nicholson's girlfriend in the Batman movie in 1989. That chick. Anyway, he divorced her a couple of years ago. He divorced in the previous. It's like he married 3 times in his 80s, and he started new families with each of them. Like, you know, and he's got like, you know, he's currently his children is from his first wife are like, they're like pushing 60 or 70, and it's like they're like, that's crazy. Anyway, but they got into a major media battle. Maxwell lost, and he was losing money, and then he stole from the company pension fund and embezzled hundreds of millions of dollars to try and maintain the illusion that he was still successful. And a lot of this
is Maxwell's dad.
This is her dad, yeah. And he knew he was going down at a certain point. And his boys were involved in the corruption or in the scandal and they worked for their dad, whereas she got to be the girl and just got flighted into the office, you know. But basically, he got her out of England and he sent her to America and he set her up in New York. So when the shit went down, she escaped the carnage, you know. He dies mysteriously. He goes out on a boat on his private yacht in the Med, and suddenly decides to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning and go swimming naked in the Mediterranean, right? And it's a bit weird. It's just
yeah, that's a little weird.
Yeah, it's Stayed Mossad whacked him.
Yeah.
But basically, they think that he set up a sort of blackmail thing, you know, and that a lot of his and that she was like a facilitator, you know. But she, it's crazy. Like I remember, like you know, like she spoke at the United Nations about like protecting girls and women.
Yes.
Yeah, it's fucking hilarious.
These feminists
I know they're
predators on girls and women. Like that's
really
what I don't understand about these people. Like
I saw some video the other day, clip, and it was one of those car videos. So it's a woman in the car video. She's like, I'm a strong, independent woman, right? Yeah. But I've been forced to be, right? I don't want to be. I hate working. I don't want to go to work every day, right?
Yeah.
I sit and work and I watch the clock and I wait till I can go home, right?
Yes.
And then I go home and I sit and I all I want to do is lie in my husband's lap with my head in his legs or my head in his lap, and he plays with my hair, right? And he tells me I'm a good girl. That's all I want. Most of them will want that. Most women, you know, like most women do not want to work, you know, like most mothers, I think it's like 70-something% of mothers would rather be housewives.
Yeah, but the way society is set up currently, it's not feasible. Like I have a friend that she worked a lot when her and her husband first got married, and that it wasn't until they had kid number 3 and he was about 2 where her husband's business finally got up to a point where she could stop. Because guess who gets the best medical coverage? Guess whose medical packages are the fucking best? It's companies that predominantly employ women. Like, yeah, so she used the work that she was in to go through, have all her kids, get all the medical shit out of the way. Like, while her husband, she carried that burden of the insurance and stuff until he got to a point where she didn't have to do that anymore. So
that's good. But it seems today, like, this is what's bothering me about, like, or what these feminists don't seem to get is that the world is not set up to live alone.
See, when you were talking about the housing crisis, every time people talk about housing, I'm like, but how many people are living by themselves? Like, if all those people got, you know, and families, wouldn't there be more houses available?
The government are floating the idea of penalizing people for having more space than they need. So, like,
who determines how much space you need?
Exactly, but they do. Oh, it's always them. And remember, hang on, I'll get to this in a moment. But basically, they want to penalize, you know, people who are maybe in their 50s and 60s who have a home. Maybe their kids moved out, and now they have extra space, and they're basically punishing people for being successful. You know?
Yeah, that's not going to work out well.
The other thing is something with this is the other thing. What people fail to or find hard to understand. It's not okay. Things are dramatically like. So, like, when my dad was in his early 20s, right? You could be like just out of college, or like maybe just getting your first job, and you could go to the bank, and if you had a good job, you would get a mortgage. You know?
Yeah.
You, I think my dad. I think he was like 22 when he got a mortgage, and his dad co-signed it, and that was it. No money down.
Yeah.
Just, you know, and another friend of my father's, he was a public school teacher, and he had a wife, 2 kids. They had a 3 or 4 bedroom house and he had a housewife on a teacher's salary.
Yeah.
Right. Now he was a vice principal or a principal by that time, but he said that he was dating his wife, and when he got engaged and got married, he got a raise because in those days, married men got paid more than single men, and you got paid more if you had kids than if you didn't have kids, and you got like a family wage, they called it, and that's another thing the feminists got rid of. But he was saying that he was when he started
the
working.
feminists got rid of the family wage.
Yeah, because under the equal pay legislation, they were saying, why does this man, the equal pay for equal work? So they were saying, well, if I work as hard as this man, why does he get paid more than I do? And the reason was because he has kids and a wife at home and you don't, right?
Right.
And so they got rid of that. So since then, wages have stagnated. Men haven't been able to collectively bargain to increase their wages. And so a guy in the 70s, right, who does the exact same job, he has more money, he has more spending power than the man today who has a much more expensive job. And the reason is because of feminists and women, because they saturated the workforce. So like, if hypothetically 20% of women were to drop out of the workforce tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
That would create a demand. Right, like why do nurses get paid more now than they used to in the past? Because there's so much more demand for nurses, so they get paid more. Like a nurse. I was talking to a nurse here, and I have a friend in America who's a nurse, and they were like, I was comparing notes, and their salaries, and the Irish nurse was shocked because like an American nurse that does the exact same job as her gets paid twice as much as she does for the exact same job.
Man,
and it's just because of demand.
Nursing is crazy because there's like traveling nursing. Those people make stupid bank. Yeah. I don't understand why there's such a. Is it a demand because our population's so fucking unhealthy? I mean, it's not a supply issue because we have so many nurses.
Yeah, but it's also like medicine is becoming like, do you remember like in the old days, like someone got a heart attack, that's it, they were dead, or cancer, they were dead.
Yeah.
Now people are living longer, and I mean, it would amaze you. Like the government, I was arguing with a feminist one and a radical feminist, by the way, and I say when I say after this conversation, we were friendly beforehand, but she fucking hated me after this conversation. Right? But I was talking about, she was doing all this, women are great and yada, yada, yada. And I was basically trying to like, I don't try to fight with people, but I don't try to get personal or angry, but I try to like help them think, or like maybe tell them something they don't know to maybe make them think, but I was basically saying that like from birth to death, you live a charmed life. You live on easy mode. You live on privileges that you're not even aware of. And she's like, what? I was like, think about it. Like how much money goes into like when you're born, the hospital, the schools, the whole safety infrastructure, girls cost twice as much as boys to raise financially. Like we spend more money on girls think like women's fashion is much more expensive than men's fashion, getting your hair cut as a man versus a woman's very different, money wise.
Also, I think somebody was telling me like just the price of a razor, like they do the same damn thing, but a woman's razor I was told was more expensive than a man's razor.
Well, here's what this is interesting.
But they were complaining about having to. This is misogynistic because I'm having to pay more.
They call it the pink tax.
Okay, that's what.
Right, and there's a very and this is funny. I don't know if you know Jordan Peterson.
Oh, I love him. Yes,
so
I just
do you remember his
last book here recently again.
I hear
he hasn't been well. Actually, that movie, The Great Awakening, that reverend in there reminded me so much of him, how like he traveled and spread his message and people just flocked to his message, and then he got sick. I was like, dude, that's Jordan Peterson right there.
I remember
he's releasing his lectures. He's releasing some of his Jordan Peterson Academy stuff once a week, and it's been perfect timing.
I love
because
that, and I
needed
loved
to
his
hear it.
his old. Do you ever see his old lectures from Harvard or his old
Oh
student
yeah,
one?
long
They're
time ago.
awesome. Like 500 hours or something of them. He
Oh
was
yeah,
amazing. But
yeah.
he had a very famous TV debate with this feminist chick,
Oh God,
and the pink tax came up, right?
really?
And he gave her a great answer, but this is my answer to that question, and this is what everyone seems to forget or miss, right? And it's super obvious, and everyone misses it for some reason. I don't understand, right? Okay, so you take a man's razor and a woman's razor, okay? Okay, well, the design is always a little different, right? So you notice the female design, like the Gillette leg razors are a little, they're not exactly the same shape as the man's razor, So basically, most men, their razors are the top three most popular colors for men are black, blue, and red. Okay, and red, black, and blue are the three cheapest colors, especially red and especially black, right? But pink and yellow and all the women have a much greater variety. So if you have like 2 billion blue razors are going to cost less than a smaller economy of scale. It's all about economy of scale. So you're paying for the packaging. Women often are paying for the packaging. Like they could buy like a lot of women. Do you ever notice women like they would use their husband's razor? Do you know what I mean? I've seen women do that. But anyway, the point is women. So this is the other thing about the economy. The women were saying. So when women make the argument that the economy doesn't allow women to not work or not stay at home or for, do you know that? So here's one. Okay, so do you know how much it costs to raise a kid?
Yeah.
All right. So they say it's like between 2 and 250 over the course of the lifetime, right?
I don't believe that.
I don't believe it either. It depends, right? I remember when I was a kid, they said it was 16 or 17,000. That was seemed a lot of money, right? But and inflation is a big part of that. But and choices you can do it for. Like,
are we adding like just housing, the extra cost of an extra room and extra utilities, extra food? Extra, like,
this would include and it would include clothes and their entertainment and education. It's just the dentist.
I don't know, mate.
But basically, I think over the course, you can see it happening though. Like if you take the average man, the average working class man over the course of his lifetime, how much money goes through his hands. It's a lot of money. We spend a lot of money on a lot. Like you ever see those people like and they work out how much they spend on coffee? Like Starbucks, like I was a woman and she was mystified by how many thousands a year she was spending on this coffee.
Yeah.
But basically, women are spending enough money on hair, makeup, clothes, all of that stuff, right? If you add it all up.
Oh, yeah.
Right. You could probably the average family that has 1 or 2 kids could probably afford a second or a third or fourth child if you covered the money. Like the women spend more money on hair. The average woman spends more money on hair and cosmetics and clothes than she does on her child. Meaning it's cheaper. It costs more to maintain a woman than it does to educate a child.
I believe that. Only because I'm a hairstylist and I know how much I charge. Only for hair. And I know, I mean, I don't see them anymore, but I used to have clients that got all the things done.
So it was funny. There was actually a video. There was I don't know if it's interesting, but it was a black girl in England, right? And she was talking about these videos where these, I don't know, there's depending people's algorithm, what women look at. It's like I have no interest in, right? But so apparently there's a thing on the internet where these women will bitch about their hair or bitch about getting their hair done or complaining about like the cost of, and there's like a whole subgenre. And anyway, she was talking about like black women who are going to white women to get their hair done because they're better at it, you know, and you know, feeling guilty that like why is this white lady so much nicer? You know,
yeah.
But I just think that the other problem as well. One of the problems I find with women in government. Okay, women are okay. The radical feminists, they hate themselves. They hate femininity. They resent. Sorry, I remember where I was going. So I was looking in 17th century census data, okay, and the Industrial Revolution, and I was looking at the UK and America. And when I tell you how boring this is, right? You know, like it's
Shane, my new favorite YouTube channel is Boring History for Sleep, and I fucking love that channel.
Oh.
I've heard so much based shit. I recently heard about a chick that was responsible. She came from a family of super inbred people that just kept marrying very closely to keep the family circle. Yes. One of the chicks, apparently she had trouble not having miscarriages and having viable offspring. So
was it Juanita?
She convinced her husband that it was God punishing her because all the Jews in the community who lived there.
I think I know who you're talking about, but I'm a little, because there's been more than one Jew problem and more than one princess who did that.
Right.
Because like your woman, do you remember your woman? You know, Christopher Columbus, is Ferdinand and Isabella. Did you ever hear them?
No.
So Columbus was Italian, and he wanted to prove that the world was round and that there was a new world, you know, to the, you know, west of the Atlantic, and we went around to all the royals to try fund his expedition, and she funded him, and she gave him enough money to fund for 3 ships, the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria, and he thought he was going to Asia, but he ended up discovering the continent of America. And a further expedition, another guy he brought with him, an Italian cartographer, map maker called Americo Vespucci, and that's where America comes from. He named America after himself, right? So, and then anyway, but some of these women, like when people, like, this is another thing that bothers me about people know nothing about the past. They know nothing about and what they think they know. What they think they know is a lie.
Right.
So when we were, I'll get back to the census in a while. When we were talking about this medical misogyny thing, so they were talking about, so you know, when women, they go to these are crazy feminist bitches on Twitter, right? So they're complaining about medical misogyny, and they're saying that, you know, when you get like your smear test and you go to the obstetrics and all that stuff, and the thing, you know, the device, you know, the clamp thing, you know, what's it called? You know, it's the cervical thing. You know, when they're taking the metal thing, you know, the
what is that called? Yeah.
Anyway, so they were saying that this is that they're saying this device is evidence of medical misogyny, that it's cold and that it's, you know, unpleasant and it's painful, and you know
what's crazy? I've been through 3 different people that gave me said exam, 2 women and a man. And the man was the only one that warmed it up first.
Yeah. Well,
so I kept him.
Which this is the thing. It's crazy. Like the women, like it's. I was slight distracted, but every woman I know that's successful, right, or that is good, like has good stories about men, and like the most successful woman I've ever listened to talk was she was like the CEO, like a Fortune 100 investment bank, right? And she was saying that the reason she was successful, she said that she wasted 20 years of her career with feminism and politicking
and
and
competing
competing and
against men
conspiring.
instead of working with them and allowing them to do
Exactly.
things for you.
Exactly. She
No,
said that
it's easy.
she said that it was male mentorship. It was basically
Yes,
a light bulb moment. She just went up and said, "Why don't I just ask the men for help?"
right.
Right? And the men were happy to help. You
They
know, and
always want to help. They
mm,
love to teach people things.
I was so a friend of mine was she was traveling somewhere, and she was saying that she was like, you know, when people get their carrier bags, and a lot of women are notorious for carrying too much luggage, you know. Anyway, but so
Yeah.
she's at some place and she's alone, and she's got two bags and they're kind of heavy, and she's like, oh fuck, it's gonna be a nightmare. And so basically, she says she got there. One man picked up her bags, brought them to the checkout. Another guy, when she got out of the same thing happened. So she never had to carry her bags the whole way through. Someone did it for her.
Yeah.
Like men will help. Men, like somebody was, there's this other, I'm surrounded by crazy feminists, but there was this other crazy, like she was saying that, oh, men, you know, they do this thing, whatever men say, they will try and make a talking point that it's not true. You know, like they'll say that men don't protect people. Or when have men ever protected anyone, you know? I was looking at
self-admission.
Well, somebody was do you know the guy, the Australian guy, Alexander Grace?
Yes.
Do you know him?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love him. Love him. But he said something. Man. He said something recently in a video, and it's true. He said, like, with feminists, it's like every allegation is a confession.
It is.
You know,
it is.
It's always them projecting.
Yeah, and what's crazy is I witnessed over the past couple of days a crazy bitch circle jerk session.
And
it was like they were all confessing what the crazy bitches were doing, but then trying to blame somebody else for it. Like it's always that. Like there's a little bit of truth to it, but it's like they're pointing in the wrong direction. I don't understand that confession projection thing.
Well, yeah, and it's sort of like it's like, I don't know who said it first. It might have been Thomas Sowell that might have said it first, but he was saying that, like, how when you've been so used to privilege or special treatment, that being treated equally feels like oppression to you. You know?
Yeah.
So a lot of these women have been so spoiled and so treated well that any, you know, that even being treated as an equal is to them offensive. Like you see it in, like, I've in social situations, I've had issues with women, and they, like, you know, usually over subjects like this, and they'll snap, and other women will say, see, the problem is that, like, they what's the word? It's like I'm having a brain fart on the actual trying to word they're actually trying to say, but it's basically like they know you're right, you know. They hate it's themselves they hate, but they feel they must rebel. You know, it's like rebellion or something. Like a child, you know, they're very, very childish, and
they're just
like
being oppositionally defiant.
Yes,
only because you said it, they have to disagree.
Well, I noticed something that you know, like this is weird. Like, if you take away DEI and just look at, like, you know, natural aptitude, women are actually doing worse now than like in the old days. Well, if you tell women that they can't do something, they will do it. Okay. If you tell them that they must do something, they don't want to do it. Okay. Or they should, like, so meaning like, so like, they were looking at, like, everyone know, what people might know the story, like, it's Jordan Peterson talked about it in Scandinavia, right? So they had, like, the difference between, like, engineering was dominated by men and nursing was dominated by women, and they wanted to equalize that. They wanted to change that, right? And they found that the feminists said, oh, well, there's all these structural barriers, and there's, you know, men are this or that and the other, and we need anyway, if you eliminate everything in blocking the way, women will not only not become engineers, there will be more nurses, meaning that if you, like, let women do what they want, they will naturally go towards more nurturing things. And if you try to make, and if you,
I mean, we see this in the workplace. You put a woman in a work environment and she's going to try to fucking smother her coworkers and take care of them. It's just
Well, the
what
other
we
thing
do.
that I was reading that they did this survey of I was reading that they did this survey of all the women working in the UK, and they found that 70 something percent of women hate working with women. That they much prefer having a male boss or being in a male dominated environment
Yeah, no,
at work.
I could probably
Because
relate to that. Hold on,
they said there's a
CJ
lot of like
in the
queen bee syndrome, you know?
I, for me, it's not that. I respect competence, and when I see women put into positions that they shouldn't be in, and they're incompetent and fuck up all the things, and or you tell them something, and then they're like, okay, yeah, well, I'll get that done, and then you follow up, and they're like, oh, sorry, I forgot. Yeah, I'll get it done, and then you follow up, and they're like, oh, well. See, the reason why I didn't get, like, I don't give a shit why you didn't follow through with what you said you're gonna do. Like, I don't get that from men. Men are like, oh yeah, good call, and then I don't have to say anything. They will. What do they say? Circle back, and they'll be like, hey, remember that thing? Took care of that. Like,
well, yeah,
easy.
but this girl was kind of saying that the difference between this my friend who was kind of she knows these people as well. She was saying that what she likes that men are more direct, right?
Yeah.
And she was like, men are more fair, right?
Yes.
Like
Yeah.
they'll like give you the benefit of the doubt, or even if they're angry with you, they'll still be fair to you, you know? Yeah. Like they'll be civil with you even when they're angry, that kind of thing. Like women will. She was kind of saying, and I've noticed this as well, and it's something I'm trying to get my head around, like the way women are pathologically opposed to just answering a question.
Oh, why are they? Why won't they just answer a question?
Yeah, like you ask them a question, like, a hypothetical question, if you choose like A or B, and the resistance to making the choice, they can't like make a decision and live with it. They always have to hedge their bets or give a 5-minute preface that they're not offending anybody before they make their choice. You know what I'm talking about? Like they can't say, like, you ask them like like you see on those whatever podcasts.
Yeah, but Shane, hold up, back that up a little bit. I can also say that is also true with male feminists. So I don't know if it is a sex difference thing. I think it is an ideologically infected lying thing.
Yeah,
like people that don't have a very, very straightforward relationship with the truth or the confidence to speak it. I think they're gonna tiptoe around certain topics.
Well, yeah, there is a lefty Marxist kind of. I don't know, the way they talk and the way they ask questions is very snaky. Have you noticed that? Like they just ask a series of questions, and that they put you on the defensive by they try, and then when you get them back, they can't handle it at all. There was somebody
they deflect. Hold on, Shane. But before we continue, CJ wrote contrarian because I said oppositionally defiant. I'm thinking like
contrarian is that's another one.
Yeah, but it's different than oppositionally defiant. Contrarian. Okay, so someone who has rejected popular or majority opinions and deliberately takes an opposing or counterintuitive stance about the majority opinion. When I say oppositionally defiant, I mean these crazy bitches fucking hate men. They see men as their opponent. So whatever these men say, they're always going to argue with.
Yeah, and I've seen these women, like some of these women, they think, right, that anyone who disagrees with them is their enemy. It's not that they're wrong. It's their enemy. I heard someone say that these women, and this is just a theory of his, that he was saying that he thinks that these women, they have the mentality of like people living in an occupied country in wartime. Right?
Well, yes. Hold on, Shane. That is true because they have been emotionally terrorized into believing that anybody who speaks ill of their ideology or their identity as feminists are the enemy. And they want to take their rights away, and they want to put them into slavery because in the entire history of forever,
they also
women
think
had no
that
rights.
So on Twitter, I meet a lot of these weird people on Twitter. So anyway, so we have these. Do you ever see something called a Twitter Space? Ever seen that?
I've heard of it.
So it's kind of like, it's sort of like, imagine if you have the chat there below us in the chat. Now imagine everyone in the chat, they could put their hands up and people could join this conversation now, and we could have like 10 people talking, right? But you know, and it's basically like comments on YouTube with voice. You can do it in voice, and you can like we can have a chat here for a few hours, and then when we're done, then we can invite people to come up and talk to us. And you know, anyway, on these things, what I noticed what the women do is they never shut the fuck up, and that's all they do.
Yeah.
Right. And they filibuster, and by doing that, they make sure that nothing can get done. I mean, I was watching. I was so you know the stuff that we talk about, manosphere, MGTOW, feminism, all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
I was watching a clip from a talk show. You know that guy Bill Maher. You know that guy tonight with Bill. I was watching his show in the fucking 90s. Okay.
Yeah.
And they were talking about the exact same things we're talking about now, and they were but less like crazy in some areas, you know. But like we've been talking about these issues for decades. I was watching a great. Do you know that lady? Her surname starts with a V, Vanker or something. Something Vanker. She wrote like she's an anti-feminist, and she wrote like. Hang on, Susan. She writes great stuff anyway, and she's a very famous anti-feminist. But she's the niece of do you know the chick? What was it? Phyllis Shapley? Do you remember her?
I've heard of her. She
led the anti-feminist campaign against feminists in the 70s and the 80s. And she was a Republican, and she was conservative, and her area of specialty was like foreign relations. Like she was like an international politics nerd. And somehow she got pulled into feminism when they started doing this equal rights amendment thing.
I don't know if it's a somehow she got pulled in. I think any women that do that want to do that want to be involved in politics, I think they already have a tinge of that in them, because that's technically a man's lane.
Well, no, it is a man's lane. And when I say like, if you look at her work before she got involved in feminism, I mean, she was already like in her 40s, and she was married with kids, and she had a career, you know. But she beat the feminists. This is what people forget, right? Is that like she won those debates. It was when she was really. They did a TV movie, and they had Cate Blanchett play her recently, and she's very good.
I've heard about that.
Yeah, and she was one of these people. She's basically very conservative, and she's like not talking about herself. Like she's like, people like me will be fine. I'm just talking about regular women here, you know. And she basically countered the feminine. And some of these debates are there. And I'll send you some of her stuff. She's brilliant. You want to hear her talk? Like she's really smart, you know.
But then how if she won anything? How did it get so out of hand?
Because what they did, so. You'll notice. Well, one thing I'll say is right. First, do you remember like Phil Donahue?
He had a mustache, right?
No, he had gray hair and glasses. Talk show host. He was like Oprah. But Oprah.
Oh no, Geraldo had the mustache, right?
Yeah, Geraldo. Okay. Yeah, but there's like he's like a male feminist going crazy at her, like for fighting against feminism back in the 70s.
Really?
Yeah, it's really good. Like, and she has some wonderful. Like, there's lots of these like talk shows from the archives are wonderful. Like people like it's like there's I don't know, there's so I was looking at so like talk about politics, you know, and immigration and all this and what's going on in England and Ireland, whatever. But there was a famous British politician, and he gave a speech in the 60s predicting what was happening today, right? And they crucified him. But he basically said, if we open our borders and we start letting all these people in, and he started listing all the problems, and he said there will be division and there'll be blood in the streets. And I was listening to him. There's a very good clip, and it's him in 1972, and he's visiting New York, and he's on some American talk show, and there's some British guy, and it's like a British lefty, And the way the left go, that they're pathological and they're always the same. And they've got this. All I find about them is they have hatred and contempt, deep reservoirs of it. Do you ever notice, like, when they're angry, and they're always like somebody, your woman was when she was talking about feminism, she said the weird contradictions, how they will, like, like feminists will defend Bill Clinton, they'll worship Hillary Clinton, like,
Right.
do you know
Why do you think that is? Feminists know that Hillary Clinton was actually the one. Bill let his wife go around and promote feminism throughout every fucking country.
And she, with the other thing is, but so like Bill was fucking everybody,
Yeah.
and she knew, and Bill raped several women, and she knew, and she covered it up, and she destroyed those women. Right? She also, as a lawyer, defended pedophiles. And back in the old days, when you had, the way now, like if a child is in court, like they can do that, speak to them in camera, do the interview separately, and they, so that the kid's not in court, they have a thing where it's like a procedure where you're not, but basically in the old days, this is in the 60s and 70s, she got a child who had been the victim of a pedophile, and she crucified that girl to the point, broke her on the stand and got the guy off, and she, like, remember the Monica Lewinsky thing? She went into the war room, she had like a war on the campaign and in the White House. She ran his defense for anything to do with women and everything to do with women. And I think I noticed with her, she got something out of it. She was he gave her healthcare to run. Was it Medicare? That was her idea. She invented it as first lady. Never elected.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was crazy. But
yeah, no, she's done so fucking much, man. Ugh.
But like the feminists will do nothing. The stuff that's going on with the grooming gangs in the UK, or the rape gangs. You know about that?
Oh, I've heard plenty about it. And meanwhile, I'm like, where's the parents of these children?
Well, this is the thing. A lot of these kids are like the kid I was talking about in Ireland. They're kids in state care. They're foster kids.
Why?
So a lot will happen.
Hold on, Shane. What mother in the right fucking mind would let the government take their child?
And how bad does she have to be for the government to take her child?
Right.
So
do we blame an outcome and try to, blame everything on a symptom of a fundamental problem, or do we focus on the fundamental problem? Like, I mean, okay, you get rid of the rape gang. Okay, that kid's still fucked up. The state still took the kid from the mother. The mother still didn't do her fucking job. Like, where should the intervention be exactly?
Yeah, and there's always a never-ending series of excuses for everything that women do. You know?
Oh yes.
Yes. They literally this woman in the UK, I think she's the most powerful woman in the British government. And she wants to, she's actually considering eliminating prison for women. She doesn't think prison is effective for women. Yeah. Yeah, sorry.
Maybe she's right.
Well, it's not okay, so
hold up, Shane. What does she have that she thinks is better and more effective for women?
Therapy and extra support and money spent, mental health, these
nothing like public shaming and flogging and make an example and nothing like that.
No, nothing like that. No, and obviously this woman is if you actually knew this woman, she's horrible. She's Muslim as well. Sorry, but these women. Do you know that female violence is up 40%?
Mm.
and male
Is
violence is down.
is it up 40%, or are more people actually reporting it?
But this is we're talking about like street violence, like getting into altercations in the street, or like violent. It's not like domestic violence. This is like common, like something like I saw a survey that said that 35% or 33% of women in Europe have been the victim of a physical assault by another woman.
Mm.
So like women are in more danger from other women than they are from men.
No, I believe that.
Yeah, and most you'd be like we like dramatically underestimate how dangerous women are and how overestimate how dangerous men are. Like I saw this this is heartbreaking, right? It was a very it was on TV about a month ago over here, but it was a domestic violence case with a male victim, and Jesus Christ, this woman, and it's one of those like, yeah, it has a happy ending, so like, okay, good, but she abused him for 20 years. Okay. And she basically did the sort of, what's her name, Johnny Depp's wife, that no one's going to believe you, that. And so what he did was he at some point, and this guy is like a sweetheart, like this is like this guy, like he's like, his mom died when he was a kid, and he's like really nice, big giant of a man, wouldn't harm a fly, like came from a poor family, but ended up in doing really well financially, totally practically raises the kids himself, and she was anyway, he recorded everything, and he got like amounted, it got so, and you want to hear the point I was getting at is that she's a tiny little woman and he's a huge guy, and she was like, if a man won't hit you back, you can do a lot of damage,
Yes.
You know what I mean? It's and like, I gotta say, like, when I say, if you actually saw, like, okay, so the police officer in charge of the investigation was a woman, and she was like her, like this documentary had like the home footage, video, audio from the police and recording investigation, body cam footage, and it had like the police talking about it afterwards. Like, and the woman was saying like, it was like what she did to him was crazy. Like, she like, it was really, really bad. And like, she was they were kind of saying that like, she also, when somebody so basically he told one friend, this has been going on for years, like 20 years she'd been doing this, like, and he finally cracked and told one friend, and that friend told the police, and then the police got involved. And once the police got involved, and they, she immediately accused him of domestic violence and tried to do the whole thing, right? And what's wonderful was the police were just like, we could just tell immediately she was the villain. And he was and it happens a lot more than people think. Like, it really does. Like I'm not going to get, sorry, I want to get rid of this, clear the census thing off my brain. But so in America, during the Industrial Revolution, right, the workforce, women were always in the workforce. They were always a gigantic, like, even in heavy industry, heavy manufacturing, 40-something% of women, of the employees, were women back in the old days. I'm talking like in England or in America, in shipyards, manufacturing, heavy, they were all over the place. And there were always, the only women who didn't work were married women, right? So what happened is women went to school, they left school, they got a job. They had to work in some factory, they got some shitty job, but then they looked around, they married as quickly as possible, and they got out of that job, and they went home and started having a family. And then there were always about 20% of the entire workforce who were single females who never married and never had kids, right? Yeah. And they're the first feminists, right? But those women were always, the reason was, right, when women got married, they lost their job, but the job was earmarked for another girl. So the point, you made way, you get to a certain age, you get married, you drop out, then another girl gets out of school, she gets that job, and everybody, they messed with that system. Oh, the other thing they messed with, and this is what's really scary, is that when women were in that role, that mother, caring, nurturing role, they were transmitting an awful lot of social information and cultural information that's now not being transferred, right? And that's how the schools and the feminists and that got into kids' heads, like the Jordan Peterson. This is when he started blowing up first, and when he was doing these speaking tours, and he was on. I heard him on British radio, and he was talking about his tours, and he was saying that he about all these young men that were coming to him, and he was saying that he was talking to some kid who was like just delighted to meet him. He said he saved his life, his books. He said that he had gone through his entire education without being encouraged once.
Yeah.
Like it's, and some of these went like there was something else. Sorry, I don't know if this is a bit too. I don't know if you want to hear this. We also have the wokies. It's all the problem. You can trace all of these problems back to the root. And I hate to admit it, you got to trace it back to the women, right?
I mean, the hand that rocks the cradle is the hand that rules the world. The current cradle rockers don't even give a shit about children, and they want to fucking kill everybody.
But what's crazy?
And have lesbian sex parties. That's all they want.
People forget how important a mother is to a child and man. Like I was, do you ever read about do you ever hear the Russian czars? Do you ever hear of them?
I think so.
Well, they were like emperors or kings, right? Or queens, right? But they were the most power, they had absolute power over their populations, right? Like no constitution, no civil rights, you're slaves to them, okay? Like they had almost religious power, like divine, godlike power, right? And the point I'm getting at is that it was one of these guys, he was one of the most famous, one of the Peter the Great, his name was, right? He basically built the Russian Empire, but he had that much power, okay? And he went to war with everybody, and crazy stories, but the only person in the whole world who could tell him what to do was his mom.
Yeah.
He's a man in his 20s, and he's built a navy, and he builds himself a flagship, right? Like a warship to sail on. And his mother tells him that she doesn't want him going at sea because she's afraid the boat will sink and he can't go to sea. So he has to wait until his mom dies before he can get on a fucking boat. That's it, right? I'm telling you, right?
Yeah.
Every man I've ever looked into, if you throw me famous names from history, like Hitler or like Genghis Khan, whatever, there's a woman behind every one of those men.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
Or Hitler, or several women. Sometimes there's more than one woman, like sometimes, and it's some of these stories, and the other thing about the medical misogyny. So they invented a new type of this device, right? That is, it's designed, it's not metal and it's not cold and it's made of plastic, right? So, and it's designed anyway, and all these feminists were going ballistic, going wonderful, because look at these women in design. See, finally, women are here now, and we designed this new thing, and aren't men horrible? And they designed this horrible thing to make it uncomfortable for us because they're misogynists and they fucking hate us.
Right.
They're doing all this shit, and I'm listening there, and all these women are arguing. I'm sitting there getting very angry, right? Because I'm a nerd that I am, and I know my history, and I also read the news religiously. So I knew that these two Dutch inventors, they did invent a device, yes, but a Danish man invented the same device 20 years ago that did the exact same thing, and they're just reinventing it and claiming to have reinvented the wheel. And here's one for you. The actual device itself that they're complaining about, if you go back far enough, it was invented by a woman, a French woman who was a midwife, and she famously invented the modern obstetric tool that we use now. And another man took her design and mass produced it, but it was a woman's invention. And she took, and originally, if you go way even back further, you'll find that the device was originally designed for men. That it was designed. Yeah, it was designed in ancient Greece as a battlefield trauma weapon or a tool. So, like, if someone has a stab wound and they could to keep the thing open, they would
Yeah.
insert and then stretch it out so they could investigate the wound and stop the bleed. And they also used it for piles and problems with the rear. And swear to God, it was much more primitive. But like none. This is the other thing as well. None of these women do any research at all.
Yeah.
And they all lie through their teeth. They'll tell you they know everything, but they like. So I was. Have you ever the Helen of Troy story?
The new one.
Oh yeah, the new one. That's another thing. Oh fuck, I'm gonna start.
The new one. The.
It's going to be an abomination.
Oh my God.
Did you see who they got as her? Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
tranny with a black woman.
Yeah, the Peter. She is the.
So why? So ultimately, lesbians ruined that story.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Ultimately.
Yeah. Oh, and they
because only a crazy lesbian would be okay with a woman pretending to be a man. Like, it's still a lesbian at the end of the day.
She's a nut. Did you see her? I don't know if you remember, but she went on one of the late night talk shows before she did the transition, and she lost it about Mike Pence. And she was basically accusing Mike Pence of like being responsible for gay people getting killed everywhere, and it was like hysterical. She was hysterical. And
why? What, Shane? Let's go to the title of this stream. Why do you men allow the insane women of our society to destroy all the things? Why?
It's hard to say. How to put it, a lot of people, I find I think like 80% of people are just so busy living their lives, they're not paying attention, and the world sneaks up on them. A lot of the same thing it happened to me at a certain point. Like I was busy living my life, and I was watching TV one night, and it was some American show, and the amount of evil leftism I heard, and it shocked me. And it was. I remember it was. I won't bore you with the show, but it was something about abortion, right? And there was the clip, basically like an affluent woman who was in love with the man, and the man was in love with her, and he was rich and handsome, and everything would have been fine, but she decided she didn't want the baby. And they basically, like, she gets an abortion and keeps it a secret, and it's all like all the women conspire to keep it from him, and he actually never finds out about it. And I was just like, that's fucking evil. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, they make, I mean, I don't know, like the propaganda starts now in infancy, and kids are addicted to pads and phones before they get to school, and the pads are killing. I've been doing some part of research. They say that the real problem with the schools was when they switched from pen and paper to computers, right? That being tactile in that way gets muscles going in your brain that typing doesn't, and information. The other thing they did was it wasn't so much in the old days, right? Like the class went as slowly as it took till everybody knew the lesson, and we didn't go past the subject. So even if it took an extra long bit of time for one particular lesson, and then you might have to, the idea was that each successive step of your education made you better for the next one. So what happened was we stopped that, and there were kids that were always more brighter than the other kids, and they had this, we can't leave kids behind and make them do the year again. So then they started passing everybody, when they shouldn't have, because some kids are more developed, and some kids can be, faster than the year and could go up a grade, and they started doing. And once they took the pen, and they had the basically, since they introduced the screens, literacy has gone down. Okay. There are 20% of the US adult population cannot read. 50% read at a 6th grade level, and 80% of those in these both groups are women, by the way. So there are adults now. People are so used to screens and they're used to icons and buttons that they can't really read. And they like pretend to read. They're like, they'll pick up words here and there. But and when you actually understand that, right, and you and listen to the dialogue that we hear on mainstream media or social media, it explains an awful lot, because it's why the dialogue is so bad, because people are dumb, and they, like, you will also hear, do you ever notice with women, you will hear a lot of repetitive phrases?
Yes.
They're like parrots. They parrot whatever they hear back.
Puppets, yeah.
Yeah. Like, and there are women that will and they think they're like inventing new things, but they're really just repeating what they've heard, and they don't really understand it, Like, I had this, it was another woman, and this was a completely different subject, right? But we were both reading the same paragraph of a book, and she completely missed the meaning of it. She read it, and I heard her read it out loud, and she was reading it out loud, and she read it, and she just did not get it. And she still, to this day, does not get it. Like, they literally can't comprehend, and it's something that's not really, and what was funny was, like, she was disagreeing with me and telling me, what was wrong, and showing me like explanation, and the explanation said I was right, and she just didn't get it. It just was over their heads. And I was I was not messing with her, but I was like, having fun. And I kind of like, I asked her, like, we were disagreeing about something, and it was basically, I got her to read something else, and she was editing it. She was leaving out the words that that would have made me right. I swear to God, and when I tell you, like, we were arguing with the fucking Bible, like, so it's not like it was like.
But Shane, I'm not sure that that's just a female problem. I think that's a feminism problem. I had a male feminist try to tell me that paying for car insurance was the same as that back when we had Obamacare. And I filed my taxes, and because I didn't pay for health care because I'm healthy and I pay cash, I got charged a lot of fucking money at the end of the year because I didn't have it. And then he was trying to say car insurance was the same thing. What, you don't carry car insurance? And I was like, no, that's different. And he's like, no, it's the same. He's like, it's insurance. I'm like, no. Personal health insurance has to do with my body. That's it. My car insurance, if I hit somebody, I'm paying for that because just in case I harm somebody else. He could not get it in his mind that those are two different types of things. He's just, I'm like, you're comparing apples to oranges here. He's like, they're both insurance. I'm like, but they're not. Like, because you wanted to pass some shit with your blue team, I had to pay more money because what? I don't have to pay a lot of money per year because I'm healthy?
Yeah, and as memory serves, wasn't the thing with Obamacare that, like, the people to cover more people who weren't covered, the people who were already covered had to pay more money to cover everybody else? Is that right?
No, I because I didn't pay. I don't.
No,
I mean,
health insurance used to be cheaper in America than it is now. It was Obamacare made things worse, but it covered more people, wasn't that it?
No, it's always been expensive. No, but the people that chose not to pay into that scam were charged money at the end of the year when we filed their fucking taxes. Extra money for not participating in the scam.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I did read something else. There was
that was involuntary theft out of my pocket.
But there was somebody was saying that, like, women spend more money on healthcare. As women are more, I think, because of childcare and things like that, women spend a lot more time with the health system, and women are more likely to go to the doctor than a man is, and they're more likely to spend money on their, like, women don't view health or education as a waste of money in any way. even if it's lesbian basket weaving, they sometimes think it's valuable, you know. But but women do get a lot of out of pocket expenses, you know. Apparently, than men do. Although it's I was looking at some health thing, you know, and another thing that drives me crazy. You know, the feminists complain about women dying in childbirth.
Mm.
That's a rabbit hole to go down, right? Because okay, the numbers are infinitesimally low in the United States, right? And they will tell you that the United States has the worst maternal mortality in the world. Right? I've heard them say this.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Great conviction.
And black women disproportionately, even though if you look at like the actual physical health of mothers, obesity.
Well, yeah. You know why? You know why? You know why it's disproportionately black. Yeah. And apparently this is true for the rest of the women as well. That the number in America would be lower, but for obesity.
Yep.
So and the age. Here's this. I say this, and women think it's a good thing, and it's actually a terrible thing, and they don't seem to get it. Right, but women in their 40s are now having more babies than teenagers or women in their 20s, right?
Yep, I heard that. Anne Hathaway just announced she's pregnant.
Mm-hmm. Oh, she's like 43. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, There's somebody. There was somebody else who had a kid. Oh, do you know who? Do you know the? I like this actress, right? But do you remember the Italian actress from the 90s, Monica Bellucci? Do you remember her?
No, I don't.
Gorgeous, very Mediterranean, and she was one of those like models that like ate pasta. You know, it's like she wasn't skinny. You know, but she didn't get married until she was in her late 30s, and she didn't have her first kid until she was like 42.
Yeah.
But like when I say this, like she was cast as like a James Bond girl in her 50s. You know, like she's gorgeous, and she was in she was in like do you remember the Dracula movie in the 90s? Do you remember the one with Gary Oldman?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember the scene where like Keanu Reeves is on a bed and there's like female vampires are at him? She was one of them. She was one of them. Yeah, like she's gorgeous.
But you know what, Shane? Those women right now are going to inspire the younger ones to have babies, because that's just kind of how that works. Like I love seeing. I saw a magazine the other day, and I had Rihanna on the cover with her baby, and I was like, "See, this is beautiful. Like this is what young girls need to see. Mothers with children, like."
Yeah. There was some.
I can't wait for Taylor Swift to start popping out kids, man. That's gonna make the feminists.
Oh, but did you see they were so angry at her?
Yep.
And then their album, and they were like, "Oh my God, how dare she be happy?"
Right.
Or did you see the chick? She was on TikTok, right? And she was famous for doing this never get married shit, anti-man stuff. And she was like, "Never get married," and then all the women were going crazy because she got engaged and she got married. And she was like, you know, we're like, "How could you do this to us?" You know, these women now.
But they have a legit complaint. They've been following these feminist idols that have been leading them down the wrong path, and then they open their eyes to what they're actually doing, and they feel betrayed, as they should.
There's a guy. Do you know the channel Manosphere Highlights Daily?
Yes.
Yeah. So I was watching a video of his, and it was an interview with this actress, and she's like in her 60s, and she's a black lady, and she was like she was in like Fresh Prince of Bel-Air with Will Smith. She was like Will Smith's mom, and she's basically like Black America's mom. You know, she's like she's always the auntie or the old mom character. She's been like 250 different things, right? But she was basically on, and she was talking about her body count of like 70 men and her 4 engagements that never ended in a marriage, and all the crazy shit she did, and she was like. She was talking about like, oh, well, she was saying that like what she's learned in life is that her body is a temple, and that she shouldn't have done all that stuff, and that it ruined her life, and it made her, you know, and she's like, but we didn't know, she said. I was like, you know, and I'm like, Like, I was like, no, that's bullshit. You knew.
Yeah.
Every woman who has ever lived, especially a woman who's like in her like pushing 70 now. So you're talking about like the 1940s. But yeah, every fucking girl was warned and told.
It was
and told
known. It was
yeah.
known.
I mean,
Yeah.
like boys and girls were like segregated. It was like, you know, every, you know what I mean? It was like, and it still happened. You know what I mean? I'm like, they got like every girl was told that every boy wants one thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
and you know, it's and every girl got pulled aside by her aunt or her cousin or the older, and you know, and oh, it was one thing interesting, right? This is a slight tangent. Yeah, I see. Part of this is like childish psychology. I think the women are sort of childish, right? And they never kind of get past that, you know?
Yeah.
Right. And like when women are very upset or very angry, the child voice comes out, you know, or the tears, you know, and the little, you know, it's like their little girl again, you know? But where I was going with it, the hatred of men runs deep and it's old. And it goes back to, do you ever hear the remember the old nursery rhyme? Or like children, what's it? Girls are made of sugar and spice and all things nice. Do you know that one?
Boys are slugs and snails and puppy dog tails.
Yeah, think about that. Now that it was a girl wrote that. You know what I mean? And you know what I mean? And we transmitted it through the generations. So
Yeah.
it continues. And like,
Yeah.
I know that like all little kids are like, girls are icky or boys are, you know, gross and all that. And I understand that, right? But the mentality never goes away. And there's a certain amount of women who always, you know, they pathologically reject or hate men, you know? Or there was some, I mean, some women are like, will make out that they're afraid of men because of like it's the size difference, but that's bullshit. They just use that as a weapon, you know.
I believe that fully, that they use that as a weapon.
Like,
I believe
especially
that.
when you actually and this is like when you actually do read the stats and you know the stats and you know their lies and you hear them, their talking points, you know, it's very, it's, you know, they're very predictable. You know, but
Yeah.
women actually like no, but like in almost every area except for like murder, women, you know, can be like. Do you ever hear of the do you ever hear of a writer called Kipling? Do you ever hear him?
Who?
Do you ever hear the Jungle Book?
Yeah.
Yeah, the guy that wrote the Jungle Book. He had a very famous poem called "The Female of the Species," right? And it's basically he's sort of like saying that women are more dangerous than men, right? And he compared the animal kingdom, and if you look at like the female of a species tends to be more dangerous than the male. There are exceptions, like you know, like a female tiger is more dangerous than a male tiger, or like like the praying mantis or the black widow or all But he's basically saying women are dangerous. He's there's a great on him. Anytime I'm ever talking to a younger guy, and there's a great one of his poems, and it's just perfect. It's wonderful advice. It's like in the poem, it's a father giving advice to a son, and it's like, and he goes through if you can do A, B, all these things, then you're a man. And the advice is just wonderful. It's like, if you can be a good loser, it's all these wonderful wisdom things. Anyway, brilliant. There's a great I forgot it. Sorry. Yeah, but these women, the other part of it is there's a danger. They know that complaining is good, that it works, right? That the squeaky wheel gets the grease. And if they, like all leftists, if they continue to attack and attack and attack and attack and attack and attack, and they wear people down, like they, what's her name in the 70s won that award, but they never accept, they don't think that the rules apply to them. They don't think there's any reason they should be fair, right? They don't see why they shouldn't be able to lie about you,
Right.
Yeah.
Which is weird.
because they're doing everything in their cause. You see, it's all for the
Right,
cause.
right. It's almost retaliatory for
Yeah,
something they them did not even experience.
yeah,
It's
and see, they
it's
think,
because they heard this story and got emotionally terrorized about this one
yeah,
woman one
and they
time.
also hear do you remember a couple of years ago? Do you remember there was a stink because Netflix made a documentary about Cleopatra? Remember Jada Pinkett Smith made it, and they cast a black Cleopatra.
Mm-mm.
Did you hear about that?
No.
Well, there's a lot of that going around, but basically they're basically saying that like Cleopatra was, Cleopatra was white, she was Greek,
Yeah.
and but this woman was saying, basically Jada Pinkett Smith and several other women involved in the show were like, they were like, whatever the history books tell you, my grandmother and her mother and her mother's mother's mother said that Cleopatra was black, right? So they all think, and this is where they go with. That's like the level of history we're talking about here. Like they they will say like,
Wait, Shane, you said earlier the history books were wrong. So
well,
were
they
they
are
right
wrong,
about that?
but we see the art of history, right?
Yeah.
It's not that it's wrong, right? It's not that it's a lot. It's that they leave information out, you know.
Okay.
So it's like telling lies with the truth,
Mm.
It's like how a politician does it. Like, it's the old saying that half of history is covering up what really happened,
Yeah.
But like I can give you examples of stuff that like would what I mean is like there are lies and there are lies. There
But
are
you know what? That also could be true, that passed down in that family. All the women in that family probably told the women of the next generation that Cleopatra was black, just like they probably tell them Jesus was black. Like,
well, yeah, they
that could
do,
also
yeah.
be true.
But do you know what's weird is that like there are people, and I don't mean to offend anyone who's listening to this, but there are people that actually think that Jesus was black,
Yeah.
Like, and it's like, why would he be black? You know what I mean? Think about it. Like,
Why not?
well, because one, they don't geographically arrive from there, so he should be, Middle Eastern, right? But the current population of the Middle East is not the people who used to live there thousands of years ago.
Right.
So, like, the people who lived in Egypt, thousands of years ago, are not the same people that live there today.
Right.
They're like
Right.
they're like they're ethnic Muslims now, but they didn't come until like thousands of years later. Like
who was there before?
Well, so the natural Egyptians were themselves. They were like Egyptians. They're like so before Cleopatra's people were the Ptolemies, so they were Greek. So before then, and then there was a Persian thing. So they're like Indo-European. So Indo-European is sort of like from Iran, Iraq, Egypt, Mesopotamia, what they call the cradle of civilization.
Right.
And so like do you know like the famous pyramid, the biggest one, the one in Giza, like the he's Ramesses Pharaoh, like he's a redhead, a guy with red hair,
Right.
Yeah, I swear to God. Right. And
Are you saying people moved to different areas over history?
Yes. So like some people believe, or most people believe, that life began in Africa, and somehow we came from Africa, and then we traveled.
Black women are like, oh, because of the Eve gene, we birthed civilization, so you should pay us. Like,
yeah, and this is another. I'm sorry, I was getting into I'm in the middle of this fight, so this is like not over yet. But these women, they're talking about this Eve gene, and they're saying that
mitochondrial DNA, Shane. Mitochondrial DNA.
And they're saying that women, that men are a mutation, and that we're wrong or something,
right.
and that
women used to have babies with parthogenesis. Like, I've heard all kinds of weird shit.
And like, firstly, like, I hate to break it to you, but like the base, they were saying like the female base code never changes, right? Yeah. And I was like, yeah, but evolution requires change, love. Do you know what I mean? Like it's actually a good thing. And also, there's a thing that they're saying, and it sort of makes sense, right? But like, so when you're conceived, the baseline is female, and then you become male. Right. hormones, whatever happens, right? But the actual, they just do not understand the DNA thing at all. But basically, life starts around. So the region is like, we're not sure. Like today, there's like 5 or 6 countries that are all share. So it could be like a little bit of Turkey, a little bit of Iran, a little bit of Iraq. It's that area. But basically, the first language we think was called Indo-European. They called it, and that's sort of like these people. Half of them ended up in Europe, and half of them ended up in India. And that's where the Indo. And part of that, like the the other thing as well. The people that came over, they wouldn't have been black yet. Because being black is an adaptation to the sun. So, I'm saying? Here's another one. Like there were blonde Chinese people?
Yeah.
That's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
But the other thing is, well, there is something about that. Like there is oral history is a wonderful thing, and there are like a lot of history. There are like folk tales and memories and old stories that are like preserved that weren't ever written down, but we know them now in marvelous detail because they were passed down that way. Like cultural memories. Like a lot of people don't even like a lot of history plays a huge part of our lives that people don't get. Like, okay, so our marriage ceremony, wedding ceremonies.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, do you know the history of that?
No.
Okay, so weddings. Okay, it comes from the Romans. Okay, so when Rome was founded, they had a demographics problem. There weren't enough women. Most of the original inhabitants of Rome happened to be soldiers who retired, and they set up like a colony, and they were like mercenaries. And the women that were there tended to be like, prostitutes who married one of the soldiers, or like camp followers, or like support staff. Anyway, so they decided to like try, get women to come and move to Rome and live in Rome. And they went to the neighboring towns, and they sent delegations and, offered trade and peace, and let's, build families and connections and whatever. And they went to this one town, and they asked for the women, and they were rejected, right? And in such a way that insulted the Romans, and the Romans declared war, right? And they went and they took the town, and they took the women and brought them back to Rome and married them by force, right? And the original event was called the rape of the Sabine women. Okay. And what happened was, meanwhile, so they took them, and I think the idea was that, say like the team went and they kidnapped these girls, and then the guy that kidnapped you obviously didn't get you. They gave you to some stranger guy, so there was no traumatic memory or whatever. But the point was, it was about a year later before Sabine could do anything about it. They had to raise an army and build, and all that time these women were in Rome with these new men. And some of these women actually fell in love with them, and some of them got pregnant. And by the time the war was about to start, these women didn't want either men to die. They didn't want their brothers or their fathers to die, and they didn't want these new men to die. So the women came up with a solution, right? The lead woman, who happened to be the daughter of the king of the other town, she intervened, got in the middle, and separated them. And she came up with a solution, or what the women called the solution. They invented marriage, and they invented divorce. Okay. The idea was that the Romans want wives so they can have children. They want children so they can pass on their town to the next generation and build a new city. Okay, great. So we'll marry them, give them their children. They can have the children. Then those who don't love them and don't want to stay can get a divorce, and they can go home, right? The women who are married already can, will like divorce that husband. Basically all the children will be legitimate. Everyone will be respected. And the idea was that originally the deal was the women there were lots of other rules. I mean, it was more complicated. It was a great deal. The men couldn't turn it down. The deal was the deal was like the men get full custody of the children, right? Or the children are the men's property, but the women run them, and the women got unlimited access to the children, right? So unless if they got a divorce, so like if you wanted a divorce, you could always if you're a Roman woman, then you went to your father's house or your brother's house, or if you're independently wed. Oh, they also didn't mix their finances. So those women and Roman men and women didn't mix their money. So if I died, my wife didn't get anything, but my children did. And if she died, the children got her thing. And I think the idea was that like the eldest son would get the lion's share, and that they also worked out like daughters got like a dowry on their wedding day, which was like their inheritance. And a lot of women like to forget that because that's like a third of their father's estate.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
You know, and that's why boys were favored because girls were so expensive. And
girls are always more expensive.
they are.
No matter what.
The other problem was you had to give that most women got married between the ages of like 14 and 26, right?
Yeah.
Historically. So you had that long to save. And the more money you gave, the more money the dowry, the better her life, or the more respect, the more like you were judged on how much you came. So like a woman who comes to a marriage and nothing gets treated like shit by the in-laws but you know, and in some societies it's the other way around. But people like feminists will paint it like women were sold in marriage. It was actually the other way around. Men were bought. You would buy you bought a groom for your daughter.
Yeah.
Right. And the reason was, and then usually what happened was they lived off that inheritance while they set themselves up. And because boys didn't inherit until their father died. So you might marry in your teens or in your 20s, but you might have to wait until you're in your 30s or 40s before your dad dies and you inherit your money. So you have to work, get a job, and you usually what happens, and what a lot of people did, and this is true up until the 1980s at least, but all the way through back to the Middle Ages. If, hypothetically, let's say you and I were living in some medieval period, we got married. You got a third of my income every week, right? Or every month, right? And that was your housekeeping money. Women never did anything for free. So all the housekeeping, all the meals, they were paid for that. Women always were paid for that. The reason women get like half in the divorce is because the courts assume they've been doing all the domestic chores.
Right.
But they don't. And here's another one for you. This drove me insane, right? So you know that women are always bitching about how much they do and la 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 la.
Oh, what do they call it? Emotional labor?
Yeah,
that's something that I've heard recently. Emotional labor.
And then the other one is man keeping. Have you heard of that one?
Oh my God.
Yeah. So the emotional labor killed me. And the decentering men had the decentering man.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
So anyway, on the emotional labor thing, right? I have talked to some women, right? And I mean friends, like these aren't like crazy bitches, right? And women, I will admit that women do have a lot going on upstairs in their minds, right? Or worry about shit that might never happen. Yeah. Like I have been dealing with this some research on like what women think about, and it's like 60-70% of what women think about is like nightmare scenarios that might never happen.
Yeah, danger.
Yeah. So like fear. But the point is that's an awful lot of weight to carry all the time, and the more like, and especially in the modern world, right, where you're bombarded with shit all the time and multiple competing messages. And I'm going to try to tie it back to that black feminist in a while, but basically you have all of these influences on these women. Like, I like you were saying with Rihanna having a baby, but this is the thing, like every woman had women that had babies growing up. It's the propensity of women to buy the bullshit when the bullshit is being said that bothers me. And it's their ability to lie about it afterwards.
There's that too. There's absolutely a lot of that.
I mean, the same. I've seen this. I mean, the closest thing I know this sounds like a tangent, but remember COVID. COVID was a good example of how much of sheep people are.
Yeah.
You know, like
too that I'm wondering about how many. There's women that I've heard talk that didn't even hold a baby until they were in their 20s. Like never
Mm,
even held a real baby.
um, there was a
Like
video a couple of weeks ago, went viral, and it was a girl holding a baby for the first time, and she was like 21 or 22, and she just
right,
cried, and she's
right,
crying, and she's so happy. Why didn't anybody tell me they were so cute? And
right. And
and this is true.
I don't understand how that's possible. Because when I was, and maybe it's some only children, maybe because I had
Yes,
three younger siblings. I remember holding my
yes.
youngest brother. I had friends that had like like I don't know. I was
Mm.
just always around them.
Well, I noticed that as well. So I don't know. Did you have two younger siblings or one?
I had three.
You- Three. So you're four kids in your family, but most
Yeah,
my family was three kids. But most families are like one kid now. Like one
yeah,
kid is the norm. It's not like we've dramatically. It's so scary. I don't.
yeah,
When people are talking about the birth rate thing, like I don't think women especially don't seem to get it because they can't think ahead.
yeah.
I don't mean this as insulting. I mean
No,
like,
no,
you
it's
know,
true.
like
Women aren't big picture thinking like
but like
men
big
typically are.
picture, or what happens to a society, we're
Yeah,
already seeing the effects of it, right?
yeah,
Already,
yeah,
and people don't like. So if there aren't enough kids, right, the schools are going to start closing. Hospitals aren't going to be able to maintain. How are you going to, like, there aren't going to be, who are the teachers going to teach, who are we going to sell to? Who's going to replace the elder workforce that retire or dies with new people? So this is like, they're like, immigration is a band-aid because this has been
Mhm.
happening for a long time. They've been tracking this number since like, for the last 60 years, it's been in decline. Like we should, like our norm was like 2.4. Like that was like three, your 2, 3 kid family. That would have been a small family. Like a 4 kid in like the 1940s, a 4 children family was considered a small family.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Like my grandmother had 8.
yeah.
And she didn't get married until she didn't have her first kid until she was 32.
Really nice.
Yeah. She got married at 22 and spent the next 10 years trying to have a baby. And then when she
Oh.
finally gave up, then it happened.
Then it
I think it
started
was like,
happening.
yeah, I do know that's a thing, like your mind, the stress, whatever. But
Yeah.
this is this is another thing about women. Like there is. See, like the feminists lied to them and put all this extra pressure. The only the one thing I can take from history, the one thing that feminism really did change, right? And it's a negative, but they think it's a positive. But basically, the only difference is married women now have to work.
Mm.
That's the only difference, right? Because young women could work; they could always work. Older women could work. Divorced women could always work. Widows could always work.
Hmm.
And what was it? The what's the other common thing they like? There's no other thing I could think of that they say they did that they actually did,
Right. Yeah.
And
I don't.
most of that change didn't even happen until like the 70s. You know that, like it was around like the 70s that the marriage thing happened.
Yeah.
Like they there's another so part of me, like part of it goes back to the First World War, the generation of men that died in that war that probably shouldn't have died, and there was some sort of deep traumatic event that goes. So you had the first World War, the Great War, and you had the Spanish flu, right one after the other, right?
Yeah.
That wiped out like. So there was like 17 million men died in the war, and 18 million died of the flu, all in a very short period of time, and an entire generation. I mean, like if you take England for example, they lost 1 million men.
Yeah.
Think about that: 1 million of your fittest, healthiest, best educated men. And then what happened was a lot of those women that would have been with that guy remarried some other bum who wasn't as good, and creates a series of problems. And you've also got feminism has already been a thing since like the you know, the 1860s or the 1840s, and you've got your like your, you know, like, do you know about your woman, was it Wollstonecraft? Do you know her?
I've
about her?
heard of her. What, Wollstonecraft or something?
Yeah, so
I think I want to say it was Linwood who told me about her.
well, she's like, her and the other one, Stanton, are considered like the original feminists.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah.
And but like Stanton was American and this one was British. But what's interesting about her, she marries, her work is funded by a man, by the way. Her husband,
Weird.
who was like a publisher. Yeah, and he was like an ardent, like anarchist, feminist, radical kind of dude. Anyway, but her daughter is more famous than her. Her daughter is Mary Shelley. Do you ever hear her?
No.
She wrote Frankenstein.
Okay.
She was her husband. So she got wild, crazy woman, and her husband was a famous British poet. And he was like, they used to hang around with like Byron and Lord. But apparently, what there was a house party. They're all there at the fire. It's nighttime. There's a storm, and they all start telling ghost stories, right? And everyone got to make up a story, and her ghost story turned out to be Frankenstein. And they both said to her husband said to her, "Geez, that's a good story. You should write it down." And she says, "Really?" She goes, "Yeah." And he took her off to Switzerland or something on holiday, and she wrote it there. And he supported her while she did. And it was a great success. But she was. They were like crazy radical. She had his when he died, she had his heart removed from his body and kept, and wouldn't let it be buried, and she kept it preserved for the rest of her life, right? And these women, some of these women were like, they were fucking wild, crazy women. Like they were all sorts. They were like, people forget, like, do you know like the Salem witch trial?
Yeah.
You know, Salem witch. Yeah. Do you know the story about that? What happened? What the real story is?
So I heard that some little girls were lying, and pretty much
They were
little girls were lying.
teenage girls out in the woods, tripping on mushrooms, having sex with each other, and they got caught. Right?
Okay.
And what another thing people forget is that the accusations were made by women against other women mostly, and that in the original Salem event, there were 14 people executed, and something like a third of them were men. Right? So basically, there was this girl had a crush on a married man, and so she accuses his wife of being a witch so she can steal the man off. And they create, you know, once they start lying, then they get really creative. And then, you know, like when women apparently when you ever notice when women are lying, or when they're like crazy feminists, they start lying and then they just don't stop. They just keep going. And it's like,
yes, I've also witnessed their puppets do the same fucking thing.
And they'll keep on digging, and it gets that.
Yeah. And they like add this little piece, like a Frankenstein. They'll piece it together, like. Ugh.
Oh yeah, and they're really like. There was somebody I was talking to somebody else about this. Is the way like women will lie about each other and try to destroy each other's reputations.
Oh yeah.
And,
Dr. Fiona Gherkin calls that relational aggression.
I love her. I started following her
too. Do you love her?
When did I start following her? A couple of months ago, I think. I'm only on to her a couple of months, but I was there was something there was one of her videos, and I shared it with a female friend because she was complaining about the same problem. It was about like like the workplace narcissist.
Yes.
She's really good. I like her. And do you know what else I like?
She's a mom, by the way.
Oh, I'm sure. All the best women are. Yeah. You know the woman in the other Australian one, Bettina Arndt? Do you know her?
Uh-uh.
She used to be a feminist, and she used to be I think her career was in marriage guidance and relationships and stuff like that. But after a certain period of time, she started saying, okay, well, women got what we wanted. Now let's look at the men, you know? And she started looking at what was going on with the men. And then she started getting resistance, you know?
Yeah.
And then she was like, oh, I touched a nerve here. Oh. And then she starts looking deeper, you know? And then she starts, and basically like, she's a very old lady now, because like she was around in the 70s and the 80s, but she's wonderful. She's Australian, and she's spent the last 20 years doing men's rights stuff, you know? And she had, so like, you know, like when they do, like she did that thing, you know, with like, where she'll do a college speaking tour, and the lefty woke mob come for her, like, and they attacked her like she's no lady, and they still did it, and they tried to protest her at, you know, school. But she does stuff about like sex and domestic violence, and I think Alexander Grace did something with her once, you know. But like she goes back anyway, but she's very good. Which I think she did something with Fiona recently. That's why they're connected in my mind. But I'll send you something about her. But she's a very interesting woman. She was saying like how the little, you know, how women exploit men. Like how, like, you'll look at a sports game and they'll be wearing pink hats to raise money for breast cancer, right?
Right.
Yeah, and she's like,
right.
and he was complaining about that. She was saying, why can't they raise money for, you know, men's cancer? Why the hell do women?
Cancer.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And I remember what I was talking about. Sorry, the death in child. Less than 300 women a year die in the US from, and it's like 2021 was a particularly bad year, and that was COVID was a complication that made it worse. Right, but basically the numbers are around 220 a year, right, which is nothing. Right.
So how many pre-existing comorbid fucking diseases do these women have?
Well, yeah, and age and obesity is a major factor, right? But the other thing that people don't consider is if you take abortion, almost as many women die from things that, you know, complications due to abortion, right? And almost as many women die from IVF complications as well. So the numbers are really small, right? And if you actually take the entire world, like they say America is like the worst, but it's not. It's the leftists are the women are being, so like they'll do, you know, they did a survey and they only covered 4 countries, and all the 4 countries were Western developed nations. And of those 4 nations, America happened to be the lowest. So that's what they're saying. America's the lowest in the world. But really in the rankings, America's like high. It's like one of the best places, you know. It's like they're basically trying to make out that like somehow women in Afghanistan are better off than women in New York. It's just ridiculous, you know. It doesn't, you know. Oh, anyway, no, don't get me started on Afghanistan. So apparently there's something like 250 to 300,000 women a year die in childbirth globally, right? And that sounds really bad, right? But
for America to only be responsible for 300 of those?
Yeah, so 300 of them are.
So America, number for a really big country.
Yeah, and America, like to put it in perspective, like America has like 340 million people. That's one of the biggest, like China and India have more, yeah, but like most countries are like 70, 80, you know, like it's a big country, you know. And the other thing they don't take into account is that where there are, in some areas, healthcare is bad in America, in other areas it's way ahead of the rest of the world, like more advanced. Like most of the medicines and procedures and new pharmaceuticals come from America, and the rest of the world copies them, you know. So like you might get free healthcare in the UK, right? But you're probably going to live longer in America, you know, is what I'm, you know.
I think, did I just hear Mexico's president just signed for free healthcare?
She's that woman.
Yeah, I know. I mean, but when you say free, I mean, nothing's free.
There's nothing is free. Nothing.
Yeah.
But to put it in, so like when I talk about like Ireland, America, or other countries or Europe, I try to adjust it for per capita in my head already. So like I try to give an equivalent. But like if America and Ireland were the same size, or if we were to adjust for the difference in our size. Ireland, which does have free healthcare, or what they call free healthcare, we spend. So you take your U.S. military budget, right? We spend 5 times that on healthcare.
Jeez. For what? What was it? What million dollars?
We spend something like the government's like 60 or 70% of the government spending is on welfare or social or medical or something. It's a never-ending beast of a bureaucracy, and it's actually very bad. It's like they invent like. So do you remember when Doge was started? Yeah, so they were looking at the U.S. Department of Health and the Department of Education, right? And they found that now one of these I knew, but the other one I didn't know, right? But so if you take help, and this is the same, I've seen this in several different countries. It seems to be true everywhere. If you, however many dollars are spent on a patient, like say for every dollar, 25% of the money gets to the patients. The rest of the money is wasted.
Yeah,
okay. Yeah, and that was, I knew that was true for healthcare, right? But in education, it's worse. It's something like only the money. It's ridiculous. It's like it's something like 70% of the budget never gets to the kids, or something like it's ridiculous. It's worse than healthcare. Like education is worse. It's a nightmare. And they're about like I was watching.
Hold on, Shane.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Mexico is transitioning to a unified, free, universal healthcare system for all its 120 million citizens, regardless of employment status.
But they did that in Cuba.
By 2027, they're saying by next year.
I don't know. I remember like a long time ago, people were talking about like, Cuba and communism in America. People were saying, oh yeah, but Cuba's great. Like, they have like free healthcare, it's like, and they have education things. Yeah. But like people forget, like there were women who went to college who had university educations, right. And had free healthcare, but they were prostitutes. Right. So like, it was there's no, what I mean is like there's no value in an education if you still end up on being a prostitute at the end of it, And
it's like fresh and fits panel night after night after night, or all these university educated fucking whores with degrees.
That was funny. I was about to mention Fresh and Fit. I was going to say, I was watching one of those panels, right? Yeah, and they asked one of these girls to name 3 countries, right? Yeah. And this girl is a teacher. And she couldn't name 3 fucking countries. She said Africa was a country, or London. London was one of those. London's a country, right? But I swear to God, I mean, some of them, I don't know. I don't like. And this is something I found. This is true for men as well. Like there are people are like, and I know this about myself, right? There are things that I find really easy that other people find hard, and there's things that I find really impossible to do that other people think is easy, right? And I get that, right? And so like, and I've seen with doctors, do you ever notice like, I mean, like they're not like, you might know your body, they have like hundreds of patients and you only have to worry about yourself. So if you have a health problem or your kids are, you can learn more about it than the doctor can, because they have to learn about 100 different conditions, whereas you only have to learn one. And I don't know, people are very, what I'm getting at is I'm finding it very hard to register how people can be very, very, very intelligent, very well educated and still be fucking idiots, or still be really wrong, about something. Like, how do they?
I think it's because their emotions get in the way of their critical thinking skills. When you can manipulate somebody's emotions and get them like emotionally responding to stuff, I think it makes them dumb. Because I've actually witnessed in certain environments people be absolutely on point, think rationally, think logically, and then as soon as they enter a realm when it's all emotion, they turn into bumbling fucking idiots.
See, I think like depression, not like maybe not Fresh and Fit, but maybe like whatever. Some of those panels, right? I don't
Yeah.
think those women are that. I think that the environment sort of makes them worse. You know, like you put them there, and I don't know. I've known like women in a room and in a group tend to like that group dynamic is different. Like you can have you never get a woman on her own is very different than when you're talking to her with people around. Like you can have a problem with someone in public, but then you can have a private word and kind of put it to bed.
Yeah,
in a way.
maybe. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, this just a lot of, I think, female nature is based around fear and emotion, right? And what they're afraid of. So like, and another thing I've noticed is like, you'll notice that a lot of women will go out of their way to defend other women's bad behavior, right?
Oh, yeah. I've
And
seen
most
that.
of that is
I've
because
seen men defend women's bad behavior a lot too.
Oh yeah, I saw. Did you see the stuff in-
You know what's funny? I have been really hard on men. I think I might have some pent up.
No,
A little bit, because I don't understand, because I've seen so many men in our society fucking make excuses for women. Like I'm like getting that fed up with it, because at the end of the day, I believe that the men that are responsible for the things should not be allowing women to destroy them. And that's that's what I see happening everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, though, I think, and this is true both ways. I think, right? People will tell you now that you need to what the idea is. We need to appeal to the women. No, we need to get the men, right?
Yeah.
Because the men are the power, right?
Right. And
every feminist wants to influence men. It's not really women she wants to get to, because she needs men to agree or consent. To consent. So like, if you can, once you actually beat them, you see, this is the thing. And what I've, in my limited experience in travels, I found that feminists are, once upon a time, the idea of a group of women disagreeing with a group of women would have been scary, because you know how women are, like they pack up on you, and the older I'm getting, the dumber they're getting, and the easier it is to beat them, because they're more batshit crazy and they're more unreal. And I found that as long as I'm polite, and as long as I don't cross any sort of like boundary that would get me punched as a man, right?
Yeah.
I'm golden. Like, as long, like, if I don't make any personal comments, don't abuse them in any way, don't make personal, just argue the points and be logical and factual. And then be patient, and eventually they self-destruct. I've seen that every time. And I got into an argument with on Instagram. I swear to God, I got into it. I read something that infuriated me, right? It was a news story about some proposed law in Italy, right? The feminists in Italy want to change the system so that the father's name is not on the baby's name anymore, right? So basically they want, remember in the old days, men used to only be responsible for the children born in wedlock, okay?
Yeah.
And then around the late 70s and early 80s, the law changed. The feminists changed it, right? And they, without consent, they just did it by fiat. They basically said that they made the law to make men accountable for illegitimate children. So basically all children are legitimate. So if you impregnate a woman, that's your baby and you're responsible for it, and he gets your name. And that was that, right?
Yeah.
And that was fine. And now what they want is, they want the man to pay for it, to be financially responsible for the baby, but not get the name.
See, that's weird.
That's fucked up. And I was saying, I got into an argument with all these women were like clapping seals, and I was like, that's never gonna fly. And and I got into an argument, and there was about 100 of these women came at me for a week, right? And by the end of the week, every one of them, I beat them all. One of the women was like, you're steamrolling them, right? And it was just me on my own, right? And I basically, like, I tried to explain to them, right? I'm saying, like, there's only so far you can push men, right? Yeah. And that our name, that's that will push us over the edge. Because
Yeah.
I basically said, look, I don't care if the child is mine, right? I'm not paying for any child who doesn't carry my name, right? The child, I would rather see the child go out than give up this point, right? And
Yeah.
they were like, "What do you mean?" And I was like, "No, I'm serious. You can go and fucking, you can have the baby's name, but you're not getting any money, and you're not getting any welfare, and you're not getting any child support. And if the government, I was saying, like, basically, like, I would rather see the government collapse than give you this, right?" And they were like, why would you do that? I was like, no, because you've been pushed too far. You know,
Yeah.
you've pushed too far. And remember, like, men have children for the purpose of transferring their name and legacy onto that child, right?
Right.
So if you take that away, what's the point?
Yeah.
You know?
It's completely alienating that child, though, from the father.
Oh, and I saw something else. Do you know that the British feminists are trying to make out that parental alienation isn't a thing? Right. And that
Until it happens to them.
Well, yeah, but they're saying that it's a weapon that misogynistic men are using against innocent mothers as it's fucking
It's ridiculous.
it's fucking. I mean, like, if you. I had
Oh
a
my
woman.
God, Shane.
I had a woman who tried to argue with me.
Hold on, Shane. Only because
Yeah.
I'm laughing, I have to pee.
No worries.
Can we take an intermission?
Yes, indeed.
What can you fill the silence with, or maybe not?
Okay, so I'll tell everyone about a argument I had with a crazy feminist.
Ooh, okay. Hold on, I'm gonna unplug this so I can still hear it.
Okay, so she was trying to argue that the legal that the way we say that we live in a gynocracy or a gynocentric social order. She doesn't believe that gynocentrism is a thing. She thinks that the court system is fair, is fair to men, but is unfair to women. She thinks that parental alienation doesn't exist. Oh, she thinks that having to prove that a man committed a crime is somehow a terrible imposition, and she thinks that having to pay, for a woman to divorce a man, to accuse him of abuse, and that he has to pay for her divorce lawyer and defend himself and pay for his kids, and somehow having to move out and buy a new house, and somehow that's fair, that's unfair to women, it's fair. Sorry, unfair to women and fair to men. That's crazy. She also said that the government prosecuting a man for rape, right, is somehow unfair to the victim because she should have her own lawyer. And then I tried to explain to her that the government's lawyer is her lawyer. He is prosecuting the defendant on her behalf. And she's like, no, that's still not fair. I'm like, but hang on, you don't pay. The government does that for free. He has to pay to defend himself. They still don't get it. Oh, that woman is crazy. This woman is absolutely nuts. I swear to God, we argued for hours and hours and hours. And at the end of it all, right, I asked her to show me some evidence that the system is fair, and they have no evidence. It's all feelings. Yes, indeed. And we're out of story. It's a nice background. Maybe there. Sorry, everybody. I need somebody to bounce off. Joking. Dead air is very bad, apparently. And I see a shadow coming to save me. Sorry, I run out of things to think about. She's nearly there. Plug. I can.
Okay.
Sorry about that. I need someone to bounce off. Apparently.
You.
No, you see, I think if I have a long story to tell, I can tell it if it takes ages. But if I suddenly think I'm talking to myself, I kind of lose.
Yeah.
You know.
It's cool. I'm back. I refilled my water. Got a snack.
What were we talking about?
This time you were trying to convince a feminist.
Oh yeah, but she thinks that, like, oh yeah, this woman. They were arguing about, like, court system, how the trial works, like the
Yes,
prosecution
how-
defense.
Yeah. How
She
it's
literally thought that somehow, like I don't think what they don't understand is, like, when you're like a man is accused of that, like, he has the entire government against him.
Oh,
right?
Yes. I've recently witnessed a young man get a false allegation against him. He got arrested on New Year's Eve because a
That's
crazy
funny,
bitch
like today.
lied.
So today I was I've been doing some reading about false allegations and the damage of false allegations
Yeah.
and how common it actually is.
It's so common.
So there was a thing going around the internet last week, and it was about, like, there was some study, and they asked women how many women knew a woman that made a false report.
Yeah.
And it was like 30-something% of women. And then they asked how many women.
Only 30%.
Yeah. But that's
that.
Yeah,
that's 30% of women who were, not cowardly enough to fucking hide.
That's a huge number. 30% is huge.
Yeah,
I mean, like, it really is. I don't know if you I don't know if you caught it, maybe because it's not on your news cycle, but did you hear about the New Statesman report?
No, what?
Okay, so what all this anti-manosphere,
oh yes, I
stuff
think
going around.
Yes, I think Billy the Goat is eventually going to do a stream about that specifically. If the man,
Billy's smart. I like that.
Yeah,
I should. But he. So basically, there was all of this stuff about the manosphere came out, and there's this. The New Statesman is kind of like the Atlantic magazine, but older. It's like serious political journalism piece. They don't do tabloid, right? So they start. Okay, so they said, well, let's look at this manosphere thing, and let's look at misogyny and see if it's a problem. So they start an investigation into misogyny, and I should say this women did the investigating, by the way. Okay, and the women found that they actually recorded the level. They tracked people under the age of 30, right, and they already had data on the older people from previous studies. So they were looking at attitudes of the under 30s and kids, right. And they found that the level of misogyny in the male population is between 6 and 7%, and that's a very high. That's worst case scenario. It's lower than that. Okay.
Yeah.
So
I mean, ultimately, what is misogyny? The hatred of women, and I don't know if that is a biological thing. I don't think that's a natural thing. I think you have to push a man so far.
Well, this is the thing.
Point,
you gotta. What they never answer is why.
Yeah, why? Why would a man?
Some men can have perfectly good reasons. Like if you knew a woman, right, who was raped, right, and she was a little weary around men, you would understand why.
Right.
Or a child that was abused as a child who didn't like to be touched. Why. And like. Every man, like all the predators in the world were prey once, that's why they're predators, and I'm sorry, there's not a pedophile alive who wasn't a victim once, as a child, that's what makes them what they are, I think. But they were looking at all of the internet and what's going on, and they surveyed people, and they found that it's actually the women who are the problem. It's not men. It's the hatred of men is the problem, and it's a far bigger problem than the other way around. That they found that
misandry,
yeah, it's It's so the level, the female, so while the misogyny was 7%, misandry was 22%. So 22% of the female population hate men, right? And they found that the women under 30 hate men 3 times more than the women over 30, right?
See, and I'm wondering, because a woman can adopt another woman's sob story and feel a certain way about it, right?
Oh yeah,
Like
I've heard
it
that.
actually, I think it actually has to take a man to go through the thing personally for him to adopt it.
Perhaps, yeah. Or a lot of men, I think certain men who might have supported them, like I think feminists are useful idiots, as far as I can tell, like what the Soviets would call a useful idiot, right?
Right.
No, seriously, that was like there was the guy that came up with that term was like the Soviet leader back in the 50s, and they were telling him about Americans who supported communism in America, and he was like, useful idiots.
Yeah.
And he's like, because like they're the enemy. But they basically said that most men, right, of young have a very, very high opinion of women. Like the majority of women or men who have a high opinion of women was way higher than the reverse for women and men. Like they asked women are there men in your lives that like you love and care for that are friends and family? And they're like, yeah. And do you have someone that you love? Yeah. And she goes, and so these are sort of women who claim to hate men as a group, as a collective, but they're married and they have brothers and they have male friends. It's like they like make exceptions for certain men that they know and trust, and then hate everybody else. But it's and I saw this, like, I don't know if you've ever heard. There's a very there was a famous 70s feminist, one of the bra burners, and she had this comment that the average woman has no idea how much the average man hates her. Right now, then you apply Alexander's thing. Every accusation is a confession. So she's basically saying that she hates men, right?
Yeah.
And they can't see it,
Yeah.
Another thing. Oh, here's another one for you.
What is that though? Like, because I personally don't understand the confession projection. We'll just call it.
Well, it's just basically it's like their subconscious, it's on their mind. Their mind knows that they're like this, right? So they can't stand to be like this. So it's like what's that thing like when you're a hammer, all you see is a nail,
Yeah.
It's like or like do you ever notice like the people who tell you to trust them are like the people you shouldn't trust, or the people that worry
the ones
that
that are
lying.
always like, you can trust me, you can trust me.
Yeah, or like the liars, the people that think everyone's lying are probably the liars, because the liar thinks in lies. Like an honest person would just tell the truth because it's the truth. The liar kind of has to, like, you ever notice like someone can be terribly unexcusably late for something, right? He could have an alarm not go off, right? And it can be like an honest person. You can just say, oh, I'm sorry, look, I had a nightmare every day. The clock didn't go, just made a bar. And people just know they're telling the truth and let them go, But then there's the person who's always late, who lies, who's always had their sick grandmother or their uncle's this or that or that. And it's always some fucking excuse,
Right.
And I think that's part of it, right? But the other thing, I think sex plays a big role, right? Because the feminists
like biological sex or the
no, I mean sex, intercourse, like the manipulation. Like there's part of, so on a psychological level, I think a lot of men, like, think about it. You're born, you're completely helpless. Your early 6-7 years is completely surrounded by women. You sort of like your mom is your world,
Mm-hmm.
And then eventually you have to kind of detach from that, and kind of stand on your own. But it's almost like being groomed in a way. Like you're groomed to do as you're told by this female authority figure. So it's not that much of a stretch to just, you know, there's things that we would do for our mom or our wives or our girlfriends that we would never tolerate from other people. And then, like, I don't know, I often, you know, when you look at the conservative right in America, and sometimes I notice when these manosphere topics or red pill topics come up, that the conservative men are like cucks. Do you ever notice that?
Yeah. Yeah.
I was wondering about it, but part of it is like, no, they've got like, they're self-censoring themselves because they have to get the wife at home. They got to keep happy, you know, it seems. And women,
I don't know. Mike Johnson, Speaker Mike Johnson's wife is pretty based.
he's the guy with the glasses, the news speaker, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know her. What's she like?
Oh, she's funny. She's absolutely funny. She knows the difference between men and women.
Do you remember? You might not remember. Remember, it was one of your streams, and we were talking. It was after the Trump attempted assassination, and the female Secret Service director got taken to the cleaners. Do you remember that?
Yes, by Mace. And then I
Yeah.
saw Mace show up on PBD's podcast and fucking admitted to how much she loves humiliating men.
Mm-hmm. And she,
I was like, I liked Mace holding that woman accountable, but when that energy's
do you remember we were? I don't know if you might not recall, but we were talking about her that night, and during the thing, and I was saying, oh, she went to the Citadel Military School, right? First woman to ever go to Virginia Citadel Military School.
Yeah.
And I was like, that stuck in my mind afterwards. So did a little more research. So her dad was in the military. Her dad was a general. She wanted to be an officer. She sued her way into the Citadel, right?
Okay.
And apparently she claimed she was bullied and that there was a rape, right?
Yeah.
Right. And then she's doing the whole defender of women, blah, 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 blah. But she's a 304. She's got like a reputation.
Yeah.
And there was something about like pictures or blackmail, but she likes to fuck, basically. She's promiscuous. But she can be very good. She can on certain topics, but there's something about I was watching, I don't know if you follow the pro-life stuff?
Mm-mm.
So there's several, so like, you know, like Turning Point USA, you know, those people?
Yeah.
You know, Turning Point USA, those chicks, they're feminists.
Yeah.
You know that? You know, like they're all, and they work with, like, there's one of these chicks, and she has like an organization that's sort of like Turning Point USA, but it's for like abortion stuff, and it's a pro-life move. But basically, from what I can gather, and it's her and that other chick, Lila Rose, remember that? You know, that fucking witch?
No.
Okay, so do you remember you know Justin Waller? Do you know him?
Yeah.
She embarrassed him on whatever podcast. She started what's the word? She started criticizing him for his sex life, right?
Okay.
And like, you know, like, oh, you know, like he'll be the stuff like, I'm not gonna get married, but I might have more than one woman. But that, you know, that kind of thing that they do. You know, you can afford it. You know, but anyway, the point is she runs a pro-life organization, and it raises millions of dollars every year. And it's the point is that she keeps most of the money, and that the organization, it's a charity that she runs, and most of the employees are family members, and she pays herself millions a year, and then she pontificates on abortion, but she makes sure to never fix the problem. Oh, and she was also saying that she doesn't think sex is necessary in marriage.
What?
Right? Yeah, and she's like, men, and she's all. I swear to God, she's like, she's a complete. Oh, and she converted to Catholicism, but she's a Protestant, as far as I can tell. You know, no offense to the Protestants, but it's just she talks like a Protestant. You know, and
wait, how does a Protestant talk?
Well, the Protestants are. The Protestants think it's okay for women to be clergy. Nowadays, right? They had like remember that? Do you remember Trump's inauguration? Do you remember that chick?
Mm-hmm.
that crazy woman. She was BLM. Yeah, and she lives in a fucking $4 million house in Washington. I swear to God, they're all bought and paid for, all of them. But it's either money or sex gets
Yeah.
them. And you know, a lot of do you know how they used to get? Okay, so this might bore you, but a lot of during the Cold War, some of the greatest failures the West had of like leaked information and spies and stuff was in the 1960s, right? And basically what happened was that in the 30s, right, the Soviets sent agents to universities in Europe and America, okay? And the idea was to get to the youth, the kids who were gonna be somebody someday, you know, and subvert them, right? So you get a nerdy guy, and you put a pretty girl, and you get her, and you make what they call a honeypot or a honey trap, you know, and they get her to, like, you know, pop his cherry, you know, blow his mind, whatever, and then she starts talking about like Comrade Lenin, you know, and before you know it, he's a communist. You know what I mean? And then they eventually, you know what I'm saying? I'm sorry. And then she passes him to the handler, and then the handler goes deeper, and then they you know, sometimes they get to you ideologically, and sometimes they get to you by blackmail, and sometimes they buy you, and sometimes they just like they make it seem like you're doing what's good and right for your country. And all this, the point is they get to you with sex, and sometimes they'll keep you with sex, you know. And so like I found something at you know, I don't know if I can say this because it's about somebody. I better not say this, but I've seen examples of women in social media, say, okay, or in college or in employment, who will either fuck their way into a position of power, or the promise of getting their position of power, or they will have a thing like where, you know, like they say half of married women have a man they're keeping in reserve for when they get divorced already. And a third of the women on Tinder are married. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
Well,
the other, sorry, I forgot how, hang on. Before I said Tinder, I said, what did I say? It was do you remember? It was third, fuck, I can't think of it.
a third of the women married have a guy on the.
Oh yeah, so I forget why I was going.
You said half. You said half of married women.
Oh yeah, women. I forget why I was using that as an example to prove something else, and now I can't think of where I was going with it. What? I know this happens to me a lot, but you know, people like was it? No, I'll need something else to get to talk about something else, and it'll come back to me in a minute. Do you know what's weird? Like my memory is bizarre, and things pop to me at the most ridiculous times.
Yeah.
Like.
So Shane, I have a question. So, women in government, women in politics. I recently witnessed something. I kind of got a crash course in politics. I shared with you some stuff. And I witnessed a small group of crazy bitches completely hold the entire thing hostage. And what was it? This tiny group of witches completely, and it kind of reminded me of how women are like, oh, we need to take up space. Well, they took up all the space and all the fucking time. So everything that was brought up, they were the first to speak, whether it was they were for or against the thing, right? And I heard a lot of the men in the group talk about how, oh, they always do this. This is always the thing. But like when I was witnessing it unfold, I was like, this small group is fucking holding this large group hostage
Mhm.
and wasting everybody's fucking time and
Mhm.
making it like drag out to where like it didn't seem like going back to the fairness thing, how men are typically seem to be more fair than women. Like it was an unfair because this small group of women took up all this time. It
Mhm.
totally made it so other people couldn't speak. So I
Well,
was
I
wondering if there
noticed
was a way because
there was a way.
I also have clients that work in academia that say their fucking meetings that they now have to attend all the
Mm,
time that could have been an email was a
mhm.
lot like that. It's like these women in these positions use this opportunity to steal all the time and attention from everybody.
They do, and they also find ways to use procedure to screw people. You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
um, I don't. You know the guy. He's like a Sexton. His name is. He's the divorce lawyer. You know that guy, James
Yeah,
Sexton.
yeah, yeah.
He was saying,
I just recently heard him say he's not doing his podcast anymore.
"Oh,
Yeah.
but I didn't hear that. I didn't know that." But he was
No,
saying
he
that
recently said that.
he said that a lot of they noticed in like the 80s that there were a lot of women who were getting in like, court cases like speeding tickets, whatever. And these bitches were like crazy bitches who would like to fight in court and got some juice out of it, you know? And a lot of these
Yeah.
women that used to get into trouble, they taught themselves to be lawyer. Anyway, these women said, "Hang on, if I go to law school, right, I can do this all the time." You know what I mean? Right?
Right.
So these women use the law. The law is one of the law and education and media are very good to getting everywhere. You know,
Yeah.
you know, you can influence the minds of millions with
Right.
with with the media, but like education. Like think about like how many kids pass through every crazy fucking liberal feminist blue haired class with all their indoctrination, and they're even like turning them against their parents and sending them home. Like a lot of parents I've seen now, like they have to sort of like they can't trust what their kids are being taught, and
Oh yeah. Yeah,
they
yeah.
have to kind of unteach the bullshit.
Yeah.
Um, I don't know that I, in terms of like, I would need to know about like what kind of procedure it is, or see like what they are like. Obviously, it's not the merit of the argument; it's that they're wasting everyone's time and holding everyone hostage. Is the problem, right? Is it?
Right. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, there is there there must this person isn't the chair though, right? So it's like the chair saying, "Oh, at the opening meeting, anyone has something to say," and this person's always the first to jump. Is it, or
Always. Yeah.
are they called first?
No, they're there. They're voluntarily there, and
Mm,
they take up the very beginning, the lion's
mm.
share of the time, because procedurally they're allowed to.
Yeah, see, I'm not sure how you could get. You see, ideally, you would just say, "Well, can you not like penalize this person because they've actually been wasting time so often that it's become a point of order?" You could bring
Yeah.
up a point of order, and you can point out that it's not, it might work once, but it's not going to work consistently unless you get people on your side who are going to enforce it as well. Like, see,
Right,
a lot of
because
oh,
okay, but because what I think what's going on is because when this thing was created, it was only men who took part.
mhm.
So now that
Oh,
there are these women in there,
this
they
is
don't
it.
have that same this same fairness because they're like they don't give a shit how much people's time they take, and it might be even worse than that. They are using this as an opportunity to steal people's fucking attention.
Yeah,
So
attention is currency to most women, or to women anyway. Women love
yeah,
attention.
yeah,
You
yeah,
know,
yeah.
I remember, and I've said so. When I was in college, I had a feminist professor, but she was actually pretty decent, you know. But we were talking about like women, or the problem is that like women didn't build a system, so it's a male system,
Yes.
you know, and it's clearly designed by men, right? And when women
Right.
find themselves inside that system, they feel like an outsider, right? So everything feels wrong to them. It feels like something that's broken that they need to fix, right? But because they didn't build the system,
Right.
and they don't understand the system, right?
Right.
And they've been put in a position that they should never be in, really, right?
Right.
And they're trying to fix something that isn't broken, reinventing the wheel. And every time they try to fix it, they make it worse.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know.
Yes.
So this is a weird tangent, but do you remember a movie called RoboCop?
Yes. I
Okay,
remember
but do you remember this? There was a sequel, RoboCop 2, right? And in the sequel, the villain is a feminist bad guy, right? And she works for the company, and they want a new robot to replace the old robot. So she decides. Remember in the first movie, he had like 3 directives, you know: serve the public trust, you know, follow the law, protect the innocent, you know.
Yeah.
And then, but the way she destroys him, or her evil, vicious plan, is to add new directives, to continually add. So she tries to make RoboCop PC, right?
Right.
Right, and she adds like hundreds and hundreds of they just kill you with paper cuts. You know, they add all these stupid directives, and like this is the other thing about them. Is like then, well, like okay, this is the other thing. Like they are crazy. Like they are actually certified crazy. You know that like that the all feminists have mental illness in common.
Yes. Because
Like
you have to literally split your mind. Your mind has to be split in order to accept the dichotomous thinking of fucking crazy with feminists.
Or like everything is backwards to them. It's upside down or something. It's like Alice in Wonderland, you know?
Yeah.
Like, you know, through the looking glass, you see everything backwards. So like they see something as bad, or like something that you and I would see as bad, they see as good, and vice versa.
Right.
Like I don't know. I got there was some like, do you ever notice another weird thing that women will do? They spilling their guts in public.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
like
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
like these women are talking about their lives, and they're in such like, I know like some people that women posting L's online or whatever, but like it's crazy what they're saying, you know. And they're like, they've no another thing I've noticed is you know, you notice see when they took women out of the home, right, and they put kids in daycare and school, right, you notice one of the things, or big difference you'll notice, is a decline in manners and politeness in society. Because women used to drill that shit into kids, right? And now it's like a teacher who doesn't give a damn, you know? And the women let the standards slip, you know?
Yeah.
Like women can, I don't know, have you seen that? There was a, they did research, right? I forget what the name of the experiment was, right? But it was, they had men and women observe people, and they had like, so when someone does something bad, you know, did they like it or did they not like it? Or, you know, so basically it was when men like order, and we like to see good people have good things happen to them, and we like to see bad people get punished.
Yes.
Okay? Right? Women aren't like that. Women have sympathy for the guy in prison.
Right. Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? Women will make excuses for, you don't understand him though. Like he's, you know, he's just, you know, it's like, so they did this is the thing. Like, so like you put women in key positions, like to be giving out sentences for capital crimes, and they will give out bad sentences.
Right.
You know, like, I don't know if you saw, there was a woman, you probably didn't see the video because it was in Europe, right? But a judge, and this guy was like an immigrant, and he shouldn't have been driving, and he killed a 2-year-old, right? Yeah. And she gave him 180 hours community service. Yeah. Right. And the dad went ballistic, and he attacked the judge, right? He tried to get, anyway, and you know what was fucking outrageous? His sentence for attacking the judge was 180 hours of community service. Like it's fucking like these. And,
Yeah, but why then? Do you think men in those positions are fair when it comes to sentencing women for a similar crime?
No, men are unfair to women, but in their favor.
Right.
This one,
They're
so-
less harsh on women.
yeah, no. On average, if a man and woman commit the exact same crime, a man gets 3 times the sentence a woman does.
Right.
There was a woman. Remember you were talking about Maxwell earlier? There's a woman in England. Right?
I'm still pissed off. She's allowed to have a pet.
Well, this is going to piss you off more, right? So, okay,
Yeah.
so there's a woman in England, okay, and she's a nurse, and she's a serial killer, and she's the most prolific female serial killer on record in the UK, okay?
Yeah.
And she murdered 8 children, okay, 8 babies,
Yeah.
okay, in a hospital, and she would make them sick to her, like the angel of death kind of thing, and she did it apparently because there was a specialist doctor who was kind of really handsome. And so she would create problems to get him in the room, and she ended up killing 8 kids. But you should see her prison cell, right? She got to decorate her room.
Yeah.
It's like a girl's bedroom. It's like a teenage girl's bedroom. And it's got nice fluffy beds on it. It's nothing like a man's prison. The men, I don't know. The men, I see part of the problem is men are very slow to react, but when we do, God help you,
Yeah.
And men, it's taking, like, men are only remember, think about feminism, right? They start talking feminism in 1840s, right? It's 1860s before their first meeting. It's 1919 or 1914 before they really hit money. So it took them a long time. It took 60, 70 years to get the ducks in a row. And I think they've actually destroyed themselves. Actually, the one thing that gives me comfort is the feminists are, even if they win, they lose. Because they're
right.
Because they'll be the first against the wall.
Yeah.
Because they really are useful. I already see it. It's only a matter, so the way I see it, we're facing a big war in the near future. Okay. Iran, Middle East, all that shit, right? And Europe and Russia. So that's always in the background, right? There's that, and we've got internal problems, dealing with the Marxism, right? There are, so part of it is one of the reasons I'd like this to be solved is because we have bigger fish to fry, and we really do need each other. While we're fighting amongst each other, the bad guys are the puppet masters are. Some of them are fucking crazy. I don't know. The other problem I've found is these chameleon women. These the women you think are on your side but aren't.
Yeah.
Who should be on your or your woman in Italy. Do you know about her, Maloney?
I saw Trump, the same one Trump was praising for doing such a good job. That one.
She's interesting, right? Because she's what I would call, she's right. She's on the right, but she's sort of I would call her a feminist.
They're all women that take part in politics are all feminists.
She passed a law that she was the first country to pass a law adopting the notion of femicide. Do you know about this? So they want to make murder of women a specific different crime than homicide. Right? So they want to make it so that, if we're in Italy, right, and I murdered a man, I would get an average of 20 years, 19 years, 20 years. But if I murdered you, they're saying it's life in prison now. because you're a woman. And
But
I know,
then they're allowed to kill babies and get away with scot-free.
of course, yeah, and they're allowed to kill you. You know, they can. They will like. I don't know if you remember like they had these women that were like, there was a woman that the battered wife defense, they called it.
Yeah.
This woman murders her husband in his sleep.
Yeah.
No evidence of a crime, and she said he was abusing her for years.
Right.
You know, I'll never understand why she can't walk out the door. You know.
Yeah.
You know, it's one thing if he's restraining her, but it's another thing if he's asleep. You know what I mean? Like there's like there's a million. Anyway, but they're like, you know, the talking points like emotional labor. They don't come out of nowhere. You know, they like. Oh, sorry. This is the other thing. Sorry.
I still don't understand what that is, Shane.
Well, okay. So I got into this with a friend of mine, right? And I was trying to like explain to her these subjects and these topics. And like at first she like, and she's pretty based, right? But she sort of still has the programming, you know?
Yeah.
But so there was a very famous viral video that went around a year or two ago. And it was a woman going ballistic talking about how she almost divorced her husband over the dishes, right? So basically, there was some sort of like he promised to do something and he didn't do it, and she went ballistic. And it was a small little thing, but she was saying this was like a succession of little things. And she started complaining about marriage and saying about all the load and the mental labor she has, right? And how like she's got 4 kids and then and she basically said that, you know, that all the women were going crazy anyway. They were all on her side. But then what I noticed was I looked into it a little more, and then I realized, hang on a second, this is all bullshit. So she does have 4 kids, it's true, right? But 2 of them are like 15 and 17, right? So she's really got 2 little kids, right? And she works from home, and her husband is the breadwinner, right? And he pays for everything, yet he still does 50-50 in the house, right? And she was complaining.
Wait. Mathing.
Yeah. So like and she's a stay-at-home mom, and she does YouTube as a side gig, okay, which she's calling her business, okay, which I mean, and she does make an income from it, but it's like it's a side thing to keep her amused. Like she's a mom, right? And her husband, like they live in like somewhere very affluent in California. They make good money, and he's like super progressive. And her complaint was, right, that so apparently in their house, he does 50% of the chores, and he cooks half the time, and he does 50% of the childcare. And her major complaint was that when he's cooking for dinner, he asks her what they should eat, right? That she has to decide what's for dinner every night, and that's emotion, that's labor in her mind, right? That why can't he just decide, you know? Or like her other complaint was that like he double checks with her about anything to do with the kids, you know? Just like, I'm going to put, you know, Katie in the pink thing today, so, you know, and she'd be like, yeah, that's good. You know, that kind of shit, you know? And she's like, that's all the mental labor. Women have to plan everything. You don't understand, you know, all shit, right? And the other thing was, right, I found out that this woman, right, sends her kids to daycare. So she's a housewife that works at home and sends her kids to daycare.
Why?
All right. And here's the other one. This killed me, right? And I got into a big fight with lots of women over this, right? But so sometime around COVID, right? And around that, but this is when it comes in the media. But the crazy sewing circle feminists decided sometime before that, right, that their next target was domestic labor, right? So they were basically starting to bitching about having to do housework, right, and how men don't do housework, right, or like not the same, right? And apparently during COVID, most people were stuck at home, and there was a lot of these women started doing housework to keep themselves amused, and the husbands were like playing with the kids or watching TV or whatever they were doing, right? And all these women start bitching about their husbands not doing everything, right? And they're doing everything, right? And next thing it starts going around the media, and before you know it, like around 2020, there's a ton of stories, and domestic labor becomes a talking point, right? So Park and all the women were like satisfied, and they were, women would never have complained about that in the past, but now they're complaining about it, but they still expect to do it because they don't want men to do it because that's their leverage, you know? Like childcare and cooking and domestic stuff is actually one of their women's greatest strengths. And if you take that away from them, what power they're going to have, you know? So you actually look at, if you look at the data, a lot men quietly seem to have absorbed that complaint, and then they said, okay, well, I'll do a little more around the house. So it turns out that actually when you break things down in modern families, most men and women, mothers and fathers, the difference between, so over the last 20 something years, men have tripled the amount of time we spend with our children. Okay. And it's got to the point where there's only 6 hours of difference between mothers and fathers in most of the Western world. Okay. And when you actually take a domestic, when it comes to chores and housework, actually, firstly, like there's a significant amount of the population are single and unmarried. Okay. So you go single men and single women, like men are doing as much housework as women are. And it turns out that men are doing actually more than women are. That if you actually, because men are doing whatever they normally did that made up their part of the contribution, plus they're helping women with their work. And here's the scary thing. Domestic labor for women, for mothers, has decreased by 50% in the last generation because of technology. So your housework is, women have much more time on their hands. And actually women are like, in fairness, like a modern, I think a modern like housewife mom spends like twice as much time as her grandmother did with the kids. Like they're actually doing, they have more time on their hands than they need. It's actually, women aren't doing more work. It's, they're not doing enough. Right. Like, I don't know if you heard about the, do you know, in Iceland, they had the gender wage gap strike. Do you hear about that?
Yeah.
So all the women they said the wage gap is a thing. All the women were going to go on strike. Even, and what's scary was the prime minister of Iceland is a woman, and like several members of her cabinet were women. So if there was a problem, they could have fixed it, and they didn't go to work, and no woman. So like 38% of the workforce didn't show up for work that day. Do you know what happened?
Nothing.
Absolutely nothing. Productivity increased. Productivity increased. The only problem was
wait. So the women got out of the men's way,
and the men were. And one guy said, "All right, boys. Now the women are gone. We can finally get some work done," and productivity increased. And this is and I found this to be true. And I use a lot of media examples I use because people have them in common. Like, so maybe people who are listening to this might have seen the whatever podcast or Fresh and Fit, but you'll notice that every conversation takes at least twice as long as it should.
See, that's what I witnessed firsthand when I got this crash course. I'm like, why? Like, this is taking forever because some women were using a microphone as like a therapy session, or I couldn't quite understand a lot of what she was saying.
Some phenomenon I've noticed, and someone is that a lot of the women, right? They talk as a form of thinking.
Well,
do you know
I like to talk out and organize my thoughts that way.
Yeah, to organize their thoughts. So they need that. So like what I'm saying is like a lot of men, when like they complain about the wife and won't shut up, it's like women, they're just talking to think. You know, they're organizing their thoughts, and you're helping. It's I think it's part of emotional regulation, or it's something to do with a couple. But like I can understand like how you are, like how when people talk to their friends, they just unload their problems and they feel better after. You know, the friend doesn't necessarily have to say anything. You know, it's just to be there. You know, I think that's what a lot of women do, but a lot of women.
I can't do that. I need. There's a purpose. Like I need some feedback.
Well, a lot of the women I know, a lot of my female friends, one thing they have in common is that they find female friendship difficult, right? That it's very, very stressful. Like they need female friends, like, because like in the way that men need male friends, you know, like everyone needs friends, but like there was something about I was reading something about, you know, how women in evolution, right? The way women care so much about public opinion is because on some evolutionary level, they knew that their lives might depend on these other women one day. So, like, if, you know, let's just say, God forbid, something happened to you, you know, your sister or your best friend would look after your kids because of you. Do you know what I'm getting at? So public opinion mattered. If a woman was called a hoe by the group and she was ostracized and shunned, you know, in that way, that was part of what I mean. Like, women will co-sign bad female behavior. Like, in the good women used to keep other women in line.
Yeah.
You know,
Like,
and they did that. Like, and that connection, I think, got broken around my grandparents' time, our grandparents' time, probably. You know, you know, World War I, World War II, that kind of get, you know, and it was cut on purpose. Like, after the war, it's like the 50s, 60s, and then you get all the poison starts to bubble up by then. And you get that one. Do you know that you've heard that you know, that chick in America, what was her name? Betty, was it Friedan? Was that her? You know, the woman that wrote that she said that, like, marriage was slavery.
no, who was that?
So she was like, she led feminism in the 70s, and she basically convinced the whole generation of housewives that, like, to divorce their husbands, and, like, you know, that somehow, like, women were oppressed and second-class citizens. And she and the other chick in France, Simone de Beauvoir, do you ever hear her?
I've heard that name before.
So she wrote a book called The Second Sex, and it's basically, it was like the feminist Bible. It was like the second wave feminist, but it was basically saying that women are like second-class citizens.
Okay.
No, so she was like the academic wing of feminism, the intellectual wing, and she was like she was a teacher in the Sorbonne in Paris, and she's super lefty. I mean, there was a famous French philosopher dude, and she started banging him in college, and they continued seeing each other. They basically agreed that they would sleep with each other forever, but never get married, because they didn't believe in marriage, and that he could sleep with whoever he wants because she wouldn't want to constrain him. And then she would groom girls and then get them into, like, lesbian sex, and then bring them and feed them to him, you know, as part of that.
Some crazy shit.
Yeah, and she wrote this she wrote this book called The Second Sex, and basically it pointed out that, like, women are like second-class citizens, or that every woman feels out of place because the world isn't built for her, or something like that. And basically, they had a very famous conversation that was someone who recorded, but it was basically, they were arguing about what feminism should be, and the American woman said that feminism is about choice. You know, we want to give women choice. You know. And it's all about, you know, pro-choice, you know, and the French chick was like, no, it can't be a choice. We must not give women a choice. We cannot authorize. If we authorize, she used the word authorize like she was in control of it. Said if we allow women a choice about feminism, they will choose a traditional life. Too many of them would choose it to make it work. So we need to take the choice out of their hands. We need to make feminism not be a choice. So they made it institutional. They institutionalized it. They made the economics of the situation work out so that women had to work, you know, or they created policies that made, like, even at the same time, think about it, like, your workload is going down because of technology, but somehow you're working more than you used to work before. So why is that happening? You know what I mean? And, like, I tell people, and people think it's crazy, and they don't get it, but, you know, like, a medieval peasant has more days off than the average US person every year. Like, we work more. We have less time off. Did I lose you?
Well, no, because I'm trying to. I was listening to that hit. It's reminding me of something, that History Before Sleep, or Boring History for Sleep. I was listening to like it was going in the life of a day where I don't know if people stayed busier then when they were like preparing their food and
Yeah,
all the
that's what I was
things
getting
and
at. Like, because
yeah.
everything took longer.
Oh
So
yeah.
that's what I mean. So you had more time off, but you fill that time with domestic chores. So like,
Yeah, but was it work because you were with your family? You guys were all doing a project. Like, was
yeah,
it
that didn't. Yeah,
considered work?
I don't know. There's another. I don't know if it's not that guy, but there was somebody was talking about like they were talking about like medieval craftsmen, right? And how like
Yeah,
a husband and wife were like a team, right? And
yeah,
that the
yeah,
guy would
yeah,
have his workshop, and she might be over there in the corner with the kids, but they were usually working together as a team, you know. And like
yeah,
like I don't know. There's it's a very old movie, and people will not. Do you remember that Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, Conan the Barbarian?
yeah. Long
Do you
time.
remember? I don't know if you remember, but the opening of the movie is a blacksmith making the sword, right?
Okay, yeah,
And he's doing the hammer and all this, and the little boy's watching the sword being made, and it's
yeah,
actually his mom and dad. His dad is
yeah.
making the blacksmith, and his mom is at the side. She's making the hilt to put the sword in, and so it was a two-person
Right,
job.
right,
She
right,
made the
right.
handle, and he made the blade, and that's how life worked. You know, this is what I'm getting at. Like the world was
But
built, it
but
was not
was it?
designed for.
But was
We're
it?
not meant to live alone.
Yeah. I know. Maybe that's why. Because I'm trying to wrap my mind about this emotional labor and all these things these crazy bitches talk about. Do you think it feels like more work to them because they are alone?
Well, so I think so. Part of it is okay. So
Yeah.
part of it is they're worrying about shit that's never going to happen, right? So that
Right.
takes up a lot of mental room, right?
Okay.
Then they're thinking about all of the different things they need to do in the day or what the kids are going to. So there's you're keeping track of your kids. So that's in itself a taxing task, right? Um.
But I don't know. I don't know
Well, the other thing,
how taxing it is.
see,
Just
okay,
do
so
it.
well, okay, well, so part of it. There's another thing as well, right? Part of it is that they've got like how to put this. They were. I'm trying to come up with a words to explain what I'm thinking. So,
Hmm.
like, if you grow up right, and your wish is to get married and have kids, right,
Hmm.
and you're going to be a happy little camper if you get that, right,
Yeah.
and you have a nice life. But if you're a miserable cow, right, or like you don't really want to be married, or you don't really want to be a mother, or you're not really, it's like, here's one. Sorry, this is a little. Uh, I was looking at the single parent stats in Ireland, right?
Yeah.
And I found that 25% of the single parent families in Ireland are single fathers.
Okay.
So, and our courts are just as biased, So basically, I looked into it, and apparently, there's the one thing in common is that the mothers, either the fathers were just so much more present that it was just the most natural thing for the father to stay there, or the girls just didn't want the kids, And I found what it turned out was that the men all seem to be older and the women are younger, right? So these guys who've been around, they've lived around, they've got married to a younger girl, they decide to settle down, they have a baby, he settles down, starts being a family man, starts being, he's an older man, but he's invested in his kids, and then she decides she wants to go out and get back on the carousel, and party with the girls, and she doesn't want to be a mom anymore. And it turns out that, like, I just think it's a remarkably high number, and it never gets any attention. And that the men don't like make the same welfare claims that women do,
Right.
But I don't know, like how about the time thing. So
Yeah.
the other thing, do you know what's funny? This will annoy you, or the Americans here. Do you know that, like, over here, we have 3 times more days off a year than you do?
Yeah, but what do you fill your days off with?
Oh, well, a lot of things. It depends on what you're doing. Like a lot of these are like national holidays, so like it's like we just have more like vacation days or religious holidays.
Yeah.
So like, I don't know, like uh, a lot of the time. I mean, when I was a kid, the stores didn't open on Sunday. You know.
Yeah. When I was in
Yeah.
Germany, nothing was ever open on Sunday. That was
Mm.
culture shock.
Germany's in a bad way these days.
It's like you better get gas because good luck finding a
Mm.
gas station on Sunday. You don't want to be stranded anywhere.
I
You better
thought
plan
you
your
guys,
week better.
you guys have like your bases are sort of like little American colonies nearly, aren't they?
The bases
Yeah, like you know,
in
when
other
people
countries, yeah.
yeah, like in like you know, like if some Americans are in service or they're in Germany or they're in like America or in England or in bases and so they're very much like America, aren't they? Like it's you can everyone seems to live around each other, and it's not like you're not living with the Germans, you know.
Right, unless you move off base.
Oh yeah, of course, off base, yeah.
Yeah.
But Germany's in a lot of crime. Germany's been very bad. That
Yeah,
woman,
no,
Merkel.
it's bad. That woman that ran that country into the ground. I
Oh.
heard recently she made some confessions
She
about.
confessed that she made a terrible mistake opening the border.
She did. That's
Mhm.
right.
Although,
because you know what, when I was in Germany, it was safe to go out in Germany. I've been told since I left by people that I still know there, like that it's way different. Like
I saw a video. This was last summer, so it was like there was an election. It was this fucking. It was horrible. To this girl doing like a social media video, and she was just sitting there and she was like crying and just trying to get this. She's basically talking about the fear of walking around Germany
yeah,
at
that's
night.
crazy. That's
And it was like how it didn't used to be this way. And this girl is young, like she's young. Like, so did you hear? There was a terrible during COVID, right? When they were doing the social, they decided to let people go to certain public places if they stayed social. So you could go to a park, but you just stay 6 feet away from someone, right? So what a lot of people were doing was friends would meet up in the park, so they could, we'll just stay 6 feet. So they like a circle, like a you might sit around the beach, that kind of thing, that kind of activity. So they were at like I think it was a Berlin park, and it was full of people, and the police came because to break it up or everyone else to go, and somehow people got spooked and she got separated, right? So teenage girl going through the park, and she gets sexually assaulted by some Muslim guy. And then another guy comes across and he sees her, and basically 14 men raped her. Okay. Right. And they were all Muslim. Right. So eventually this goes to trial. The men are brought, before the judge. All but three of them said not guilty, and 3 of them said they did it. Right. And they do it again. Right. And in the end, the judge, who was a woman, I think, they ended up getting no jail time, right? And the one guy, or they got like time served or something like that. But there was one girl complained on social, called these men pigs for what they had done, and she got more time in jail than the guy that actually raped the girl. Like, it's fucking crazy.
That's weird that something like that would happen.
Oh, the other thing that's bad. This is in Germany. They're starting to arrest people for social media posts.
I heard that. I heard also in Canada there's a fucking new law for hate speech that a bunch of the MGTOW gentlemen are
several Canadian friends of mine had trouble this week. Yeah.
Yeah. I also saw a video 4 weeks ago talking about how this one guy was certified on the street and arrested by somebody in the psychology field.
Ooh.
Certified on the street and taken into custody because the something he posted online, I guess psychology.
I did see something in the UK where some guy said something on social media and the cops came around and they brought a psychologist with them.
Yes.
Yeah. They're trying to They're trying to ban prayer even in your own home in certain places.
That's fucking insane.
I swear to God, like they will designate a no free speech zone, and if that includes your house, that includes religion. That like they have them want they're arresting they arrested a preacher for preaching the Bible, and they arrested carol singers. So they can't. Well, you can't sing here. And I'm like, why not? And he goes, because this is not a church. It's like, yeah, but like so, and you're like, yeah, but these people aren't Christian. How do you know? Like that's the point. The point is like freedom of speech. They're basically like police against freedom of speech. It's crazy. And I watch them, and this is the thing. Like I see a lot of these videos. I see this with the men as well. Like so, I'm not just going after the women, but the men. They're very bad at the law. They're very bad at authority. These people, a lot of these women should not be in positions of authority. You know,
Right.
because they can't. Like they get scared of you. You know. And then they do something stupid because of their fear, or they have a chip on their shoulder, or they are on a power trip, you know?
Yeah.
And they will just like invent laws, like, and they'll gaslight you into just compliance. And basically, they nag you into oblivion or into compliance. That's
Yeah.
another fucking like I know like at any time you get her talking about women collecting these fucking bitches, all they do is fucking nag.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's like, oh, this is the other thing she was saying that was like one problem with she was saying about having female friends is that they're bitching and moaning about problems, and then you give them the advice, and then they don't follow your advice and continue to bitch and moan about the problem.
I don't know. I've experienced that, but with my family. But I cut them off, and like the friends I have, like today, don't do that. So I think it just depends on the friends that you pick.
Yeah, or I mean, there's always like I've had this with male friends as well, where they're like, girl trouble or boy like that's a thing, like
yeah,
but it's like. I heard this one guy. As she talks about this fucking guy one more time, I'm gonna fucking kill her. You know what I mean? It's like 3 hours of you don't understand. You sensitive.
yeah.
But like women are wild, man. And the here's one for you. Like this, the STD, right? It's scary.
Yeah.
Women are in bad. Women are doing really bad. I think everything on the media is just gaslighting us into believing what's not true. Like I think women are doing really bad. Like sorry, I meant to say that. Like this thing on the site, it's important because it kind of like I'm like these people are like political nerds, right? And they're also on the left, and they're also women, and they're also sort of favorable to feminism, right? And they're looking at it and going, hang on a second, the men aren't the problem, the men are the good guys, it's the women that are the problem. Like that's a big deal, and I think women are like this culture war is, I think our side is winning it. It doesn't look like it, but we are. It's just a very, 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 very slow thing,
Yeah.
I do see the other thing to take into account is that the government, the economy will crash eventually, and the first people to lose their jobs will be women.
Oh yes, no. I've already been seeing that.
Yeah,
and I've been seeing some optimists. I've seen some really cool robot stuff that are going to be replacing some.
I was looking at I don't know if you saw it, the Google did a internal sort of like projection of AI and automation, and they looked at what fields are going to be affected. It's basically they projected that in the next 10 years, 350 million people are going to be out of jobs.
Yeah.
And most of these fields are female jobs, by the way.
Yep. Absolutely.
Anything to do with teaching is going to be done. Anything to do with math or accounting or Hollywood's going to be fucked soon. Have you seen what these AI videos can do? They're amazing.
Yeah, I've seen some stuff.
Some of them are bad. I mean, just some of them are really good. But what I mean is that, like, I don't know, their cultural relevance is coming to an end, and I kind of, a lot of people, like we were saying with democracy not working, like it's clearly not working.
So democracy, is it a good idea, Shane? Okay, so do you know if my country, my constitution was created with calling it a living document in mind?
Yes and no. So it was supposed to be, so the original, the Bill of Rights and the Constitution as originally written, right,
Yeah.
is sacred and unchangeable, right?
Right.
Now you can add to it, you can amend it, and make up new laws as and when you see fit, as long as they don't contradict with the older ones, So,
Mhm.
so for example, like, you've already gone too far in several areas that you shouldn't have. Like,
Oh, I know.
so there should be absolutely no gun laws, no infringement. You've allowed yourselves to be infringed on Section 2A in ways you shouldn't have been already. There should be no gun laws,
Yeah.
anti-gun laws, or none of these, like ammunition. Doesn't matter. It could be a nuclear bomb. Doesn't matter. You shouldn't. It doesn't matter. There's no excuse. Automatic. It's all theater. That's all. You give them an inch, they will, and they keep on going. So whatever it is that you never notice, whatever the first chink in the armor, they'll keep on going until they get whatever they want, and that's everything. So they
Yes.
like, they really are, like, that's what they like. These people want control of absolutely every aspect of our lives, everything. There is nothing they don't think they shouldn't control.
Dude, I watched a little group of crazy bitch witches fucking argue for hours about wanting to know exactly what people are fucking doing. Like, I got the feeling, and I made a comment about, like, what do you think would make these crazy bitches happy if, like, the people that they're talking about had fucking cameras on them and showed them what they did all fucking day? Like, like, it just reminded me about what the laws that were passed on a societal level are doing to, like, the people, because technically the taxpayers are comparable to the same fucking people that they were talking about. I was like, this is some weirdly fucking very, very reflective to society shit. Like,
well, I know, like, in the old days, historically, politically,
yeah,
there was the state's power ended at your front door.
exactly.
Women changed that. Women let the state in.
They let the state in the house.
Yes. And now the state tells you if you're a good mother or not.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Now
Right.
they're trying to tell you that if you don't trans your kids, they'll take your kids away from you.
Yeah,
That's what you know what I'm saying?
Insane. That is insane.
Yeah. And like, what I'm noticing is, like, all of their cultural ideas are wrong and a lie. Like, there's nothing, I can't think of anything they say that is right, or that they, like, the very same people that will, like, tell us we're going to kill grandma because of COVID, and they're telling us, like, the climate change and there's a hole in the ozone layer, and then it's overpopulation, when we're having a population crisis, or, it's always the end of the world, and it's always like, give them more power, and if only, and they'll never, ever, ever fix any problem, because their job, like, I read a book once that said that these people, like the lefty radical, type, they're like closet aristocrats. Whatever they say, they get them into a position of power, and they'll turn it into an aristocracy and nepotism, and put their kids in. Next thing you have, like, 3-generation families of leftists, Kennedy, and that's all they do. They always swing towards absolute power, and they'll always, like, oh, here's one for you. Do you ever hear, this, the feminist talking point that if women were in charge, there'd be no war?
Oh, fuck.
Yeah. So that the study they did where they analyzed kings and queens. Have you seen that?
Oh yeah, and how the queens were the most fucking the most.
37% more violent than
Yeah.
than the kings, right?
Yeah.
But here's
Yeah.
one for you. I looked up, right? So I was looking at since then. So since the beginning of the modern democracy, which is like the 1870s something, like they call it. This is when like European, democracy starts taking over from monarchy. But if you trace every elected politician since 1875 to today, male and female, and track who has voted for or supported war, you will find that it's per capita, when you do it comparatively, women voted for war 37% of the time and men 30% of the time. So basically, women are more likely to vote for war, partially because they won't be fighting in it.
They won't be fighting it. Also, they keep being led to believe that, we need to go to other countries because women over there don't have the rights we have here. Like, oh, it's the women and children over there that need us. The men over there treat their women so badly. Like,
I just remember there was a funny, I don't know, like some people hate him, right? But it was a funny Andrew Tate thing. And I remember it was a couple of years ago, and I think it was like just after America pulled out of Afghanistan. And he used it as an example. And he was arguing with the feminists. He's like, you see, like, look, your feminism wants me to go over to like Afghanistan and fight the fucking Taliban for you, right?
Yeah.
Why don't you go fight the fucking Taliban? Right? Look how far. Look, you guys came over there and we brought our fucking Americana and we put the girls in school. And look how long it lasted. We pulled out one day and it was gone. Right? And it will always be your undoing, because unless you're willing to go, the solution to all the feminism problems around the world is actually war would be the only thing that would cure it. Like you would need to conquer every Mickey Mouse country in the world to make them exactly like you, and that's just empire building. How many more people would you hurt?
Yeah.
What was the other thing? These women, like they will talk. I mean, did you hear about there was the white feather thing in World War One? Did you hear about that?
Sounds familiar. Did you tell me about this before?
I might have.
Told me about this before.
One of the reasons that feminism, or that women got the right to vote, right? Because for years, from like 1906 to like 1914, around that period, women were being like, the suffragettes were doing their thing hard, right?
Yeah.
And causing so much trouble that it was during that period, right? The government was willing to tolerate it and like fight it and resist it, but eventually World War One was coming, right? And the powers that be knew there was a war. We had bigger fish to fry. We've got a war to fight. So they basically came to an understanding or came to an agreement with the feminists, right? We'll give you the right to vote, but you have to completely support the government, back the war 100%, right? You need to get women to start volunteering to work in factories making bombs and bullets, right? You get everyone on the same page, you keep society cohesive, and we'll give you your right to vote, okay? And they did, and they made that agreement, and in exchange, women pushed the war hard, right? And the White Feather Campaign, basically, they went around, and any man who hadn't volunteered to go to war, they would publicly humiliate him, call him a coward, and give him a flower, to make men so afraid of public shame that they would volunteer first. And there was it was very popular until they did it to a man who was a war hero who happened to be not wearing his uniform. And then it went badly, But these women, like, they actually were very successful. They got a lot of women doing factory jobs during the war. And like, I've noticed one thing with history is that if you can get women, when women as a collective decide they want something, they tend to get it. Okay. But it happens very rarely, and you can only do it so often, but every major change, like if you look at how Christianity became adopted to the Roman Empire, you'll find the women at the heart of it, And you'll find a lot of the major social changes. Once you get a certain amount of people on board, change is inevitable. What the thing is, one of the things that gives me hope about change in politics is that there is a formula for what it takes to change a society. A certain amount of people, percentage of people, need to believe in something to have enough weight to affect the rest of the population. And once you get to that point, there's no stopping it.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
Right.
yeah.
And we're in certain areas, we're past that point. Okay. So change is inevitable, is what I'm saying. And the
Oh,
current,
Shane, the ball's rolling back the other way
yeah,
so
the
fast.
Overton window. For the first time, I noticed when Trump got elected
Yeah.
the second time, around that period, I started noticing the Overton window shifting to the right for the first time in decades. Right. So I noticed people started, like, you notice when, like, remember when Charlie Kirk got shot?
Yeah.
Right. Remember all those people making fun of him afterwards and celebrating, and they started getting fired from their jobs. Right. Or you'll notice, if you're not a TV person, I don't think, but you notice, like, for years they've been bombarding us with, like, gay stuff on TV.
Oh, it's fucking everywhere.
Everywhere, right? Yeah. Well, between this year and last year, gay characters in TV shows has been cut 50%.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
The powers that be, the corporations are realizing there's no money in this, right? Their woke little feminist indoctrination movies aren't successful, right? And even when they
should
did,
realize how damaging it is for society.
it really is. Do you
Yeah.
know what was lamentable? And this is another thing. Like, when they write the history of this period, right, of this end, I think they will say that, like, the second culture war, they will call it, right, because we've already had one in the 60s and 70s, right? So that was like so they'll probably date it to 2010 to 2012, right? And it'll probably start with, like, Gamergate, or what they call, like, the beginning of woke starts around then, right? And it's the reaction to that and how far they went made people go the other way,
Yeah.
So not like most women, most women, like, don't actually support feminism, like, and they wouldn't identify them. So they might, like, accept the benefits of it, but they don't agree with it. Like, if you ask, like, I was watching a great video earlier. It was a woman was talking about movies, and she was talking about how Hollywood cannot write a good woman anymore.
Yeah.
Have you noticed that? Like, all the women are the same, and they're all, like, girl bosses who can beat up men, but, like, they can't actually. They're not strong at all. There's no Scarlett O'Hara's among them.
Yeah.
And it's funny. They all these women think that everything would be just better if only women could do it, and then they realize that you're all the fucking same. So, do you know what I mean?
I don't know. I really enjoyed that Great Awakening movie. The women were not.
Well, there is great. There's always great exceptions, or examples.
the
but
women, Ben Franklin's family, like, just totally great. Okay, so I know, no super famous. This was not a box office clear for sure, but at least it was made and was painting one of our founding fathers in a good light.
I like that.
And it was showing how secular he was and how Christian values were a part of our Constitution being created. I liked that part.
It definitely was. Do you know what the first? First, that separation of church and state. That's bullshit. That's like 1960s.
Yeah.
Right. So all 13 colonies had their own religion, right? And the very first thing Congress did was publish the Bible, right? So they held religious services in the Supreme Court, and they held religious services in Congress.
Yeah, actually, during this movie, they made it a thing, and I love George Washington's character. He was like, all the dudes are very masculine. George Washington was a badass in that movie. I mean, even though it was brief. So there's another movie coming out, I think on the 4th of July, Young Washington.
Oh, I've heard of
Yeah.
this. I don't know much about, but it's funny. I was going to interrupt you to mention Washington
Yeah.
because there's another movie you might like, right? Do you know the actor Jeff Daniels?
Yes.
Him playing Washington, right?
Really?
And so do you know your American history? Do you know the Continental Army forms, he gets put in command, and then the war goes very, very badly,
Yeah.
right? And America loses it gets almost wiped out, and there's like 2,000 or 3,000 men left, and they have to spend the winter at Valley Forge. You know,
he talks about that in that movie. Yeah.
Well, so the movie covers the period just after America's lost, and he has to get the army across the river, right? I forget I think it was the Delaware or some other river, but if they don't cross it, they're dead. The revolution is over, right?
Yeah.
And he has to get them there across the river, right? And get them safe, and then he's got to keep them morale up during the winter. But the movie covers the crossing the river part, and it's just a snapshot of the Revolutionary War, of a famous moment, and it's Washington at his lowest ebb, and it's like how he manages to rebound back, and he manages to retreat in such a way that everyone is still confident in him. It's like there's a famous thing that when they were crossing the river under fire, he refused to take cover. He stood the whole way, so that if they were going to shoot, let arms wide. It was kind of and the men loved them. But there's another movie coming out that you might like about Jimmy Stewart. Do you hear about this?
Mm-mm.
The actor Jimmy Stewart. It's a Wonderful Life. You know that guy?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So he was at the time the biggest box office star in America. It's the early 40s. World War II starts. He decides he wants to volunteer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Quits. He wants to quit acting, and they're like, oh, go on a USO tour. No, he volunteered to fight in the Air Force in the war, in the most dangerous. But he goes to war. He ends up leaving the war as a colonel, and he was a big hero. And he stayed in the reserves after the war, and he retired as a brigadier general in the Air Force. And he was very friendly with the Churchills, and he did real the U.S. Air Force, the 8th Air Force that were doing the bomb. That was the most dangerous job in World War II. It was 50% of those guys died. It was really bad. It was the army was 21%, and they were so it was twice the army.
Yeah.
And then he comes home, and then he makes It's a Wonderful Life and wins an Oscar in his first movie back. And he was and he was a real patriot, and his he actually served in Korea, and he flew one combat mission in Vietnam. As well afterwards as an old man, and he actually he lost a kid in Vietnam actually as well. Yeah, but there's some biopic they're making about him. Most people don't know that about him. And then he went back and he had a wonderful career, and he was still it was funny, he'd be in romantic comedies in his 50s with 20-year-olds. You know what I mean? Women loved him. There was remember Brigitte Bardot. Remember she passed away recently?
Who?
Do you ever hear her? The French. Do you ever hear? Brigitte Bardot. She was a French actress, famous from the late 50s, 60s, 70s. She was one of the first women to make the bikini popular.
Oh no, I didn't know about her.
She was in this very famous movie called And God Created Woman, I think it's called, and it's basically set in this French town, and she's the local hottie who's all the men are crazy about, and everyone wants to bang her. And it's very French, but and she she was idolized by a group of men, but she was still relatively famous. And anyway, in the 60s, she played a movie with him where she plays herself, right? So she's playing Brigitte Bardot, and he plays an American widower who meets this young French movie star, and they follow. It was one of those weird vehicles. He was hugely popular. I don't know. One of his best movies is. Do you ever see? Do you like Grace Kelly?
No, I have not hardly ever seen. I've maybe seen, if I were to put all the movies I've ever watched in my entire life together, maybe 30.
Wow.
But there's a couple that I've watched maybe 100 times.
You sound like my mother. My mom has. I've watched 3 movies with my mom.
Yeah.
In her whole life, like she does not like to, But
I mean, I don't mind them. I haven't.
Well, Grace Kelly, she was. You might know her as Princess Grace of Monaco.
Nope.
So she was an Irish American movie star. She was the most beautiful actress in Hollywood. She was like starring in like Hitchcock movies and everything. And a European prince decides he wants to get married and decides to court the American movie star, and he lures her away from Hollywood and makes her a princess in Europe. And she was the most famous and photographed woman in the world until Princess Diana. But she was in a great movie. It's a very good movie called Rear Window, and it's set in New York in the 60s. And Jimmy Stewart plays a man with a broken leg, and he's got a cast on his leg, and he's got nothing to do all day but watch The Neighbors. Okay. And he doesn't have a television. So it's summer in New York and it's hot, and everyone has their windows open because of the air, and there's no air con. So everyone's boiling, and he's spying on the neighbors, and that's all he's doing to amuse himself. And he starts noticing the guy across the hall is fighting with his wife. And then the wife, suddenly he stops seeing her, and he starts thinking that the guy has murdered the wife. And he starts, playing detective, and he's right. But he's trapped there in the house with the broken leg, and Grace Kelly's his girlfriend who comes and brings him food every day, and he sends her to spy. It's a wonderful film. Hitchcock is you see, if you're not into movies, Hitchcock is going to be nothing to you. But he's like he was a master at like the scary movie or the suspense, like the not like he do you ever hear Psycho? Do you ever see that movie?
I've heard of it.
So there's a famous, the gist of Psycho was, right, Hitchcock and his wife are sitting down to dinner, right, are sitting down for breakfast. And he's come up with an idea for a movie, right, and he wants to do a movie, and he thinks to shock the audience, he'll kill the star halfway through the movie, right? And his wife says, why not do it earlier? And she's like, what? Yeah, do it earlier. Kill her in the first few minutes. What? He said, yeah, we get the biggest star and we'll kill her, and nobody will see it coming. And then the movie will be about, finding the killer, And that's like, that's a great idea. Let's try that. And so the movie is, so there was a very famous serial killer in America, and I'll tell you his story in a moment. But basically, so the movie is about like a young woman steals a lot of money, runs away, stops at a motel room, and the hotel is run by a psycho who there's a famous scene where he has like a peephole and he's spying on her in the shower, right? And
I've seen that scene.
Yeah.
I've seen clips of it, I think.
And that scary music.
Yeah, I remember the noise. Yeah.
But that was basically the truth. There was a serial killer in America. I think he was in the 50s, and his name was Ed Gein. Creepy dude. Do you ever hear of Silence of the Lambs?
Yes, I've seen that. I know that movie.
Well, Buffalo Bill?
Yes. Creepy.
Is based on this guy. So basically, this guy wanted to kill women so he could take their skin because he wanted to remake his mom, who was dead. And I was decomposing, so he dug up his mom, and then he tried to make her look. He was a nut job, anyway. But Hitchcock made some of his movies today. There's this one of Hitchcock movies that would never you would get so canceled today for doing it. It would be like it's about a guy who blackmails a woman into getting married. Okay. And he kind of he dominates and controls her for her own good. You know what I mean? And by the end of the movie, he basically he figures out that she's got some horrible childhood trauma and that she's on self-destruct. So he gets her by the balls metaphysically or metaphorically.
Yeah.
And then once she's like, okay, right, I'm going to take you home. I'm taming you. And then he does. And he like, he's a handsome man. They have a nice life and she lives a good life. And then he fixes her up with her mom and figures out her childhood trauma. And but he has to get past her walls, and in the movie, like in this, like today, they go, oh, it's marked right. And it's all, it's all, and there's nothing in it. But he was,
I hope
anyway.
that doesn't give guys the fucking an idea that they can fucking fix broken women.
No,
that would be a terrible idea.
No, somebody said that people like they seem to get worse with age. It's not that they, or like, do you ever see like money brings out what's already bad inside you, But do you hear about that that OnlyFans chick Lily Phillips? Do you hear about her?
No, who's that?
Do you know the other one, Bonnie Blue? Do you ever hear her?
I heard she's some whore that had a chat with Andrew Tate.
Okay, well, yeah. So Bonnie Blue is I don't know. She's like a shark. She's like there's something wrong with her.
Yeah.
But
she's a whore.
Well, it's not just that she's a whore. It's how much of a whore she. It's like I'm gonna go.
You're either a whore or you're not a whore. It's like,
yeah, but she's like, I'm gonna go and find teenage virgin boys and pop their cherry just when they're right there.
See, that's fucking creepy.
She would go
borderline
up to
pedophilic.
Yeah, and she or she did these. But so anyway, your woman. Both of these girls were wild, but Bonnie Blue is the worst, right? But she wanted to set the world a new record for how many women have slept, more men, one woman and so many men. Right. So she slept with like 100 men to prepare herself for this, right? And somehow the feminists were blaming men for this. Okay. It was men's fault.
Of course it's men's fault.
And then it was
it
was her parents' fault. Right, and then it was her this and it was that, and then in the.
I mean, that's true. She is a product of her parents' parenting.
Well, apparently the parents, she in the documentary and when she talked about it, she made out that like her parents were supporting her and were approved of what she was doing, but it turned out that she was lying and that her parents had no idea how extreme they thought like maybe she was doing Playboy or something, but they didn't like, they're not going to look themselves. Like nobody wants to watch their daughter bang somebody, but anyway,
they ignored her even though they knew she was doing sex.
They said that the mom, I think the mom was more on board than the dad, and mom's logic was, well, if I stay involved with her and if I don't cut her off, and if I'm there, I can protect her. All this.
Oh my god, bullshit.
Yeah. Anyway, so
Shane, this is a terrible story.
I know, but what's weird? So the Bonnie, anyway, this woman, the Bonnie Blue, she did talk to Andrew Tate, and she actually, she's been kicked off OnlyFans because she was making content that was too extreme for OnlyFans. Right? So they were. I'm going to get to the extreme part in a minute. So basically, these two were friends. They both did OnlyFans together, and they both were friendly rivals. And then the Bonnie Blue one decided to steal the other one's thunder, and she did 1,000 men in 24 hours just to beat the other girl, right? And then they became enemies. But anyway, this girl, it turns out one of those men got her pregnant. And it turned out that before she was going to do OF, she was married and she was going to have a family. And then she thought she couldn't have kids. And now she's pregnant, so now she's going to have the kids. Right. But to completely be a pervert, she's going to ruin it by holding a public event where she's going to invite, instead of like a baby shower, she's going to do a golden shower. All these people are going to come and pee on her. And yeah.
Wait,
and I swear to God, these people are nuts. Right.
Shane, what?
I swear to God. And the other one who's been backing out, right? The Lily, her friend, apparently now she's going around she's got a new boyfriend. And she's going to, they're monogamous. But monogamous means that she can have sex with people on camera, but you can't kiss them. But it also means that he can't.
So monogamous me.
Oh, and did you hear about that guy? The guy,
You're good.
it was someone I had never heard of him because I don't really watch that kind of stuff, but he's some porn star in America, but he had a podcast and he was famous. His wife, he was married to another porn star and she was continuing to do that kind of thing. And he was on whatever podcast and he got into it with Andrew Wilson, about politics. And somebody started saying something to Wilson, criticizing, let someone go bang your wife, don't talk to me, boy, like you let someone bang and he went ballistic and he ended up storming. Anyway, his wife left him. And it's just like, he had a famous fight with Pearl. Him and Pearl had a thing.
The porn star?
Yeah, this guy was like, criticizing the manosphere and he was defending OnlyFans and he was like, doing the male feminist stuff. Speaking of male feminists, I was reading the news the other day. The famous male feminist who worked for he worked for like DC Comics. He made Batman and things like that. And he was like one of these famous Me Too people and like, support the women. He's just got arrested the other day. He had he was caught recording women and little girls in bathrooms in private cameras. In his office and at his home, and it's something several dozen. These people are all nuts.
You know what's fucking weird? All these male feminists are creeps. I don't know. It's got to be a slippery slope, right? You give away pieces of your soul by puppeting this lie and that lie, and letting this person get away with the thing and that, and not saying the thing, and it comes out in so many fucking other areas. Plus, there's like this weird sexual deviation within that specific cult. Like a guy's got to be fucked up somehow that way to even participate in the fuckery, right?
Well, part of it is like, so on some level, right, instinctively there's like part of it is always about getting laid. Okay,
right, the sneaky fuckers,
right. The sneaky fucker shit. So like you'll tell a woman she's right when she's wrong because you want to get laid. Right. Or you'll avoid telling her something because it's just too much trouble, right? Or she'll make your life miserable, right? And then it becomes like a kind of like, well, hang on a second, right? A lot of these guys, like, it's not just that you might say something that will offend her because you want to get laid. If you say something and other women will hear it and then you get a bad reputation and then suddenly nobody wants to talk, you know what I mean? So, you know what I'm saying? So a lot of guys will like put up with shit or like they will toe a party line that they might not necessarily agree with and say things they don't believe because it's more convenient and they profit from it in some way. And it's kind of weak or it's kind of cowardly in a way. But
like it's absolutely repulsive.
See, this is the thing. Like I apart from like good manners and politeness and things, I will never like, I can't lie to people in that way. Even if I could lie to a woman to get her into bed, I can't do it just myself. Like, just it's not something I would like. I would hate myself too much telling her she's right when she's wrong. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? Like, I would rather not get laid and win the arguments. You know what I mean? Or like, do you know what I mean? Like,
you fucking weirdo, Shane. Come on now.
I know I'm terrible. No, but like, and the other thing as well, like, at a certain, like, there's a sort of like, how do I say this? Like, most men like women, like we love women. You know what I mean? We do. Yeah. Even like the most bitter guy who fucking hates his ex-wife, whose wife destroyed. Like those guys love women. You know what I mean? Like, and what's scary, what bothers me about women is that they reward bad behavior.
Yes, they do. Which then it's weird coming across somebody that's been rewarded for being a feminist puppet for so fucking long. Like,
but I don't know. Are they some of these guys? I don't know. Are they rewarded? Are they though? You know,
I
like what?
think clearly they have to be if they keep continuing to do the things.
Well, look, a lot of
Isn't
it,
that
it's
how
more
human
insidious.
behavior
If the yes
works?
dear guys are more insidious, you know
Really?
the guy, you know the guys that don't make any decisions, that are completely pussy whipped, whose wife completely runs the show,
Yeah.
that have never been said. Like this is the thing. One of the things I've noticed, or I've been kind of coming to the idea, is that feminists. I try to explain this to somebody else, and they kind of like the idea of it, but it's kind of true. I think they've been winning for so long,
Oh yeah, they think they're
right?
untouchable. It's so
They have,
funny.
yeah, and the military, they call that victory fatigue in the war, right?
Oh yeah,
And you
yeah,
look at World War II, Japan versus America. Japan had been winning everything, every battle. They won every battle since 1905, right? They went on a winning streak for decades, right? They
yeah.
thought they couldn't lose, right? And then they realized once you get in the habit of winning or losing, it becomes a habit. And if you've never, like a lot of these women, I see them freak out now
Yeah.
because they've never been confronted in their life, or they've never been successfully challenged in their lives. They've
Well,
been, from the moment they've been born, they were somebody's little girl, and then they were spoiled little princess, and then they were, in the education system, and then they were amplified, and you go girl, boss girl, you can do everything, and now they can't even, they're so far gone that they think women are strong as men,
oh yes, I know of one that literally pushed a dude into a physical fight, and he whooped their
Mhm.
fucking ass. I mean, they're
Mhm.
both in trouble, but like he wasn't having it anymore. Like,
Have you
fucking
ever seen the videos with these chicks that will like try to start a fight with a bouncer in a club?
yes, yeah,
And it's fucking hilarious. I saw one, and I swear to God, he just tapped her once, and she just went flying. She was just like,
yeah, yeah.
she was. It was like, I don't think women. I saw this on Fresh and Fit one time, and it was like a lot of women hate Myron, but like I just think he's very, very blunt, you know.
Yeah. I
But
love
like
Myron and Walter.
I love Myron,
Walter
right?
puts
But
jabs in there too. It's funny.
he was trying to explain to this woman was talking about fighting with a man, right? And he was trying to
Yeah.
give her some good life. Do not fight a man. He's like, you get a gun, you shoot him if you have to, but don't fight him, right?
Yeah.
If you can't, he's like, he was trying to, like, they don't seem to understand this, that like men are something like, it's not just that we're stronger, we're twice as strong as you.
Yeah.
It's like, like the soccer players. I was talking to a friend once, and she doesn't. It was when the U.S. soccer woman, that fucking lesbian woman, was complaining about how much they were paid, and I showed her a video. Right. I showed her two videos. One was a 9-year-old boy versus an adult female professional team,
Yeah.
and the other was a 60-something-year-old man versus an adult professional team, and both of them killed him. It was like, not just, it was like little boy versus like 10 women. And he just got, he was dancing past them. He made a show. It was like, they were nothing, like there was, somebody, do you know that chick, Camila Paglia?
Yeah.
I don't know, one of her little lectures, and they were asking about like, explaining that men, the difference between men and women is that men have a single focus obsession, right? So like they're like, there'll never be a female Mozart, right? But there'll never be a female Jack the Ripper either, is what she was getting at. It's like that men are like,
so maybe if there is a female Mozart, there would be a female Jack the Ripper.
On the feminists, they look, here's another one. The feminists often talk about Mozart's younger sister, who was just as talented as she was, but she didn't get to be a musician because she was a girl.
Right. Right. Hello, Contriver. Good to see you.
And so sorry. Here, another little factoid for you. Okay.
Yeah.
So, they did research into speech. Okay, so you'll notice that women talk more than men. Right, I'm an exception, of course, because I'm a yappy. Right, but women talk more than men. Okay,
I might be an exception too.
Okay, and you'll notice that they studied women's sentence structures and men's sentence structures. So a man and a woman communicating the exact same information, a woman will use twice as many words as a man will to say the exact same thing, right?
Mm.
So they say it's like men communicate directly and women communicate indirectly. But they worked out that they monitored men and women in the same jobs, so like jobs where they talk for a living, still same thing, women talk more. But they also noticed that women are talking more now than they used to. So like women in 2026 are talking more than women in 2020, right?
That
yeah,
makes sense.
They're getting on average, the old number was like 3,000 words per day difference, and now it's getting near 6. Right, women talk a lot more. They're talking more than ever, and they don't shut up. You know what I mean? That's the problem, right?
No, I hear that. I hear that a lot. I spend enough time around a couple women in my environment that I just they never fucking shut up. Ever.
Yeah, or they don't, or they talk at you more than with you.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
I've seen that. Like I know, I know 2 women, and there's one of them never shuts up, and the other one never says a word. And I talked to the quiet one, and she said, "Oh, well, we work because I don't like to talk, and she doesn't like to shut up." So, yeah. But I do see. No, hang on. Where were we? Words for they're talking. Yeah, they're talking more, and they're also, there's a thing about communication that I don't think women get, is that like most communication isn't verbal,
right?
You know, it's body language.
And you know what's weird? These crazy bitches that never show up don't like looking people in the eye. I've noticed that. They don't look at you when they're talking.
There's a thing about looking in the eyes, isn't there? That like there's some people don't look you in the eye out of respect, and some people do it because they can't, because of honest, so it's a disrespect and they don't look. You know what I'm saying? Like like on a one-to-one, eye contact is important. In a group, it's not so much important. You talk to everybody, but it's what so you can tell. Like a man can show you he loves you in a way that words can't.
Mm-hmm.
Or like. A lot of the time, it's what you don't say communicates a lot, or how your posture is, or how open you are to listening to others. Like being a good listener is important. I think that women have lost the art of listening.
Yeah.
Like I used to think, it used to be a very common trope in media or in art that women were some great mystery that men could never understand. Okay. And I think that was sort of true. Like women were always a mystery to men, right? And
now they're not. Everything's out there for the world to see.
Now women have been spilling their guts for 200 years. I think women are. We know we've got you we know everything. It's actually you don't understand us anymore.
Right.
Now your grandma might have understood men in a way that you don't, but you don't. You think the women think they know men, but they don't. They know, like the what's her name, Danny Sawakowski, whatever her name is. She was that podcast earlier. They were talking about and this was one of the things that the women were nodding their heads to. Is basically saying that the version of reality that feminism discusses is not one that they know, right? Or it's not one, like the men that they talk about are not the men that they know. And then, it's always like a boogeyman version of a man. It's not like a real man,
Right. Well, but no. They're actually the men that they talk about are literally the male feminists in their group.
Oh, yeah.
Which is weird.
And the other thing they'll do, it's funny, like, so the men, so there's the men who are like the players, who are the ones that they hate the most, right, are the ones they like the most, right? And it's like the nice guys are the ones they hate the most. It's like the innocent guys who have nothing to do with them are the most hated by women. Do you know what I mean? Like I thought it was
their attention.
Well, one thing I thought was very, very curious about that poll that they looked at, it was that the women that are older hate men less. That is odd to me. you would think that the older women would hate men more.
No, I don't think I would. I would think that the older women have way more life experience and maybe they got a little smarter and calmed down a little bit and then looked at every week and every interaction with every man that they've ever come across and been like, well, maybe that was fucking retarded to puppet. That one man that did the thing that was terrible 40 years ago. Wow, maybe not all men are like that. Maybe that's why they hate him less.
Or it could be the level of indoctrination has gotten to the, that after so many generations that there's so much, that the feminists are in so many institutions that now kids are like, there must be more negative feminism today with social media and school and the media. Like there's no, like when I was a kid, there were conservative women were represented, but even in the in the leftist sphere, women were still good. What's funny? What I mean good, what I mean is that the female characters were well written. There were good characters and there were good movies and stories in a way that both sexes could appreciate, instead of making it just for women or just for men. So here's one for you right now. You won't know this because you're not a movie person, so you probably don't know this movie or you won't know the actor. So I'm not even going to bother telling you, right? But they told men, right, and they asked them specifically the nerdy type of action dude or science fiction type, the most popular character in that genre as voted for by men, and the men voted for a female character, right?
Of course.
Right. But the character, what was interesting about the character was that she was pretty based, and the movie is written by a man and he's sort of a male feminist and he's one sort of these pro women type guy, but he also knew how to write a good character, they had a kind of one of her things was the villain in the movie, she has to save a child. So it's basically she's like a mother, essentially a mother figure and she fights like a demon to protect this little kid. Right.
Of course.
And it's done in such a way that's and you're on her side, in a way that this is the thing, the women the men that women complain about are not the men they should be complaining about, and the men that they should be complaining about, they don't complain about. That's what I'm,
because the men that they're complaining about are the ones that don't submit to doing exactly all the things that they want them to do, which is weird. The men that do that are the most, I would say, abusive, the most manipulative, the most all the bad things. And it's weird because the kind of men that they complain about are the same men that they're hanging out with.
Oh yeah, the radical feminist I was talking earlier. I was fighting with. You should I know who she I know who she's fucking. And he's one of these men that he's I'm not fucking paying. I'm not buying dinner for any of these fucking bitches. They can buy me dinner. You know what I mean? He's and the thing is, he's handsome enough and Chad enough that they'll actually do it. It's funny, and they're poor little girl. It's I don't
Shane, I have to go potty again.
No worries. Don't worry.
And get more water.
Yeah. Okay. What do we talk about while you're gone?
Do you want me to play?
Play?
I don't want to leave you alone.
Yeah. Yeah. Don't leave me alone. Play something.
Okay. I'm trying to think. I don't even know if I have YouTube on here. Hold up. Let me get YouTube up here. Oh, did you see that movie about the illegal immigrant, the vigilante?
Yes.
It got banned in Germany. Did you watch it?
I haven't watched it. I've seen several pertinent scenes, but it's been banned in Germany?
What?
That movie has been banned in Germany and it's been banned in the UK.
That's what I heard.
But it's making bank. It's making big money.
Yeah.
You know about the star? He had a scandal.
Uh-oh.
They Me Too'd him.
Hold on. Of course they fucking did.
Do you know what?
Okay.
Do you know what? They Me Too'd him because of a sexual fantasy he had. He was sexting with a girl, and they were like going into some weird like degen shit, and he went too far, and she reported him, and he got cancelled.
She reported him for words that he said to her, not actual things he
Yeah, it
did
was like
to
a
her.
weird fetishy fantasy. Oh, I'd like to. Oh, I love you so much. I'd like to fucking kill you and eat you.
Oh, yeah, that's creepy.
Yeah, and I think he had some weird foot things, you know, and those foot people as well. Like, oh, I love your feet. Yeah. But he's very like apparently they the movie had they couldn't get Muslims to appear in the movie.
Really?
Yeah, because
they were going to kill him.
Yeah, so they got people that kind of.
They read the script and they were like, "No thanks."
Yeah, apparently, originally people thought online that this was some sort of satire. You know, people who hadn't seen the movie. No, this is dead serious. No, this is no the Muslims, the bad guy. We're the
okay.
Yeah.
Wait, Shane, are you on your laptop or your phone?
Phone.
Okay, never mind. I was going to say
what
I can share one of your screens and you can play something.
Oh, how do we?
But no, not if you're on your phone.
I'm
trying to find something on X that's long enough. Oh, Citizen Vigilante.
That's
Top 10 purchases. See, Elon 2 hours ago. This is what people want to see.
Did you see the? I know you have to go for pee, so I want to be quick. But there's a good scene where he's about to murder or shoot somebody, and the gist of the scene is that some Muslim chick is talking about these Western girls deserve to get raped the way they dress, you know?
Yeah, I saw that part.
And it's like, I was like, I love the way they do, and you think this is good values to be teaching your daughter, you know? But this is the thing that's scary. You know, if you look at the like that kid that was stabbed a couple of weeks ago in England, like these women will they'll cover up for their men, you know? They'll like hide the murder weapon, they'll like, you know, say the bitch deserved it, you know, whatever it is.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't matter what they do, it seems. Like these people were like those girls in England, like these gangs were like all made up of guys in the same family. You know, and they were all married, we're all kids, you know, and it's like, I don't know if you read they're how many they're like they're past 250,000 victims. You believe that?
I have a hard time believing that.
It was one.
But I don't live in a fucking prison country that doesn't have guns, so maybe. I don't know of any that have happened in Texas. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna play this because actually this might be along the lines of this is Governor Abbott something.
Ooh.
It's only a minute long though, so I will try to hurry.
Greg. Okay.
I will try to hurry.
Well, in part by that statement, but also in part by information that we've gathered, there appear to be multiple violations that have taken place here. One is information has been provided to investors that appears to be misleading. Another is they appear to be in violation of fair housing laws. Also, we found that, you know, they talk about doing all this building, but they don't have any building permits to actually do any building, and they have challenges even getting those building permits. Believe this or not, we've even received information that they may have been conducting a funeral home without legal authority. Bottom line, Laura, is that there so many questions arose, especially information that we received, that led us to need to call the elite Texas Rangers to conduct a criminal investigation to find out if criminal laws in Texas have been violated. Well, in part by that statement, but also in part by information that we've gathered, there appear to be multiple violations that have taken place here. One is information has been provided to investors that appears to be misleading. Another is they appear to be in violation of fair housing laws. Also, we found that, they talk about doing all this building, but they don't have any building permits to actually do any building, and they have challenges even getting those building permits. Believe this or not, we've even received information that they may have been conducting a funeral home without legal authority. Bottom line, Laura, is that there so many questions arose, especially information that we received, that
Do I need to play the whole thing again?
No, it played it repeated when it ended. So
Okay.
you were like forced. You were like, you made it in great time.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Now tell me about.
Sorry. Oh, lost your audio. Just a sec. And should we just tell you about? Oh, the chord. Nearly there. Hello? Can you hear me? I can't hear a word.
Okay, now can you hear me?
Now I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, my settings are all messed up. I don't know why. Okay.
Oh, I thought it was the you had pulled the thing out of your ear.
Well, I did. I pulled it out of the
Mm.
thing because I was gonna go get water because I only had time to pee. I didn't have enough time to get water. But just tell me
So you were
about.
gonna ask?
Yeah, tell me about what happened in this video because I didn't hear it.
Oh,
Governor Abbott.
he's talking about. I think he's talking about the Muslim population in Texas, and they want to build that community for themselves. And they were doing. They were doing like funerals, but without permits.
Okay.
I don't know. Did you hear about that town they wanted to build for themselves?
I heard about it.
Yeah,
haven't
I heard
seen
that
it
got
with
shut
my
down.
eyes.
But that's what they will do. They start small, they move into one house, and then they take over a street, and then a street becomes a neighborhood becomes a city. That seems to be how it goes. There was so that old interview I was talking about, he was talking about a British city, and at the time the British city had a tiny immigrant population. And he was saying that, like, if you project it forward, just based on the birth rate, they will take over the city in so many decades. And he was completely right. There are whole English cities like that are like London. There's 60% of the people that live in London are not English.
Yeah.
They're-
No, you guys
they're
have been. The Europeans have been displaced.
Mhm.
Like it's happened.
Yeah. It's. I'm kind of like, it's like the analogy, you know, with the frog. Ever you put a frog in the water and it's boiling water and he'll jump out, but if you put him in a cold water and slowly let it boil, he'll stay there.
Yeah. You
That's
know
what
what,
it will
though? Here in
Mhm.
America, we just had a report that it was the first time that the majority of the population's birth rate, the minorities in our country had more babies than the majority did.
Mm.
So
That makes
that happened here.
That's wild.
Yeah.
There's something I was looking at, something about, you know, what's going on in South Korea and Japan.
Yeah.
Their birth rate's even worse. They were talking about how what happened was that how the feminist idea became popular and it was going a certain way, and then the corporations got involved, and then they created this whole like girl boss economy. But basically, the men sort of developed a policy where they just stopped fighting.
Yeah.
And they kind of sucked the oxygen out of the room in a way. And
Yeah.
when the economy turned down, a lot of those women lost their jobs, and the companies based their decisions on who was the most productive worker, and men were more productive than women.
Yep. Yep.
And it's just the way it is. And like these women, like there's lots of media stuff about these fucking South Korean B4 women. Have you heard all that bullshit?
Mm-mm.
So basically,
Oh yes, before my daughter, she spent one semester in criminal justice, and she's the one that originally told me, because there was a girl in one of her classes that did a report on the 4B movement. She's like, she texted me, she's like, "What the fuck is this?"
what's crazy about it is, right, it gets more attention overseas than it probably does in Korea, right?
Yeah.
Like Western feminists love this idea, you know?
Yeah.
But they forget, okay, well, first things first, like how many people are actually in this? We're talking like 5,000 or 6,000 women. That's it.
Yeah.
Right. And all of these women are like, they live with their folks, they're like the failure to launch kids. They're like the female equivalent of like, an internet dude who like sits in his basement and like, keyboard warriors. That's what they're like. And the event that sparked it was some poor kid, a schizophrenic kid, had a psychotic event and he killed 2 women, right? And he was a schizophrenic, it happens. Like, do you know how many, they did this interview, there were some guy was trying to do a hit piece on the manosphere and incel and all that stuff. And he got like the world expert on incels in a room, started asking him questions like about incel violence. You know how many people incels have killed ever?
Hardly any.
14 in the whole goddamn world.
14
people.
Those are rookie numbers, damn it.
Yeah.
How many
They're
abortions have been performed?
Sadly, I know the answer to that.
Yeah, I know you do.
It's 1.2 billion.
Yeah. How many people have died in the wars?
Okay, so if you add up every war in history, okay, up to the 20th century, the entire 20th century, more people died in the 20th century than all the wars before that, right? So if you add up I don't know the exact number, but I do know that that twice as many men have died in war than women who have ever died in childbirth. And I know that, so for example, last year, if you add up all the wars in the world and all the murders in the world, you should get to about 6.5 to 7 million dead. But if you compare the abortions, you should be 73 million.
Yeah.
So I think women kill at like something like 10 times the rate that men did.
Yes.
And you got to take into account as well, like for most of history, the population was tiny, our population is 8 billion now, but in 1960 something, it was 3 billion. In 1945, it was 1.5. So whole inflation, man. And women, and this is the thing, do you know what's funny? You know what, like women are, if you actually know history, women are up to their necks in everything.
Oh yes, everything.
Like everything. Like I was reading something about yesterday about well, it was like pre-England, okay? So like almost the Dark Ages, right? But there was basically like a queen in England killed in battle in an England. Like women, the Roman legions let women in. You know that?
Mm-mm.
Oh yeah, this is another pattern in history. as civilizations become more feminine, right, or like you might say, swing to the left, right, standards decline. They start giving women more and more political power until it creates chaos, and then there's a collapse, and then things go back to normal, right? But they're usually more like, so like, you know, like Japan, the samurai, all that shit. Before that happened, they were so effeminate that the military had to take over. You know, seriously. Oh, some one thing about men that's interesting is I don't know. Someone was saying that I didn't read it, but like, you know, in the Epstein files,
I hear
they were
about them.
talking. Oh, there's some. I haven't. Most of it is like I don't really care, you know, or like I mean like the interesting names are already redacted, probably. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
saw some posts about it, and they're like file with all these lines on it. I'm like, what is that? And then people are like, oh, we're gonna use AI to recover the name. I'm like, how are you gonna do that, really?
Well, some of the things was interesting. I thought was that some of his you know, conversations that weren't to do with whatever his crimes were, just talking about other shit, is interesting. But like, so there was one of his emails, they were talking about the testosterone levels in men and how it's in decline and how that's a good thing and that we should keep that going because it'll make men easier to, or the world easier to control. You know, a lot of these guys, like, there's some women are like women are dangerous and they are a weapon. Like, you know, like, remember the guy in the Middle East, Arafat? Do you remember him? He said that they were asking like, how are you going to beat Israel? And he says the womb is our weapon. You know, will outbreed you.
Yeah.
And they are. Somebody was saying that oh, there was something I read, something that I was read this old article in the Atlantic, and it's called I'd recommend it to anyone. It's called The End of Men. Okay. And it's about so basically like women are like doing sex selective abortions. You know, they find out they're having a boy and they have an abortion, but they keep a girl. But they're still bitching about the other way around, you know, which kind of happens in Asia. The China, that one child policy ruined China.
Yeah.
Have I lost you?
No, I'm here.
Ah, you seem tired.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, no, you just sound a bit tired.
Oh no, I'm listening.
Where were we? Or what were we?
One child policy ruined China.
It did, because the Chinese girls being more expensive than boys, and Chinese custom boys take care of their parents when they get old. So the parents decided to have boys. Now there's too many boys and not enough women to go around, and they've got a demographic problem.
Yeah.
And then that's why China invested in the military to keep the men occupied, and that's where it'll probably be your next war.
Do you think they'll want our fucking women? The spoils of war? I think not.
Yeah, well, no. Do you know what? What's funny? Do you know, I saw this, you know, the Passport Bros thing. You know, there are American women that do the same thing, but they don't have the same results.
No.
Like American women, I've seen, they'd miss American men. You know, they get these European men, these French men. They expect us to go Dutch on the dinner.
That's
your quality, babe. No, but I think the Chinese. I know someone that used to live in China, and she was like, "You wouldn't fuck with those Chinese men. Like, are rough, you know. Like, there's a what do you call? Like, I saw, I read so like there was something about they did a survey where they, like something that's anonymous. So like I'm going to ask you if you've ever committed a crime, but there's no way I can know who you are, so you can tell me the truth.
Yeah.
So they asked guys in China and those Asian countries if they had ever committed a rape, right? And what was scary was 25% of them said yes.
Really?
Yeah, that now the logic was that it was so common that they weren't afraid of the consequences, or that was how they build it. But it was also like some of these countries, though, like the police are useless in these countries. India and China are like it's like stepping back like hundreds of years.
Yeah.
The Indians, before the British made them stop, when a man died, they used to kill his wife during the funeral.
Really?
Yeah, they used to cremate him and they used to burn her on the ashes.
So nobody would have to take care of her.
Yeah, essentially. She's all she's doing. She's a little good at life. Go on there. You might as well go on to the next world together.
Right.
But there was something I don't know. Sorry about your constitution.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you kind of gave me what I've been looking for earlier when you said once you get the women on board.
Yeah, I've seen. There's also you don't need everybody.
Oh, that I do know. That I do know. But I still need the women on board, I think.
Yeah, but one thing I would say,
encourage the men.
Yeah,
because
no,
I think right now our society, like the men are afraid of doing the wrong fucking thing. So,
do you ever listen to that woman? Is there Alison Armstrong? Do you know that chick?
Is she
She's an old lady, and she's like a marriage guidance counselor.
Yes,
and
I love her. She talks about the singular focus of men and the diffused awareness of women. Yes, I love her.
And she was talking about how one of the big problems with women is they keep on interrupting men when they're talking. And she was saying that if you listen to men talk, they will come out with the deepest shit. Yeah. Right? If you give them, like what she said, the words a safe space and the freedom to speak and not interrupt, and you let them get their steam out, and it's usually like super profound and something she would never come up with. And she was saying women are like something like we have our female communication pattern and we just kind of assume that everyone is exactly the same as us. So then we encounter men and that's a problem, Yeah. But she was talking about there was hang on, what was it she was talking about? Hang on. Amazon. Fuck, it's gone. Sorry.
Damn it. Bring it back.
But, yeah, it might come back to me. But if you can prompt me
getting women on board.
Oh yeah. The problem with women is one problem with women is they've already, as a collective, made that cultural shift, and they've done it within most people's lifetimes. Okay. So you can't get everybody in the world, to get behind feminism and women's rights and the sexual revolution and everything that came with it. Okay. And then suddenly decide, oh, hang on, guys, it's not really working out for us. Can we have more, please? And oh yeah, we'd like men to work more and we to work less, and you to give us all the money. It's just not going to happen. You can't do it. Even if society's going in a direction, and we're going to change or we're going to go back. But I would say that, like, if you wanted to fix the world, good women supporting good men would do that. And if you wanted to get men to act, they would need to know that the women are on their team. Or that they have their, that they're not expecting to.
That's what I run into. The not believing that
No, the trust between the sexes is at an epic all-time low.
Oh yeah.
Epic
Yeah,
low.
I hear it all the time.
And it's like some people it seems like I know there was like I know the corporate people are investing in women being unsuccessful, you know.
Yeah.
And I do know, do you remember that stat that was going around that like by 20, 30, 50% of women will be single childless?
Yeah, I've heard about that.
Yeah, well, they were wrong. We already passed it.
Yeah.
We already did. Oh, and we also passed another dangerous milestone. But I have some comfort because I think it's a bit. So the percentage of women in America that said they were feminist has reached a dangerous high at like 52%. But I don't think most women even know what feminism is.
Right. They don't understand it's a fucking death cult.
It is no, it like that seems to be the only thing that like they want to destroy the world, and if there's so that they can either rebuild the ashes or they'll put it out of its misery. Like,
They don't build anything. The only thing they're able to do is join something that's already been built and destroy it.
Oh,
like,
did you hear about
can do.
So this chick, right? I forget who she is or her name, right? But she's some very, very wealthy woman, okay? And she decides to set up an island, an all-female island where no men can be, right? So she buys the island and she gets like workmen and she builds it into a lovely little private fucking luxury, 5 stars, everything.
So she got men to build it.
She got men to build it, and she also contracted men to maintain it so they could come out several times. You know, if anything broke, they would come out and emergency fix it, and they came out and maintenance it, right? So the island is a luxury island, and it's only women, right? Guess how long they stayed on the island?
A month.
They managed to get like this, they fully closed the island after 18 months, but it was hell after a few weeks. Nobody wanted to be there, and the island shut. Right. So even if you gave them, they can't stay alone together as a group, you know?
Yeah.
And somebody, sometimes I have another woman I know, and she said something about, I don't know if I don't know if she's kidding or if it's like hyperbole, but she's like, these women, like, they hate and idolize men at the same time.
Yes, I was just going to say that. The exact kind of women that would go to that island need men around to fucking torture. They need that.
Yeah, they need men to torture, but they also like think men are capable of things that women aren't. Like they actually, on some level, they're amazed by shit that men do and envy that they can't do it. You know, it's like kind of like Freud and his penis envy. You know, you know that one. That's that thing.
Yeah.
Hello.
That's why the ones that the boss bitches or the hyper masculine ones, like there's these lesbians that one of them I know was taking testosterone. She tried to convince me that after 30 minutes of listening to her complain about people in leadership and how this person messes up that thing and this and that, I was agreeing with her and I was like, and she's very butchy. She walks around. She's got her nose pierced. She's top dog in the area. Marks her territory. All the things.
Horrible haircut.
Dreadlocks.
No.
Yeah, but and I was agreeing with her, and then all of a sudden I was like, yeah, that's why I don't believe women belong in leadership. And she went from that kind of energy to. I can't believe you would say that. Like,
but it's true.
Shifted in a second. I was like, excuse me?
Do you know what's okay? So here's one for it. Right? Do you know the most powerful woman who ever lived was probably Queen Victoria? Do you know her? You ever hear her?
No.
She was the Queen of England. She ruled a quarter of the world. Okay, and she was one of the longest reigning queens. Anyway. She ruled for an incredibly long time, like 60, 70 years, right? And towards the end of her life, right, she said, right, when she was around to see the beginning of feminism and said they should all be horsewhipped, right? And she said, right? And she said that women are universally unsuitable for political power.
They are. She was
Now,
right.
she gave herself as an exception, as someone who like has a terrible attachment to power, but she realized that our nature, that the female nature is just not good best for power. You know,
It's not. Okay, Shane, I have this dictionary that literally said feminism is a cult.
I remember. I think you sent me a screenshot.
I did. And
Yeah,
I've been
and
looking at old dictionaries everywhere I go. And
But I regularly, when I think of it, I'd say to people like, do you know what the original definition of feminism was? And they're like, no. Well, let me show you. I'll send them those.
yes.
It's brilliant. I
No,
remember.
but it seemed to still be known before the 60s. The last dictionary that I could find was like a 1950, mid 50s. So it was before the 60s, before that was taken out.
Sorry, when was that published? That was in the mid 50s.
Not this one, but I've seen other dictionaries. Because dictionaries are fucking. There's tons of them, different kinds.
Yeah, but they're like even the better dictionaries are changing the definitions. You know, I think they changed something to do with, I don't know if it was feminism or women or something. There was a change to the dictionary recently, or like or it might have been the definition of racism changed or something changed anyway. But they do this fucking sleight of hand thing with words. You know, this is the thing with the one in my dealings with leftists or whoever these people are. One of my other things I advise is a good command of English. So like knowing your language and knowing what words mean and knowing when they say certain things, what they really mean, you know?
Yeah.
You know, the reading between the lines and, you know, their little double speak, you know, like their 1984. Did you read 1984?
I saw the movie.
Was it? There's a great line. Do you know the line is, I don't know, it gets covered a lot on the internet, but it's like, it's always the women and above all the young ones. The swallowers of slogans.
Yes, they are slogans.
The nosers, the amateur spies, the nosers out of unorthodoxy. And he's right about them, you know?
Yeah.
Do you know the feminists have taken 1984 and they've rewritten it, but from her point of view?
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Of course they would.
Yeah. And I've heard
they won't come up with something original. They'll just
they can't.
changes to the exist. I know.
And this is the other thing. Have you noticed that whenever they do a book, they can't help but change it?
Yes.
You're a reader, so like, do you ever read Wuthering Heights?
Mm-mm.
Well, you know the story though, do you?
Is it a fiction?
Yeah, it's a fiction and it's set in England in the 18th century, kind of like Pride and Prejudice times, right?
I tried Pride and Prejudice.
It was sort of like
fiction for some reason.
So it was sort of like rich family, big country house. The dad finds a poor orphan boy who's like 6 or 7, you know, destitute, and he brings him home, and he's sort of like the adopted brother. And him and the sister kind of grow up together, like, and they're like young, and then they kind of get feelings for each other, but he's beneath her, you know. And then they're separated, and then he goes off to make his fortune and comes back determined to be a rich man, so to, you know, marry her. And then it becomes about like his revenge, you know. But they did an adaptation of it, and they butchered it and turned it into some weird BDSM stupid, you know.
Oh, Jesus.
And they cast that Margot Robbie chick in it, and she's about twice as old as the character should be, and and she's the wrong hair color, and her teeth are too good, and you know, like people shouldn't look like this. That's another thing about historical movies. Like, people shouldn't look that good,
right?
You know, like I was reading a book, and it had a diary entry from a dude like in the 1600s talking about his family, right? And he described his wife, right? And he was describing a woman that's about 30 years old, but you would swear it was like he was describing an old lady just by the description. Like, people, like, you would have, your hair would be gray by then, you know?
By
Just
30?
their life. Yeah, your life was so much harder.
Mm.
You like they also had very, very poor hygiene. And they, like they didn't bathe, and he described like by 30 she had like 2 teeth left. You know what I mean? It was like that.
Mm.
That's and I think she was like she had like got married at 15 and went down having kids and constantly until she was so she was kind of a bit drained. And then they also described like these women used to have to get up at like 5 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
And then they would be working constantly till about 10.
Yes. Yes.
And people forget that, because like just making butter. You ever like see someone
Right.
make butter?
Yes.
You ever try and
Yes.
make butter? Your arm would be exhausted. or like
You can use a blender. I mean, yes, the old school ways.
mm,
Yeah. Yeah.
or
Definitely.
how they wash
Churning
clothes.
that shit.
Or
Churning
like
the butter.
yeah, my grandmother. I remember I saw this. I remember my granny took me to the farm and she had like the old butter churn, and I was
Yeah.
like, "What's that?" And she goes, "It's a butter churn." I said, "What's that?" She goes, "It makes butter." What? And I was like, "What butter comes from the?" No, it doesn't, boy. And she sits me down and then she shows me how. Now you try and make it. I was like, "Oh my god, that's like
Yeah.
just awful." But the other thing as well, like washing clothes, like that used to take, and like washing clothes was like one of the most time-consuming jobs. And especially, they used to be the old wooden, washboard things that used to you would sort of scrub it. You would put it like a bucket of water, and you put the board, and you wrap the clothes around the board, and then you can scrub it and beat it. But before that, the women used to have to go to rivers and like get a stones and beat the fucking. I mean, it used to be an all-day activity, and every woman in the community would get all of her gear, and they'd all go down and just spend the day gossiping and doing laundry.
Yeah, with the kids around, kids would help. Like,
but I've been seeing that. I know your woman Paglia had mentioned this, right? But she was saying that a lot of the mental health crisis in women, they talk about the male loneliness epidemic.
Yeah,
that's bullshit. You know that, right?
No,
meaning
is it not?
Yeah. No, well, what I mean is the epidemic is the female loneliness, meaning women report loneliness at twice the rate that men do, or that the loneliness men report is more like social isolation. It's like people that it's not like because he's a man or a woman. It's just like people living in big cities, or maybe like their friends and family aren't around and they just don't connect with people. Like a lot of people, especially in big cities, like they barely know their neighbors.
Oh, I know. And there's no accountability. That's what I've been trying to get across at where I'm working, because where I'm working, there's a big representation of city fucking people. And they work in a very small town. Like they have no idea that everybody in the community literally watches what they do. And then I get to hear about it. So when they fuck up. So, but they're not used to knowing their neighbor, for one, being able to be somewhere and have somebody see what you're fucking doing and check you if it's necessary. Like, I think that's a city problem.
I had when I was a kid, we had some family friends, and they came over to stay, and they brought their teenage daughter, and they were from London. Like London's one of the biggest urban cities in the world, right? Yeah. And she was shocked and amazed at like I took her from like my house to like the corner store to get some like a soda or something, or candy or something, but like 6 people said hello to me before I got there.
Right.
And she was like, "Who are you? Like, do they just nobody, how do these people know you?" And it's just, "Oh, they're my friends, or they're my neighbors. We know everybody." Do you know what I mean? It's like, I had so the town post office robbery, armed robbery someday. I heard that there had been a robbery, right? But within 2 hours, my mom told me who did the robbery. Right.
right.
It hadn't made the news. The police hadn't arrested anybody, but she knew the gossip guy. Like, when I say like they know what I eat for breakfast, I'm not kidding. They probably do know what I eat for breakfast. Like people know who. No, you don't have to. And this is the thing about cities. Like, she was saying that she's lived. She was like 19 at the time, and she's saying she'd lived next door to the same people for like 19 years. She wouldn't know their names. That's crazy to me.
In a city?
But like 19 years of passing the same people maybe every evening or morning, and you don't say hello, you know, and they don't even know their name.
That's weird.
When I was this is a slight tangent story, but when I was a baby, when I was born, my folks had the christening, and they had just moved into the house, and there was a couple next door, and they had a baby too, and they didn't know them, so they invited them to the christening. And they brought their little boy, and they had invited people back to the house afterwards, and they put their baby in with me in my crib, and then they had the little party. And that guy became my best friend, and we were next door neighbors ever since. Right,
Yeah.
we grew up together, and she joked that I was like her third son, you know,
Right.
and we were so close that when that woman died, and the family had me in the car at the funeral with them, you know, and sit with the family. And this is how people used to be, you know. And what Paglia was saying was that so that people have the modern world has created atomization, social isolation. People don't make contact the way we used to. People are spending, like, there was something about you know, people think the internet isn't real, and in a way it's not real, but it's more real than the real world to many people.
Right. People that don't actually have people in their lives.
Well, so for people over a certain age, the internet is irrelevant, right?
Yeah.
But they're dead. They're like elderly. They don't understand it. They don't know how it works. They don't think it means anything. They don't think that unless you like shake hands with somebody, they're real. You know, they can't conceptualize it in the same way. But on the same level, like if you were to ask my father about Ireland, he would give you a very, very, very different version of events than I would, right? Because his version of events only comes from MSN, you know, and it only comes from like I saw like my father's so old now that I don't even bother arguing with him about certain things. You know what I mean? It's just he's just an old man. Like, don't upset him, you know. But I noticed how it happened. I saw the effect, what seemed to be the effect of propaganda over a period of time wearing away. So that, you know, things that as a younger man he would have fought against, by the time he had gotten used to it, you know, or it seemed safer to go with the flow in a way that a young man wouldn't have. So like things that like I saw him kind of turn against positions I knew he believed in, and then not understand why, or not really know why he had done it, you know?
Yeah,
like,
that slow boil you're talking about.
Yeah. And I realized that part of it was like he was getting old, and you just tired. You just don't have the same mental energy you had anymore. But part of it was that he read the same newspaper and watched the same people on the TV, but the newspaper, the family that used to make the newspaper no longer do. They sold out to a corporation, and that corporation was sold 3 or 4 more times, and the editorial position is not the same, you know. And it's they also did this thing where, and you'll see it. I see it in America as well. Like I see, like there are members of the Republican Party, there are senior Republican politicians who are not Republicans, you know.
I don't even know what the fuck a Republican is, like, really.
Yeah, you know, the other thing
I know,
like,
there's all these group identitarians that are like, that person's not in my group. They're not a real Republican, or they're not a real Democrat, or they're not a real fucking lifestyle.
And then they'll come at you, oh, you and your purity tests and but I'm sorry, there are core principles that you should.
I was accused of not being American because I don't vote. But it's like,
why do you need to vote?
Why
Voting
are you looking at this little bubble of America and being like, okay, since 1919, yes, women got the right to vote.
But like, oh, here's another thing. You know that like for most of US history, like half of the men didn't vote either.
Right.
They couldn't vote. They didn't have voting rights.
Right.
You know, in the UK, do you know, or in Ireland, do you know when men and women got voting rights at the exact same time? So there's never been a time in Ireland where men had extra rights than women, like voting wise. But they still act like fucking bitches, you know?
Right,
Yeah.
right.
They still act like they
you
were hard
oppressed
dumbbells.
us.
But they're like, you oppressed us. We didn't have the vote either. Oh well, shut up. You know what I mean? It's like
Yeah.
they don't like. I don't know. For some people, I don't know. I've seen this a lot with certain like younger people, especially like they can't conceive of a past beyond a certain point. Like to
Right.
them,
They look
like-
at these little bubbles, and it's like this
Mhm.
is the mode we're operating in, and they don't see.
well, like I had a thing. I was talking to certain television shows. I've noticed, and the problem is that they will put an area, some historical period, but it's clearly a modern woman is writing the show, or they're writing it. But it's, the women in the show say things or believe things that a woman would never believe in those
Right.
days.
Ever.
You know, ever. Like it was like up until like the early 1960s, like every woman believed that men were smarter than women, right? And that women were stupid. And that things had to be just advanced enough that they were still cool, but dumb enough that women could do them. Right? And I swear
Right.
to God, women used to think that way. Like,
Yeah.
and they would like, and they also seemed to know that women needed a leash, you know, in some way, shape, or form. Like there was always like the older mentor woman who was,
Yes.
Keeping the other women in
Your
line.
aunt. Yes.
Yeah,
Your grandma.
This is the thing. The aunt and the grandma used to be on everybody's, on society's side, but then they turned evil. You know, and it's evil auntie telling you to, bad advice,
And go join OnlyFans, and you
Yeah.
go wear what you want. Go party with your girlfriends. Dude, I heard this gross story. I'm afraid to like look it up, but it was a story about some chick that fucking went out to party, and apparently her boyfriend ended up committing suicide, but didn't want her to go. And then, she struggled with the guilt of that. But then fast forward to, but she'd still do it anyway and still let the man kill himself because of it.
Gee.
Like what the fuck? That sounded creepy. Like,
There is some people. I had an encounter with some crazy women. Like this isn't creepy. This is just like mentally ill. Like these fucking these women with food issues. Have you heard about these? Like eating disorders, and like this woman is bulimic, and I swear to God, this is like I'm saying this because she's a horrible person, so I don't really feel bad, right?
Well,
Saying this,
yeah.
right? But
Yeah.
she basically like she hoards her vomit,
Ugh.
keeps it.
So
It's like a trophy, or like it's like those old stories of Howard Hughes and the tea,
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I swear to God. And it's like it's like she'll keep it in the room, and it's hidden in the room, and she'll look at it to give herself comfort. It's like
Those fucking bitches are crazy.
I know, and I saw that they have these fucking support groups where these women will hang around with, like, who are encouraging each other in their eating disorders, right?
Of
So it's not
course.
like, and they do what they call like food porn, right? Where they talk about food like it's sex, right? Oh. You know what I mean? And they'll share pictures of delicious food to turn each
Oh
other on.
my
And it's like, oh my God, and they
Yeah.
talk about eating, like, oh, I'd eat that. And it's like they were like, it's like porn. It's like they were talking
Yeah.
about, like, and,
Yeah.
it's,
Yeah.
and the marshmallows. It's like,
That is so sick.
oh, here's another one. Do you know that we have 33% of the entire female population has a mental illness?
I believe that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think like all the progressives do.
Yeah.
Oh, that's another thing. Do you know that like in America, liberal has a different meaning than it does everywhere else?
See, back to what words mean and how everybody uses their own fucking definitions of shit when they adopt an identity that they want
Like-
to wave around.
Liberal kind of means conservative everywhere else.
That's crazy.
Yeah, like like the Australian version of the Republican Party is called the Liberal Party. Liberal had a very distinct intellectual meaning, right? Like when you say liberal, you mean the left, which is like a leftist, like that. That's kind of your more French Revolution kind of left and right, of the revolution. But basically, like a conservative, liberal values is sort of like, he believes in and it's conservative at the same time. Like the Republican Party is a liberal party. Like, like freeing the slaves was a liberal idea. Like, so liberal values is like, oh, we believe in freedom of speech and we believe in, equal opportunities and all those things. Like most of what the left claims as their good ideas are actually really the right's ideas or Christian ideas. Like,
I remember I was going to ask you something.
Mm-hmm.
About the bombs that we dropped in Japan.
Ooh, yeah. I know a lot about that.
Is it true that we dropped fucking nuclear bombs on the largest Christian population that they had in Japan?
Yes, Nagasaki. But in fairness, Nagasaki is actually a more legitimate target than Hiroshima because Nagasaki was also their Pearl Harbor. So yes, it was their naval headquarters and was a major port, but it happened to be the biggest Catholic city in Japan. There's a very good, I don't know if you saw on Joe Rogan, they had a guy on, some guy talking about religion, and he was talking about Nagasaki after the bomb went off. A surviving a sermon from a Japanese priest just after Nagasaki, and it was like basically he was sort of saying that like this was like our divine punishment, and we need to kind of for the atrocities we have committed. That the empire, the Japanese, in some ways, there's some. Okay, so the history books lie about or leave out certain details. So, like your Pearl Harbor, right? Your history books will tell you that Japan launched a sneak attack on the United States and dastardly, infamous act that will live in infamy, Roosevelt. And but that's not exactly true. So the war really started 2 or 3 years beforehand, right? Japan was at war with China. They massacred 250,000 civilians. They raped and murdered 250,000 women. It was called the Rape of Nanking, and it was so bad that America cut off trade relations or sanctions on them, right? And that meant that Japan wasn't getting any oil, right? And it also meant that America froze Japan's assets in the United States, Japan happened to be heavily invested in the U.S. economy. So it was there was always going to be a conflict after that. And Japan had told America that if they cut their oil off, the Japanese economy could only live for 4 or 5 years without American oil. So they, and America knew that before they cut the oil off, they were specifically told that any other thing could be negotiated in their relations, but not that. Just don't do that, So they also did other things like America also knew that the Japanese fleet was at sea. They knew it was heading towards Pearl. They had a fleet looking for it. There were 40 ships not at Pearl Harbor looking for the Japanese fleet. So, and the U.S. sank a Japanese sub earlier that morning before the attack. And they had been given a diplomatic thing that hadn't been decoded, which was telling the Americans that Japan was declaring war. So it was kind of, the problem was that someone in Washington didn't get it translated in time, and it didn't get transmitted to the U.S. commanders, so that everyone in Pearl Harbor didn't know they were at war, but Washington knew they were at war. If you get what I mean?
Yeah.
And then the Japanese did not want to go to war. Even the guy that planned Pearl Harbor didn't want to go to Pearl Harbor. He didn't want to do it. He actually he was Japan's American expert, and he went to Harvard. He was educated in America, and he had worked with America, and like he's like, we can't win, you know. He's
Right.
like, you know, he's like, I can fight them for a year, but that's it, you know. And he was right, and you know, for about a year they kicked America's ass, and then that was the end of that. But the Japanese, though, they were a huge empire. Like they ruled, like the day after Pearl Harbor, like they hit the British and the Dutch, and they took the Pacific. You know, it took years to get it back. I mean, they were actually incredible people. But America dropped, like, people talk about Hiroshima and Nagasaki, but that's not even the worst of it. Like, that was what was impressive about that it was that it was one bomb that did it. That was what's impressive.
Right.
You know? Yeah, like, because like America had destroyed Japanese cities before, bigger cities with more people. Like, was one night they killed 90,000 people. You know, like the problem, World War II. This is bad. Japan is particularly Japan traditionally built homes and buildings out of wood and paper because of the typhoons and the weather. If it was cheap to build and quick to build, they could rebuild quicker. And if it was really hot in summer, you know, it was cool, and they didn't really have much of a winter. So Japanese cities went up like a light, you know, and they were also dropping incendiary bombs, which were like fire bombs. So like they were just like, they were like fire storms. There were like, imagine like waves, like the sea crashing against a mountain of fire. You know, and people would be sucked into backdrafts. So like you could be running down a street, running away from the fire, and the wind will suck you into it, you know. And there was the worse than Hiroshima and Nagasaki was Dresden. Did you ever hear of Dresden? So it was a city in Germany that had absolutely no military value whatsoever. Okay. That they had specifically not bombed at all because they were going to make a fearful example of it, right? So we're going to leave you, and you get to think the war is going to come pass you by, but no, we're going to give you special attention. So they decided, they launched an air raid, an airstrike. The British did this. They dropped bombs strategically around the city to artificially create one of these firestorms, right? And they killed 90,000 people in one air raid. It took 8 hours. It was just a nightmare, you know. And they did this. People forget, like, so if you took the entire infrastructure of Germany in the war, by the time the war was over, 74% of it was gone.
Jesus.
So that's like your roads, your houses, your bridges, your train stations, your water pipes, and it would have been worse, you know. People don't, maybe people don't know, most people don't know this, but Hitler left orders for what was to happen after he died, and had they followed it, another 20 million people would have died in the war. He ordered them to destroy what was left of the infrastructure, and had they done that, they wouldn't have been able to feed. The Allies wouldn't have been able to feed the people afterwards, you know. And thankfully, one guy transmitted the order and then immediately countermanded it and told everyone to forget about it, you know. But here's another one for you. You know, Hitler's wife was Jewish.
I believe it.
Yeah, he's a weird guy. Sorry, no. I'll save this for another time. I thought
we should do one specifically on Hitler. That would be fun.
Yeah, Hitler's. Do you know what I like about? Well, this is more about a light Hitler story. But do you know what's interesting about Hitler? Most of what we know about him, the best source of information about Hitler was his secretary. Okay. who happened to be the sister of the chick he married. So basically, Hitler hired her as a secretary, and then she was with him for the rest of the war and introduced him to his sister, and he ended up marrying her. But apparently, but she was, she's how we know what happened in the bunker. She was one of the only people that survived the war. And because she was Hitler's personal secretary, she knew fucking everything, you know?
Of course.
She's like, there was I don't know. He was very, he hated Christianity, you know that?
Mm-hmm.
He hated Catholics in particular. He could tolerate Protestants, he said. And if Germany had to be any religion, he would choose Christian, but he would rather be no religion, or that the state be the religion. But I think his family was Catholic. You know, I think he's one of these kids that, you know, but that's another thing, that religion has gone to shit. You have Catholics, right, who say they believe in abortion.
Oh yeah. Well, they fucking let gay people in their church.
That's
and then they want to, you know, cry, "Oh my God, Islam's treatment of gays is terrible."
What did you know? It was fucking women. I blame women for this as well.
Yes.
This sounds terrible, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not homophobic, but like I don't like gay shit either, you know. But I don't think they should be adopting children.
Yeah, no.
Or I think they should be last call. I think like heterosexual couples should get first pick. To be honest,
until our society acknowledges how many gay fucking men were sexually molested as children, and that's why they're gay, and then turn around and let them have, we know that usually it's a cycle of that bullshit, right?
There was a case this week that this was one of those like black pill made me turn off the fucking TV and didn't want to talk to anyone for the rest of the day. So, case in the UK, gay couple adopt a baby. Baby's dead, 2 years old.
Yeah.
Sex stuff.
Of course.
Fucking tortured that poor boy for 2 fucking years. And I swear to God, if you the kid, like the guy, the main person that did it, like it's amazing that they got the kid because they were gay, right? Mm-hmm. Like literally, that's because like there was no, like they weren't qualified, you know what I mean? And the guy, the kid was brought to hospital several times, you know, and it should have been caught. They really should have caught it, you know. Like,
yeah, but we can't say anything bad about gay people and what they do, right?
No, I mean it's crazy, and I'm like, and if you read the so there were both of them abused the child, you know, and one of them was like, there were texts afterwards, you know, in the court. This came up. It was like they maintained this perfect fiction of a perfect, normal, liberal, gay family, and we're just like you know, and you know, but they were, one of the reasons was the lack of sleep. The baby was teething, you know, and he wasn't sleeping, and he was keeping them up, and that was making them more angry. But Jesus Christ, the fucking they basically, I don't know what, like why did they need kids, like really, why, you know?
I don't know why dudes would want babies. I mean, usually the men aren't that involved until they start becoming more fun and can play and stuff.
Yeah. Right? Yeah.
Like,
you know, my father spent a lot of time with us as a kid. He never did anything like, I don't think he ever changed a diaper, you know, or did any housework, but like he was always like playing with us and shit, you know, but like, you know, he was like, he was like, he was a great kind of, oh, I love you, hug you. Okay, there you go. Pass to mom and then off to work, you know, and then, you know, but then but then of course, like once we got a little older, then he starts taking, then he ended up spending more time with us nearly than my mom did, you know? Mm-hmm. You know, like he would like take us places or go on trips, you know, or like, you know, decide to kind of teach you about the world, you know? And I don't know, the other thing they were saying that the other thing I think is missing that mothers really fucked up on was manners, right? I've said this before, right? But like how like if your kid was rude to someone, to a waiter, or like in a store, you know, like moms used to drill good behavior into you that way.
Yes.
Like nothing, you were like, nothing made your parents more angry than a negative report about your behavior when they weren't around. And nothing pleased them more than a good report, you know? So like if you made your mom look good to the other moms, you were golden. You were getting ice cream for dinner, you know?
Or just if you were actually doing and following through with what she taught you, that's something to be proud of. Because you know damn well that that's going to bring that kid far in life. Like,
this is slightly biographical, right? But this is a good story, right? So I don't know. My mom, it was one of those, like, she didn't actually have anything to do with this, but sort of whatever job she had done that led me to this point was well enough that I did right or that it worked out well for me, you know, because of her maybe. But so I'm 7, maybe 8 years old. I'm just out of school, okay, and I'm walking with my friend, and some fucking creepy guy pulls over in a car and tries to get me and my friend to get in the car, right? And he tries to say that he knows our folks, and it's, you know, all the fucking things they used to do to get you to trust them. And what was scary was apparently, one of my friend went to do it, to get in the car, and I stopped him, right, grabbed him by the hand, and I just knew this was wrong, right? And I refused, and we got out of there, and that was that. But then I got home, and I said nothing about it. I never said anything, right? And then my mom burst into the room, and she goes ballistic. She said, "What?" You know, apparently the other kid went to his mom, and she found out, and then she went crazy. And she called, right, to thank me for not letting him get in the car, because what scared her the most was that her boy nearly got in the car, you know?
Right.
You know, and he knew it was wrong. You know, he knew this guy was scary, and he knew he was a creep, but he was just like,
gonna do it anyway.
Yeah, but this is the thing. It's like you're afraid, and it's like fight, flight, or freeze, and it's like you respond to the authority figure, you know, who to a little boy seems like this adult man, you know. And this is saying, you know, that this is looked into, like female abuse, you know, about that, like, and teachers and stuff.
Oh,
like, so I this didn't specify the numbers, but they think 11 or 12% of the entire school body of every graduating year has been abused by a teacher.
Yeah, I believe that.
Yeah. And that's 4 million kids a year total. So 11% of 4 million is your number. So it's hundreds of thousands. And, you know, the majority of teachers are female, and they get away with it.
They do.
And there was one teacher I was reading about the other day. This is just the other day. So she got busted. She was having a sexual relationship with 4 different students at the same time, and she had a secret OnlyFans. Right? Like these fucking. So women stopped doing that. Women, your son. Oh, my mom was kind of like, sorry, she was sort of like, she was more angry that I didn't think to tell her. You know?
Right. I'm like, why wouldn't you fucking tell her?
I don't know. I was kind of like, just, you know, I was very mature for my age. Like, I was the kind of kid that your mom would like, hey, be all right. And so, you know what I mean? Like, leave him, you know, like, hey, he doesn't need a babysitter.
Yeah.
You know, but women stopped doing that, and they started. Oh, this is another thing that really I think is, and I put it on par with the dictionary, is I think where they really, really fucked up was mothers stopped telling the fairy tales that their mothers told them and their grandmothers, the classic fairy tales, like your Little Red Riding Hood, your
Hansel and Gretel.
Hansel and Gretel, all those things, because they were full of moral lessons.
Oh yeah.
Like like Little Red Riding Hood is really about teenage girls fucking boys. You know,
Oh really?
the big bad wolf is like the male lust. You know,
Hmm.
so it's like it's basically like be a good girl, stay on the path. You know, when you say you're going to go to Granny's, go to Granny's. You know, and beware that the world is dangerous. That's basically what it's saying. You know,
Yeah.
and it's also kind of like, you know, don't just believe what everyone says. You know, like that. You know, remember the bit where he pretends to be her grandmother,
Yes.
and he, you know, oh, what big eyes you have, my dear. You know,
Yeah.
you know, all the better to see you, my dear. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the other thing they're doing. Did you see that monstrosity that was the Little Mermaid?
No, I never did.
You saw the
think
original,
with
or you
my
know the original.
limited- Oh, I
Well, you know the
yes.
original. You know the original
Okay,
story.
well, if we enter all the Disney movies I saw growing up, like I watched all the originals.
Like you know like up to like your like year 2000 Disney. Like you saw like the Little Mermaid, and you saw like the Beauty and the Beast, and like the older ones like the 101 Dalmatians, and
yes, yeah,
yeah, I love that's my favorite. I love that.
yeah.
Dogs, you know that Cruella de Vil.
I liked The Great Mouse Detective. That one was
Oh,
funny.
I love that. Do you know? Here's what. Do you know that was made here?
Was it?
It was the guy that made the Mouse Detective was a guy called Don Bluth, and he used to work for Disney, and he drew 101 Dalmatians, and he did. Remember Robin Hood? Remember the Robin Hood one?
Mm-hmm.
And he drew that, and he drew the Aristocrats, and he most of their late 60s and 70s work he did, and then the Disney screwed him on money, and he said fuck you, and he went independent, and he moved to Ireland, and he set up a studio here, and he started making movies here.
Wow.
And a lot of it was like, you know, they made it here, but maybe like, you know, he was probably in LA a lot of the time. A lot of it's artwork and drawing. It's kind of like, you know, like The Simpsons. Did you ever see The Simpsons? The
I've
cartoon?
seen it, yeah.
Yeah, well, they draw that in Korea.
Oh.
Yeah, no, I don't think any of the art was ever done by an American.
I believe that.
Mm.
I
Well,
believe that.
also the Simpsons started as a small animated segment of a comedy sketch show with it was the Tracy Ullman show it was called, and it was like our little in between. It was like, and it grew, you know, people like, oh, I like that, you know, and then it became its own thing.
Yeah. Did you ever see Mrs. Frisbee and the Rats of Nim?
Oh my God! You just stepped on a bomb. You stepped on a bomb, and you don't
That
know you
one
stepped
was
on a bomb.
Good.
Okay, so
It
that
was
movie.
so creepy when I was such a little kid.
Okay, so that movie was my favorite fucking movie as a
Yeah.
kid. Okay, I watched that movie so often that the tape wore out.
Yep.
Okay, I read the book. Right.
Okay.
Not only that, you're talking to somebody who got to know, who actually spoke to the lady who did the voice.
Really?
I found her.
Mrs. Frisbee?
No, actually, there's two women did her voice. So the speaking voice is one lady, and the singing voice is a different lady. Okay. So I got to know the singing voice lady, right?
Okay.
And I got to know her actually a few years ago during COVID. I found a clip on YouTube, okay, of
Uh-huh.
that song from the movie. Remember the song when she's singing to her little boy when he's sick, right?
Yeah.
And I'm looking at it, right, and it's a slightly different version of the. It's like something they took from the album version, and it's a slightly different. It sounds just a little bit different, and it's like 10 seconds longer. But anyway, so I'm listening to the song, and I'm reading the comments, and then I see a name, and it says, "Oh, I remember the day I sang that," and I noticed something about it. Right, one, there's no likes, no comments, nobody's replied to her. And I noticed the name rings a bell. I don't know why it rings a bell, but it rings a bell. And then I see the age on it, and I'm like, Jesus, this is like 10 years ago, you know. And then I realized it's like, and this was years ago, so it's like 15 years ago,
Yeah.
and she sang that in like 1980 or something, you know. So I'm like, is that? And then I went back and I looked at the credits, and like, oh, no way, it can't be her, no. And then I went and I thought like to myself, no, she's probably dead now. She's dead. She's dead. The old woman is dead. Okay. And I was like, no, hang on. And I'm like, hang on a second. No, what if she's not dead? And then I'm like,
Yeah.
I'll just put this out into the universe, right?
Yeah.
And I have to remember and say, is there any chance in the world you happen to be and I get, and then I was like, and then, I was like, you know what, this is probably, you wrote this 10 years ago. You're probably on some madman from other kind of world. Anyway, but if this is you, and then I can't tell you how much I loved that movie when I was a kid, right?
Yeah.
And she replied, and then we started talking for weeks, and she was still, up until COVID started, she was still singing.
Really?
Yeah, she was like, some like, jazz bars or nightclubs, some like, she was like the house person, but like she was like a session singer her whole life. And it was, she got a real kick out of, like, I was telling her that, like, I drove my grandmother mental watching that movie. Right? Anything but the mice, not the mice, not the mice. He's watching the mice again. No.
Right.
But do you know what the inspiration for that book and the movie was?
No.
Have you ever heard of Mouse Utopia?
Yes.
Yeah, it's from that. The guy was reading about the Mouse Utopia and the different universes, and he thought, wouldn't it be, if I made a story and the rats had their own little universe, like in the story, and then he started, and then the NIM were like the people that were doing the tests, or the National Institute of Mental. They're real place. They're the people that did the universe experiment.
Okay.
Yeah, and that experiment predicts what's happening now in our world.
Oh yeah. No.
Yeah.
I kind of want to watch that movie again, because it's literally been.
I truly do. No, I can't tell you, like, I can't, like, I literally, like, I can see the whole movie in my head. Like, I know it so well, and I know, like, the little sound effects and the word, and the little do you remember back in the 90s, Beverly Hills 90210?
I kind of remember. I mean, I remember seeing commercials about it.
Do you remember the actress Shannon Doherty? Remember her?
Yes.
Yeah, her.
Brunette.
Yeah, she is one of the voices and she's the little girl in Mrs. Brisby's daughter, and the little boy is the kid from Star Trek: The Next Generation. The little kid Wesley.
Really?
Yeah, that's him. And the guy that was the bird, the crow guy.
Yes.
That's Dom DeLuise. Remember him?
Yes.
The comedian, the fat bald guy. He's so funny. And I love the guy that did the the mouse. Sorry, we're spoiling the movie here for everyone. Sorry. There's one of the older leader of the rats with the great old man voice. He's a wonderful actor. He's done some wonderful things. He was in Gladiator. You know that? Did you ever see that movie?
A long time ago.
Remember, there's a line in it where he's like, Rome is the sand of the arena. He's like the old man who is kind of like on Russell Crowe's side. Who's like, I'm not a man of the people, but I am a man of the people, or for the people. Hey, that guy, he's a great actor, but he does. I'm sorry, you get me on a tangent, but I love that movie. It's a great movie. And I was talking to some lady about that movie one time, and she agreed with me about this, right? That what's great about the character in that, the mother, right, is that she's a genuine heroine in the true sense of the word, and like, so what's great about her is she's scared the whole time. She's a terrified mother who's trying to keep her children alive, right? And that makes her brave. That makes her do things that she wouldn't normally do, and because, like, if she wasn't afraid or bothered at all and just did everything like was perfect, that's not a hero. A genuine hero is afraid, and that's where Hollywood gets women wrong. They don't know what strength is. They think strength is being like able to beat up a man. That's not strength.
Yeah.
Strength is not fighting.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's
even
like,
when you want to.
Yeah, especially and it's like it's sort of like I don't know. There's a line of something that was like, if you're not, you can only be sorry. If a brave man can only be brave if he's afraid and does it anyway. You know, because otherwise you're a coward. You know. But yeah, that was a great movie. The other one he did. I know that. What was the other one he did? It was American Tail. That was a great one.
Oh
There was
yeah, and then Fievel Goes West.
Yeah, I remember that song. Oh my god. I remember actually. I fucking this is ridiculous. I remember like the first time I saw that movie, I did happen to cry at that very particular scene. I was very young at
Really?
the time. Right? Yeah, no, there's certain things in movies that will get me. Like so like remember Dumbo
Oh my gosh, that one. Made
when
me
his
cry.
mom, do you remember his mom in the thing?
Yes.
That got me.
Yeah.
Right. The other one that gets me is okay. Remember Land Before Time?
Oh my God, Littlefoot.
Little
Yes.
and the mom that
Yes.
oh my god, I remember watching that with my sister, right, and she's younger sister, right, and so she starts crying, and then once she starts crying, then I start crying, and then before we know it, like when my mom comes out, I was like, oh, you know, and she's like, I'll turn it off. No, we have to find out what happens, you know. And do you know the story about the you remember the other girl? Yep. Remember that the character who was remember she's the other female dinosaur. And she's like she's little cute little girl, and she says like
Ducky?
yep. Yeah, her.
Yeah.
Do you know she was murdered
No.
by her dad?
Oh.
He got I don't know what the fuck happened, but the poor girl died like a year after. That was another one. There's another movie. I don't know if do you ever see it? You know, you wouldn't have seen it. No. Moving on. The other one that gets me is The Lion King. When the dad dies.
Yeah.
You made a bit. I seem to have a pattern. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you do.
Yeah. There's certain things will get me, or there's another movie. There's an old movie, and there's a scene in it where like the mom is dying of cancer in the hospital, and she has to say goodbye to her kids, right? And I swear to God, it gets me every fucking time, right? And I know it's coming, and I'm like, I'm not gonna. I can watch someone get beheaded, and I wouldn't flinch, you know. But this makes me upset, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it was. I don't know. There was the scene. What was interesting was like, it was like there's the kid won't kiss his mom goodbye, and he doesn't realize, you know, it's like, you know, it's like that. He's upset and is like being willful, you know, and he realized that like he's never going to get another chance to kiss her again, and he's going to, you know, want to do it for the rest of his life. It's going to haunt him, and and you're like, no, kiss her, boy, you know what I mean? And it just won't, you know. Anyway, but how did we get onto Frisbee?
I don't know. I just thought about it and thought I'd ask.
It's weird
if
that
you've
would pop
seen
into
it.
that. But it's such a good movie. Like
It is.
it's really it's dark in a way, the 80s cartoon.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
A lot of those movies were really dark, and they were good dark. Like there was a movie I remember my mom was telling me, and I saw it years after, but apparently my brother had a movie when my brother's older than me, and there was a movie in the 70s. Right, and it was an animated movie, and it's, when I say dark, I mean they played it on TV a few years ago, and there were so many complaints from modern mothers. You know what I mean? On TV, yeah, because it's about like these bunny rabbits, right? So it's the same sort of thing as like Frisbee, except it's bunny rabbits, and the bunnies are being hunted, you know, by like the world and farmers and other bunnies. You know what I mean? And it's dark, you know. It's like. You know, like it's traumatic, you know, like they all start getting picked off, all the cute little bunny rabbits one by one. And I swear to God, like every kid that saw it cried, you know.
Really?
But and it's sort of like, it's sort of, you know, the way it's an American movie has that Disney sort of like, it'll be all right in the end. Now, this is more the European, no, it's all hell. You know what I mean? You know, it's kind of, but I've noticed this, like, I don't know if you notice, like American comedy and British comedy or European comedy is very different. Like I saw a very good British actor, and he's a comic and all this. He's like done straight work on comedy, but he was saying that like American comedy. It's like, so like American comedy is sort of like one-liners. It's really fast and like, you know, something happens, the funny guy says the quick witty one-liner, and then everything's all right and he walks away, right? Whereas
Yeah.
the British guy is comic genius, is the guy who it goes wrong for, you know, who's like the guy that makes a fool of himself in public, you know, like it's like it well in the you know, like, do you remember John Belushi? Remember that guy?
Yeah.
Do you remember like he did that thing Animal House? Remember that movie?
I don't remember seeing that movie.
That well, yeah, that's an interesting movie actually. It never get away with making that movie today, but it's basically like it was like the American Pie of its day. You know, it was like wild college frat boys, drink beer, don't go to class, you fight with the establishment, try to bang cheerleaders, and like do outrageous things. You know, but there's a scene in it where like they're at some sort of like party and some guy's playing guitar. And the cool guy goes up and takes the guy's guitar and smashes it to pieces, you know, and kind of embarrasses him. But somehow he's the bully, is the hero of the scene, right? And the British comedian was like, see, a British actor would want to play the guy who gets his guitar stolen. I mean, he's like, and then he starts listing off all these famous British comic characters, and they're all disasters, you know? You know, they're like, you know, the guy in Monty Python, you know that guy? John Cleese?
Yeah.
So, like, do you ever see his Faulty Towers show? Okay, so apparently when he was making Monty Python, him and his wife were staying at some terrible hotel, and the hotel was so bad that they got an idea for like a sitcom, and they would at this crappy hotel, and they would write. Then he and she wrote it together, and like, although they didn't play husband and wife in the show, she's like the maid and he's the manager of the hotel. And basically, like, it's each episode is like a 30-minute build up to one big joke, you know? And lots of little funny things happen before that. But the end of, so it'll be a show where like, so like, he's found out that there's like the food critic from the local restaurant is coming to review his dinner, but he gets the guy's identity mixed up, and he's mean to the food reviewer and he's nice to the, you know, and it's like a mistake, you know. Or like there's a very funny episode where like there's a really beautiful woman and he sees her and his wife sees him see her and she's pissed and he's like, oh, I'm not looking at her, and then he, you know, and he's like, he's trying to avoid this woman, but finds himself continually drawn to her in an embarrassing situation that like his, you know, where like his wife will think he's cheating on her, but it's just hilarious, you know. But the British also do this thing where, you know, like Friends, remember that show? There's like 26 episodes. Like they'll do an entire season that's only 3 episodes, you know, and they'll do maybe 2 seasons, even if it's the most popular show. You know, just because they just make, they would rather make 3 perfect episodes than 30 good episodes, you know?
Okay.
Which makes British, it makes it very easy to digest, because you can watch, like, you could go pick up some classic British show and watch the entire thing in like a week, you know?
Yeah.
Where else? Oh, manners, comedy, children.
What happened? We covered, Shane. Damn it.
Oh yeah, but this, yeah.
My ass is asleep, by the way.
I have just shifted my ass a little. Yeah.
You just now shifted 6 hours in?
Well, no, I've been shifting, but I had just done it again.
Oh,
I had,
man.
yeah, and I had moved in a different part of the chair. You know that. Do you ever get like I need to get myself a new chair.
I know. I hate this fucking chair. I'm getting a new one.
Yeah. And this is like, I got a new chair and I didn't, you know, when like you get it and at first you kind of, oh, this is okay, I like this, so it can grow on me. And then a few weeks later, I fucking hate this chair. I want to just, I want to burn it, you know.
Yeah.
That's
how I feel about this chair.
What was I going to say?
Trying to think. I'm pretty sure you. There was nothing I really absolutely. Because I'm trying to think, like, you answered my question that it's been on my fucking mind. And I
Yeah, no,
thank
but
you for that.
they will lie to you about all that shit. And the other thing they will do, and they'll gaslight you. Do you ever notice that? The gaslighting and projecting
Yes.
everywhere.
And I
They'll-
can't fucking tell if they're doing it on purpose to dodge accountability or if they actually legitimately don't remember.
Yeah, that's another thing. That is
Like,
another thing.
yeah.
And it's some of the people, I have known people that legitimately don't remember, you know,
Yeah.
like you know, like you were talking to someone in your family, like, and they don't remember some major event and shot, like it's gone, you know. It's like,
I can talk to people in my environment
mm,
and I'll be like, "Oh, hey, so about that thing we talked about yesterday," and they're like, "What? No, I don't remember that." I'm like, "Wait, what? Yesterday?"
well, I get amused with friends, like, so, like, my memory, like, I might forget something that I'm talking about mid sentence, but I also remember everything, you know.
Yeah.
So, like the Nancy, what's her name thing we were talking about, like that,
Nancy
like
Mace.
that whole conversation came to me, like, I like the whole, like, and like I remember, like, I was talking to a friend, and so I was at a like a dinner party, and there was like a couple I've known since they were teenagers, you know, and somehow the subject of my memory came up, right? And they were like, you know, it's like a game, ask me something, you know, to see if I can remember it, you know. So he's like, she goes, okay, tell us what happened the first night you met his wife, you know. So then, boom, I start telling, like, I was like, oh, you were 19, we were here, you were there, and I was like, I told her what she was wearing, right?
Yeah.
And I remembered, like something about her wedding that she had. I remember like she had forgotten the song she danced to at her first, you know, like the first song at your wedding that you danced to. She
Yeah.
had forgotten it, and I can't, you know, I was like, and it was a lovely song. I remembered it, but it was actually one of the best weddings I was at. Some weddings are lovely. Do you ever know? Like, I love a good wedding.
Yeah. I've been to some really
If you get the
good
right
ones.
table.
I've been to some really shitty ones though too.
Mm.
Do you notice that is your memory better than most of the people you're around?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Although I am, you know, I'm starting to like forget certain things that I would have known, you know. But I remember, like, so, like, okay, so, like, I can remember where I saw where I saw Snow White and who I saw it with. And I can remember, like, I could probably tell you I could probably work out logically what date it was based on that, you know. And I can work out, like, I know, like I remember where I was when I saw Dumbo and who I saw it with. I remember all of those little things, you know. But then there are certain things, like, certain things I'm bad at. Like, I'm bad at remembering someone's first name, you know, or someone, you know, like there are women I know well whose names I have long forgotten, right? And I somehow I'm practiced at the art of not forget of like not getting caught forgetting their name. but I know everything. Like, it's not
By
like,
women
you know
well. How can you forget their names?
what I mean is, like, I know shit about, like, their families, and I know about their moms, and it's just so too embarrassed to ask them what their fucking name is. Do you know what I mean? It's just like, they told me once, and it's just gone, you know. And my dad is like that. He has forgotten the names of, like, family members. Like, who's this one? It's your niece. It's like, what? Your niece? Whose daughter? She's Auntie Sheila's daughter. Oh, fuck. Oh, yes. What? You know, he's completely gone. Oh, yeah. I told you. And they think, like, you know, they have no idea. We all pretend, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's good, but it's also bad in a way.
How can you tell if they're gaslighting? If they're if they honestly don't remember or they're dodging accountability, how do you tell?
Well, here's the thing. Okay, so if it makes them look bad, they're probably doubting it. You know, if it's like do you remember the day we got caught in the rain and then we decided to, do something nice and cute? And they're like, don't remember. It probably, they just don't remember, But if it's like, do you remember that time you made a show where you embarrassed us terribly? And they're like, no, that never happened. You know what I mean? It's like, there was something, this is it's going to sound like a slight tangent, but it's sort of loosely connected. But they say that men are very visual creatures, right? But men, our memory is funny. So, like when someone witnesses a crime or, their identification is off 75% of the time. So also as well, if the criminal is of a different race than you are, you're more likely to get it wrong. So we have trouble. So like a black person can identify another black person much easier than a white person can, and vice versa. Like a black person will mix them all up. It's just like if you got more than just a flash, you would know more. It's like, even if they've done little tests where they'll try, like anyone that thinks it wouldn't be them, they would make the same mistake themselves. Everyone does it. But so they what were they saying about that? So our memory is a little funny, and we tend to edit or like, so the male mind sort of, especially when it comes to women, apparently improve the image. So like we remember people from like so if I try to summon my teenage girlfriend, she looks better than she probably did in real life in the image.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? And women sort of do another thing. Women do a kind of deception edit where they kind of like eliminate the bits they don't like.
Doesn't that also make an improvement?
Well, yeah, for them, it's like, no, I never hit you when you were a kid, but yeah, you know what I mean? There was part of it was like women are, they've done, so they did some research, and this is like long research, but they found that in academics and sciences, right? They did a survey, and they basically found that men are far more honest than women are. Okay,
I believe that.
Like, women will lie to themselves.
I believe that.
Like women will. Okay, so like there are things that you would think they wouldn't lie about, that they will lie about. Like if you asked a woman like what kind of man she is attracted to, she will lie in the answer, right? Because her lie is like all about being politically correct and perception. So like if she tells you the answer she thinks you want to hear, or what will make her look good.
Is that an agreeable trait?
It is sort of agreeable. Yeah, it is agreeability, but it's also like survival instinct. It's like, what's the safest answer? But it's also like, but what they did is how they caught the women. So they got them to like, they touched brain and heart rate and pulse and all those things, and they showed them images of things they were attracted to, like, is he a handsome face, or is his body nice, or is that tall, whatever. The thing is, like, when they did it to men were honest. So like, do you find this woman attractive? Yep. Do you find her attractive? Nope. It was all honest, and like, do you like big boobs? Are you butts or boobs? And men were always honest in the answers. The point was, women lied. Women like I don't know if you know about like what women read. It's shocking. You're like, women's porn and reading material is way worse than men's.
I believe that.
No, like the amount of like, and what they fantasize about, it's like criminal. You know what I mean? It's like, no, it's like, did you hear about that? That fucking. I don't even know if this is. If you want to endure this.
We don't want to go down this rabbit hole.
Yeah, but it's just.
I don't.
women fiction is like what the women's fiction is a
No,
dangerous,
I believe you.
dark,
I've
and
heard about
disturbing
it. I
area.
think there was a movie made about it that I
Oh, there
heard
probably.
was really fucking popular. By the way, hello, Penguin. Good to see you. Yeah, no,
Oh,
don't-
I think I know what you're talking about. You're talking about 50 Shades of Grey.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that was. You know that. Did you ever hear that other one, Twilight, that all the girls were into, the vampire thing?
I heard about it. Yeah.
50 Shades of Grey began as Twilight fan fiction, right?
What?
Yeah. So basically, these women would read Twilight, love Twilight, and rewrite it, right? And so your woman, she took the characters from
Wait.
from
Twilight was high school kids.
yeah. So she just made them 20s instead of teen. So instead of like an older powerful vampire, he's like an older powerful billionaire, and instead of like
Okay, now I get what you're saying.
you know what I'm saying, and then they sort of like turned the other ones protect her from the world instinct into I'm going to protect you, I'm going to control, the BDSM kind of more like, yes sir, that kind of submissive thing, and it was more, but the movies were terrible, and the book, it's awful, and you try to read it, it's terrible, it's terrible.
I can't do
really,
fiction.
it's
I can't
not,
do
but no,
fiction, Shane. I need to
No.
visually watch my fiction.
no, but like this is the thing about fiction. Good fiction is better than anything, No, so there's an old and someone might remember this because it's been quoted in other movies. But so politicians use the truth to tell lies. Writers use the lies to tell the truth, right?
Hmm.
And that's what I mean about like art and fiction. So you can have a story that's good fiction that can, like
Tell
I
the
don't know,
truth.
like I don't know. Remember A Christmas Carol?
Mm-hmm.
You know that story? Ebenezer Scrooge, Bah Humbug.
Yeah.
The spirit of Christmas. Like you can tell a lot of you can tell a good story, a good family story that has a good healthy message, but you can also tell a social story because there's lots of shit going on in the background that people don't, like or like this or the other one like David. Do you ever Great Expectations? That's a great book. Did you ever read that?
No.
So it's sort of like a little boy who's been like raised in the country and his parents died when he was young, and he's been brought up by his married older sister who's like abusive, and they're like poor folk,
Is it a movie?
It's a movie and a book.
Charles
There's
Dickinson?
Yes, great. It's a really, really good. There's a very famous female character in it called Miss Havisham, who's a bride who gets left at the altar, right? And she has a psychotic break, and she never takes the wedding dress off the rest of her life. And she spends the whole of her life hating men in her big mansion, pretending that like every day is going to be, the next day is going to be her wedding. It's like she never gets out of the wedding dress, I swear to God, but she's bizarre. But anyway, the kid is sort of like, it's like a poor scholarship kid who gets raised in high society, and it's like the female character who's like the love interest is sort of like the woman in it. Miss Havisham sort of raises her to be an evil little bitch and to abuse men as sort of like her revenge against men.
Right.
And the other boy, he's sort of like the nice boy who really likes the girl who really loves her and that she would be happy with. And then there's the other boy who's the horrible kid who, like, of course she marries him and he treats her like shit, and the revenge doesn't go well for her,
Yeah.
And she ends up in like a horrible marriage with a very abusive man, and it's all because of the bad advice of this woman, who even, like, I think in the book she realizes towards the end of her life that what she had done was wrong, and like it's like in the book, he's like the poor kid who gets to play with the rich kids, with the rich family's rich kid, and he's like you know, it's like a little play date, you know, where parents might have a play date and it might be little kids. And it's like, you know, part of it is all like, well, you know, like little girls showing off how rich and look at my dolls and my things. But it's really well done. Like, and it's a very good, he writes very well, Dickens. Like, and he does a lot of stuff about like, you know, the poverty of the times, you know. Oh, there's an interesting thing in that I like, right? There's a character in it who's sort of like, they're like a woman in her 30s and a man in his 40s who are like dating or like courting, you know, like they used to do in the old days.
Yeah.
But what's interesting is you see like the characters in it, and then at a certain point you see the other woman, and then at a certain point, oh, they're together, and then at a certain point it's like, oh, we're going to get married, and you real the little social things that are like, so like this character is having people over to his house, and she comes over as his girlfriend to make tea for the guests, right? And it's more like telling the world that I'm going to be Mrs. Whatever, you know, or that we're going to get married. And it's like the actual ritual of her acting like she runs, like she lives there is like, oh, they're going to get married. You know what I mean? That's how people knew, you know?
Yeah.
And they were like the little, like, oh, at a certain point, then he was allowed to touch her hand. It was like walking out in public with a man. I swear to God, if you walk, like if you, so like a man and a woman walking in public together without anybody else, right? That's them telling the world they're dating. That was how this custom went. So like, but if it was like two women and a man, that would be not dating, you know? Or if there was an older woman and, you know, chaperoning, that's just like a social interaction. It was like you walked out together in public to let the world know you were dating.
Ah, that makes sense.
And that
makes sense why people would perceive that then.
Oh, and the other thing that used to, you know, like when people used to dance, you know, like they go to dance halls or like what like today would be a nightclub, but whatever the version of it, you never. So if you went, it's let's say you and I went on a date, you as my date, you only had to dance with me twice, the first and the last dance, and you could dance with any other man, and I could dance with any other woman while we were out. Right. But if you didn't dance with me last, you're dead socially, and vice versa. You know, there's like, there were like little social rules. You picked her up, you brought her to the date, you brought her home, you escorted her to the door. And one of them was like first and last dancers. And the other thing they did was, if you danced with say you meet a guy in a social and you're not dating, so it's just you meet a guy and you dance with him, that's fine. But if you dance with him more than once in a row, so you dance with him twice in a row, that's like you like him, you want him, and he wants. So basically, so a lot of women who are maybe playing it cool might dance with one man that they really, really like, and then dance with some other man and play it cool, but then really get back to that guy that they want. And the whole point was that there were little social rules, and so like a lot of people. I remember like in my grandparents' generation, they were a lot of people ended up marrying the first person they danced with. You know, they literally, and they used to have this other thing where, so over here, like we didn't have our schools, our majority of our schools are still segregated to this day on sex. So boys go to one school and girls go to another. Which is, I actually think it's a good system, but in a way. Like, because the teachers that deal with boys know how to manage boys because that's all they do. You know, so there's no girls to, you know, so the boys can be a little more rambunctious. Anyway, they were saying that that you would oh yeah, they would have it, but at a certain point they knew that boys and girls were maturing, so they would organize these little dances, right? So the girls' school and the boys' school, and then they would, you know, the local community hall or whatever, you know, and then they would get all the boys and the girls and put them in the same room, right? And the boys would be on one side and the girls would be on the other, and the boys had to walk over and ask one of the girls to dance, right? And it was like walking to a firing squad. And, you know what I mean? Right? And because then, like, if she said no, you have to walk all the way back, and you weren't dancing with any of them. You know what I mean? You were so, you know. And they used to have these. I saw something like, it was an old movie, right? It was an American movie, but it's set in a Catholic school a Catholic boys' school in New York in the 60s. And there's one of these sort of dances, and the priest, before the dance, starts giving one of those old hellfire lust speeches. It's like, we're all forming, your young little minds. But now Father Finnegan is here to say, you boys have your filthy lust in these girls. They used to do that though, and they would skip.
Yeah, well, I have a friend. She's 81 now, and she told me the story of how she met her husband, and she was 15, and she was at a wedding, and they danced together, and they ended up getting married, and they were married for almost 60 years before he passed. Like, yeah,
I love that. Like, that's wonderful.
Yeah, right. Like, I mean, they were married when she was 15. They got married when she was 15. So,
well, most people from most of history weren't that. Like, if you looked at a history, like if you looked at the most promiscuous man who ever lived in history, or the most famously, most of them had numbers that were pretty modest by modern standards.
right?
Like, you ever hear of a guy called Casanova?
Yeah, I've heard of that.
The famous sort of Italian lover boy guy. He slept with like 100 women.
Oh my God.
That's not
numbers compared to today.
I know a guy that attended bar who had like 500.
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah, but a lot of them, and the other thing as well about the past is people didn't live as long as we do. People,
yeah, that's true.
I mean, no, like people will say, like there's a certain myth that nobody lived past 40, which isn't true. Yeah. But also, but the other thing as well, most kids didn't make past 10. Like most babies didn't. Like infant mortality was crazy. If you made it past 10, you would probably live through anything. Because like it was so unhygienic that little kids.
How did Ben Franklin have 14 siblings then? How many did they actually have?
They had there were 14 kids in the family. So she, 13. Yeah. No, I do know a lot of women who have like 7 or 8 kids, and they had a ton of like miscarriages or stillbirths. Stillbirth. Yeah, there's a lot of like. What's interesting is disease or like mortality, rich or poor, could affect you. Like there were like you could be, you got the sweating sickness. It doesn't matter how rich you were dying. Yeah. And like that disease, like that could, like I heard of a famous story, very rich and powerful man, and his little girl complained of flu-like symptoms in the morning, and by evening both her and her sister were dead, and her mom died that night. And it was I think the sickness is caused by some rat fleas or something, but there was a rich woman who was I think she was the richest woman in the world, and she had 11 kids. And she buried 9 of them. She even outlived grandkids. Which is isn't it?
No, that's a sin. Yeah.
That's there's a good.
Wait, Shane, I need water.
Go. Oh, sure.
I'm dying.
Do you have another video or something, or do you want to?
Do you want me to?
Sure. I mean, I feel I don't know what to say when there's nobody there to talk to.
I know.
But like, shutting me up is not a problem.
It'll never happen, Shane.
Yeah. Maybe you have maybe the same video we'll do again if the audience don't mind.
Hold on, let me pull something up here. Let's see what's on X. If you were on a laptop, this would be easier. I could give you the controls and you could play something. Texas passes a resolution declaring March 23rd as Pakistan Day. What?
Oh my God.
2 hours ago?
Pakistan
Celebrating
Day?
anything in America other than American Day shouldn't be happening.
Don't get me started.
Well, maybe there's some bullshit going on.
I'm not. I've known a couple of people I liked from Pakistan, but most Pakistan is not. Yeah, no, I don't like them. They're the thing in England with the rape gangs. Most of them are Pakistanis.
Oh, really? Oh, this is 27 seconds. Oh, fuck it. I'm going to play it anyway because you know what? It can be looped. You'll love this, Shane.
Okay.
I know somebody who apparently went to this, so democratic bullshit.
Eating vegans. And when they say James is going to hell, we'll say we're all going to hell. Next time they say that James is trans, we're all trans. When they say James is a gay tofu eating vegan, we're all gay tofu eating vegans. And when they say James is going to hell, we'll say we're all going to hell. Next time they say that James is trans, we're all trans. When they say James is a gay tofu eating vegan, we're all gay tofu eating vegans. And when they say James is going to hell, we'll say we're all going to hell. Next time they say that James is trans, we're all trans. When they
Oh
say
my god.
James,
Are you tired of listening to it?
What? So what is he running for?
I don't know. Some Democratic convention. That
He
happened in
sounds like he barely is. He sounds like he's like doing like learning English. Like he shouldn't be running for anything. You know what I mean?
Texas. Right? Here in Texas.
He, they're like a cult, aren't they?
They are a cult. You know what? They are a cult.
I don't understand it. Like I have a friend, and she was like, she sort of like, you know, she lives in a very liberal place, so a lot of the time she finds herself in social situations where she's completely surrounded, and she has to kind of like talk PC full time, and then and then when she gets like away from those people, and she can actually talk, she's so like
See?
relieved.
I fucking hate people like that. I hate that. The chameleons.
Yeah. Well, like, when she was like, you know, like she's sort of like one of those people that would like, you know, like imagine a black person that tells great racist jokes, you know, because they're
Yeah.
funny. You know, one of those people, and like she can't like, they're like, she's used to sitting around with like, you know, Democrats in like restaurants, and they're just they're awful. Do you know who I really, really fucking despise in America is Michelle fucking Obama.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Do you ever listen to her? I saw before the last election, her DNC speech. Man, she's a fucking awful human being.
Mm-mm. I saw one Ilhan Omar speech, and she said like 4 times per sentence. I was like, is this chick retarded? Like, what? Wait, what?
Yeah, well, I don't mean to be that guy, but the Somalis are not known for their intellect, you know? No, like, you know, no, they're really like not. It's just the thing. You know that's great. You know that war that the one like Black Hawk Down, and that's how she ends up in America. Elon Omar. That war went on for years, but they're in their second civil war. They've been fighting since the 90s. Still, like that country is like a failed state. Where was it? Her voice is terrible, Omar. That weird, nagging, awful. Oh, and you know the one I hate as well is that AOC one.
Yeah.
Such a
I don't like any women in politics.
Oh, the other one, I almost got in trouble with so do you know that fucking, I'm so delighted, but you know that fucking chick in Texas? Is it Crockett? You know that one?
Oh, Jasmine Crockett. I'm sorry. She got voted out, I think.
Yeah, so I have a few American friends who are like Americans, but they don't even like they don't know anything about American politics. You know,
Yeah.
like they don't watch the news.
Yeah.
So I was talking about Crockett like the first time I saw, and I was like, and what annoyed me about one of the things that annoyed me about Crockett was so she like played that's like a character she was playing. That's not her, you know? Like she talked that way on purpose to sound that way. Like she went to a good school. She went to private school, you know?
I don't think you put those kind of people in private school and they're gonna fucking
Well,
they
no, what I
might
mean is
act
like,
different, but they will revert back.
well, I just saw like interview
They
footage.
call it code switching.
Well, yes, I know about that, and other friends have talked about that in particular, like mixed company, you know, like how they would talk, or like they auto translate for the white people, you know, that kind of shit. Like,
Right.
yeah, or vice versa. And there are like I did get into like so like I have a friend and she's a black friend, and like I don't really have that many black friends here, you know, because like there aren't that many black people. But
Yeah.
so there was some famous black person, and I heard her speak, and I was like, I hated her. I thought she was awful, right? And she's just obnoxious. And I was like telling her about, oh, and she's no, that's just how black women talk, man. It's just like it's like, you know, that like she was something outrageously stupid, and it would annoy me, but it was just she just no, and she like auto translated. I was like, oh, now I get it. Okay, right, you know. But anyway, she I saw interview footage of her before she got elected to Congress, Crockett, how she
Yeah.
spoke,
Yeah.
and she sounded completely different. And I don't mean like, I mean her tone of voice was different. I mean she spoke. It wasn't like she was switching out the odd word here and there, or like speaking slang. It was like she spoke like a normal person, like like a normal black representative would speak. You know, just
Yeah.
not like she's trying to sound ghetto, you know what I mean? And dumb. And she said some really stupid things like that just made no sense at all.
Yes.
It was like I don't know, I saw some hearing where some woman was giving important testimony about a serious issue that had something to do with crime and the death of a child or children or something, and she takes her time and she just completely ignores the witness and goes on like a 5-minute Trump derangement syndrome rant that had nothing to do with anything.
Oh, the Trump derangement syndrome. They're all infected with it.
It's scary.
I had one male feminist the other night try to convince me that how Trump is looking like a king, and because his argument is, well, because you have the House and you have the Senate, and then you have a mostly Republican-led judges, right? And then you have this dictator that tells everybody what to do, and how is that not like a king? I'm like, wait, what?
Do you know what's funny? So when in the first term, I knew that somebody would take a shot at Trump. And do you know how I knew? Right. I'm a bit weird, like I read tea leaves in weird ways, right? I knew because I heard Democrats say that king thing.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And why? Because that's an old thing. Like people said the same thing about Julius Caesar before they assassinated him.
Yeah.
He wants to be king, you know, and like the original point of a president is he's like a temporary king. He has all the powers of a king just for a 4-year period, you know.
Wait. When were term limits introduced? Because I heard at this other thing I went to, Crazy Bitch is really pushing for term limits, which in my mind, I'm like, how does that not get in the way of what they say they want, which is democracy?
So,
because
okay,
if there's a term limit, you're not allowing people to actually vote for who they want beyond that limit. How does that work?
Okay, so originally, so the term, okay, so originally the problem was that you can be elected to Congress or the Senate. There are no term limits, so you can get a guy who goes into the Senate in his 20s, right? And he's a bad senator, but because he has the D or the R behind his name, he's there for decades, right? And that's how you get Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah,
right?
we got Nancy Pelosi, which
Yeah.
if I believe, which I don't, that all the times she was elected were honest. I don't believe that.
We see there are areas where like anything with a D will get elected. So in San Francisco, like a Democrat getting elected obviously you're not going to be a Republican getting elected in San Francisco, but there are other places that are a bit different, but the idea of a term limit wasn't originally written into the law, so there were no term limits. Like they offered Washington the Kingdom of America,
Yeah.
he turned it down, right? And he was elected president, and he could have been president for life. He decided to retire after the term was over, and he wanted to set a good example for his future followers. So it became a two-term. The actual term limits didn't really, as we know them today, didn't happen until the 1940s.
Right.
Roosevelt, he was
Yes.
a fourth term. He was in his fourth term when he died.
Yeah.
No, Roosevelt is actually the closest America's gotten to a dictator.
Hmm.
He threatened to destroy the Supreme Court because they voted against his decisions. He threatened to either eliminate the court or pack it until they get his decisions. He ignored their decisions. He had a trade union dispute with the Teamsters.
Mm-hmm.
He threatened to use the War Powers Act to draft the entire membership of the Teamsters Union, and if they didn't go to basic training, he put them in Leavenworth. And it worked.
Yeah.
He screwed the British. He screwed them bad. He was a commie, essentially.
Mm.
He thought Stalin was a good guy until he got to know him better. He wouldn't let the Jews come to America when they were fleeing the Nazis. Up until a certain point, not until the war started. So like in the late 30s when Jews wanted to come to like before the war, no. And he knew about what was happening, but he just didn't say anything.
But I mean, from what I understand, what Weimar Germany was like before Hitler.
Oh, that was that was bad.
What?
Weimar.
Wait, hold on. We can't do this. We can't do this tonight. Can we
No.
continue this and start with that next time?
Yeah, and we can do Hitler and Weimar Germany and
Yes.
and the occult, and the sex stuff and the gay stuff. That's where all the gay, and the
I know.
That's where it all starts,
So
But
was Roosevelt really a bad guy?
Well, he was okay. So he was usually banging his secretaries,
Okay.
and he was having a sexual relationship with his cousin.
Okay. Yeah. Then maybe.
And you see, also there's kind of Roosevelt before the wheelchair and Roosevelt after the wheelchair are like two different guys.
Okay.
Although he still cheated in the wheelchair. Don't get me wrong. He, with polio, he wasn't. But it was
He wasn't
less
paralyzed.
Yeah, he wasn't paralyzed, but it was he needed help to cheat. But that's another thing. Do you know what's funny? Like it never fails to impress me that Stephen Hawking managed to cheat on his wife. Like think about that. Like the physics.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like even seducing another woman is impressive. And I know how it happened actually, because it's in his autobiography. Apparently, he got in a bet with an American physicist about something, and it was like, oh, I'll give you, like, if I'm right, you send, you send me this British magazine for a year, and you send me this American magazine for a year. And the American magazine happened to be Playboy. So he gets sent like a year's worth of Playboy, and then he's got all these Playboys, and he's not allowed to look at them. And of course his wife's not going to help him with that. So then the nurse starts helping him, say, oh, would you like to look at them? And she's like, oh, she's nice. And she's somehow she got to helping him finish, and
Oh
next thing
man!
I swear to God, that's how they hooked up.
Wow.
But he was funny, like he had they had like 4 kids or something, I think, or 5 kids, him and the wife. He left his wife, his wife and him broke up after that. But when he got knighted by the Queen, he brought the first wife, not the second wife.
Mm.
Because she was the mother of his kids, and she had put in all that work over the years. And actually the computer voice he spoke with,
Yeah.
that was sort of what was caused their divorce, because she made the medical decision to cost him his voice.
Oh.
And it was like, it was one of those things that doctors said, oh, well, we need to do this thing, and he wouldn't have wanted it done. He would rather have, but it was like, they were like, well, he's going to die, or you can, it was like, she made the only decision you would make, but he just resented her for it,
Hmm.
But they only gave him a year to live, or 2 years to live when he was diagnosed.
Hmm.
In school. He was in college when he was diagnosed.
That's crazy.
They apparently there was 2 pieces of advice that he credited with saving. Is like, one guy, someone gave him advice to ignore his condition and just worry about his studies, to keep his mind occupied. And the other thing was his then girlfriend, who he tried to break up with, wouldn't accept him breaking up with him, and she said, let's get married. And she convinced the school to let him live in like faculty housing, which was, which they could, his student accommodation was in those up-story dorms. He'd never be able to do it, and there was no and he was smart enough that they let it slide. But she, I think he could do absolutely nothing at home.
Yeah.
Like he couldn't even play with the kids,
Yeah.
But I imagine they did play with him, or they sat on his lap, or that he just, it must be very strange, Imagine that,
Yeah.
like, never haven't spoken to your dad ever.
Right?
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that would be weird. I don't know how
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't imagine how they got pregnant.
That's another. Well, do you know when you mentioned the elderly couple?
Yeah.
I was, I remember talking to an elderly couple, and then they were, I think they were like 89 when I knew, but they met in the same way, the dance thing, and then they got engaged, and next thing you know, it's their wedding night, and they had never had any sex education at all, anything, and they'd never even seen a movie,
Yeah.
or they didn't have sex scenes in movies then, so all they knew about was kids. So, but she's like, someone that was the adult there that was like in the room said, so how'd you figure it out? And she goes, oh, we had all night, we worked it out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like nature takes over at a certain point, and you just kept experimenting until they figured it out. And it's just, we had fun figuring it out.
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
But
It's crazy. People on farms know how it's done.
Oh, yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, especially farms. Country girls
Yeah.
always know. But that's another thing about I wonder does it something like, I don't know how you ignore, you can't watch like cows go at it, or horses go at it, or like even the dogs, you know what I mean? And like, farms are very life, like I was arguing, so farms, do you?
Mhm.
Dairy farms?
Mhm.
Have you ever, tell me, what's your opinion on unpasteurized milk? Cold.
I think
Fresh.
it should be. I don't know why they made it illegal. I'm pretty sure
Mm.
that's been reversed
It's
actually in
delicious, isn't it?
Texas. Yeah, in
It's
Texas,
absolute.
right?
I was arguing with some girl who was like trying to give me this fucking lecture about like it being bad for your health, or like I was like,
No.
I'm like, I'm sorry, like she's like, she was like, oh, and she starts, you know, I'm sorry, like anyone that's tasted real milk knows it's good, delicious. And what do you think people drank milk for before pasteurization? You know, everybody drank milk like that.
Right. Yeah. So, I mean, I guess in the U.S. or in Texas at least, stores are required to sell pasteurized products, but
Mm.
retail regulatory milk pasture. Yeah.
But it tastes dramatically different and it's much nicer.
Oh yeah, it's
You know?
sweeter.
Especially when it's very cold, like if you take it out of the milk tank, you know, oh, it's
Yeah.
like cream or something, you know.
Yeah.
What was it? What's another one I heard? The British thing. I don't know if you're not going to read the inquiry, because like I can't finish it. Right. No, it's bad.
Why? Why?
As it tells you what happened to those girls, and they like tell you, like there's one girl. There's certain stuff like I've tried to tell certain people who I'm friends with what I read, and you can't really describe it in polite company. You know, it's like it's so, and then you know, like, and in the inquiry they tell you what happened, and then the last thing is they tell you the age, and you're just like, oh my god, you know. And it's like,
Wait, what girls are you talking about?
The British, the rape gang inquiry thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So there was one girl, right? And this is so. I mean, they basically. I'll skip the most outrageous stuff, right? But basically, when they were done abusing her, they pimped her out. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then when they had done, when that was burned out, they killed her. And then when that was done, they chopped her up into meat and sold her as food. Right.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, to unsuspecting eaters, by the way.
Oh, like
her
McDonald's.
Yeah, sort of, yeah, and it was, and like, you know, like it's one of those things. Like I've read some awful shit in my time,
Yeah.
or like read about war crimes and stuff, and some of the stuff is like unbelievable, you know.
Yeah.
Like, and what was unbelievable as well was that like there were people that knew, or like, you know, people would go to, like, some of these girls would go to the hospital afterwards, and like the hospital should have been all over it, you know. Like if a child came to you, you know, as an adult woman and was bleeding, you know,
Oh yeah.
you're gonna make investigations, you know what I mean?
Oh,
Something's
yeah.
gonna, you know, and these women did nothing, and these men did nothing, you know.
Yeah.
And there were even police involved, you know. Like, and there was a guy, there was a father who found out that this was happening to his little girl, and he went to rescue her. The police arrested him. You know, and there was, and they'll still, like, there was and there, even to this day, there was like one girl who spoke about it on TV, and the police harassed her over it, you know, for talking about it. You know, it was like, and they even pretended, like they still pretend it doesn't happen, and they don't talk about it. And you know what's scary, right? There's in the British government has like an outrageous amount of women in it.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you looked at like all of most of their key cabinet positions are women.
Mm-hmm.
So like the top 2 positions are men, but everything else is women.
Yep.
So the military, the police, the economy, intelligence agencies, you know, most of the military, all women.
Yeah.
You know? And women were in charge of so like the main, like the most famous current British well-known feminist in England, like political feminist, like she's like you know, anyway, the point is she spent her whole career shitting on men, right? And she would like every year she was just sort of reading out the names of women who had been murdered, you know. And she was one, they put her in charge of women's safety, okay? And she decides not to investigate this rape thing. Do you know what I mean? Like they're like, it's unbelievable. Like
I don't understand why the men put up with it in our society, in those countries. Why the men put up with that shit? Why do the men let the women destroy all the things?
This is the thing. Part of it is like,
Shane, why do they?
Why do they do it now, or how did it start?
Why do they do it now? Why do they tolerate it now, right now?
Because it's the status quo. And because on some level, I think that men know that to fix this thing, we're going to have to get our hands very dirty.
Yes.
A lot of people. You got to remember, like, we're only a radical. Oh, I left this out. Sorry. You know, when we were talking about the birthright thing, and I've been reading something, and it's just early work, and it's like it's what you would call fringe. So it's not like, this is not nowhere near fact. Don't take this to the bank, right?
Yeah.
But there's one study that said that because of what has happened already, and because of where we are now and our current demographics, that so much damage has been, like, in the past, there was, you know, the averaged out at around 3 or 4 kids per family, right?
Yeah.
And then you needed a minimum of 2.4, or you need like at least 1.6 per family, you know, to maintain the population. And then there's always going to be a certain amount of people who don't or can't have kids. Okay, so if you take that into account, because of what's happened and the population decline, to reverse that damage, if we continue on the current course, we will go extinct in a matter. It's like 100 years. That's it, right? Like maybe a little more, like around that period. And to repair the damage that has been done already, they're going to need every woman to have at least 3 kids, right? Like,
Yeah.
to maintain our level of existence as it currently is, that's what we're going to need to do. And that's a hard, like, that's not easy. That's going to be next to impossible to do, to be honest, you know. And the other thing as well, and our fertility is in decline. That's another problem. Do you know about that?
Yeah.
Like,
We have too many women doing man's jobs, which reduces their fertility.
well, yeah, and also
You put a woman in a toxic environment, and she's not going to be as fertile.
There's another thing there. They're actually adding things to our diets that are making us infertile as well. You know,
Yeah.
like, you know, like infertility. That's another thing. So infertility in itself is at the rate the human race is losing fertility, we will go extinct in less than 100 years anyway. This is like, I'm serious. Like, it's really bad. Like, so they've been tracking. So human population has been declining for 60 years. Okay, but human sexual activity is in decline as well. So like the amount of people having sex has been, or men reporting sex anyway, has been in decline since like 1989. So every year it's been getting less and less, to where we get to this now. You know, the modern stat where they say, oh, a third of men haven't had sex in a year or are virgins. You know, that stat. Well, that started in the 80s. That trend predates the internet. You know, and they're so what they're saying is that there's like plastics in our food, or when we're in the womb, something that's in the mother's diet is getting to the kids, right? So a lot of it as well is they think it's when we switched from glass bottles to plastic, that was the problem, and now there's plastic in everything. So it affects the. They think that like male hormone production or infertility has something to do with when they're in the womb. You know, something interferes with that. So like I think because of that and other things, like they say that I think it's male sperm production is down 50%.
Hmm.
So like 22-year-old kid is less fertile than his 70-something-year-old grandfather.
Hmm.
Even then, you know, which, and the other thing they're saying, women, I notice, though, the feminists are making, they're saying that that men are, they were saying that abnormalities in the kids are due to the father's age, or that sperm goes off.
Right. I'm seeing both.
Yeah,
I've seen both.
like I've seen, like I know, like there are guys who can have healthy kids in their 80s and 90s, right? And then there are guys that are going to be. I mean, there was an old, like old wives' tale that like men, you know, men needed to get their kids. That you'd have better kids if you were a young man. You know that like there was like a child of an old man was like weak seed or something, like, you know, it'll be, you know, poor health. There was some old wives' tale, but I remember it was a common enough thing, and it was true enough that like, and fertility did decline, but the whole sex thing is it's a weird thing. Like, it's not even like elderly married couples have more sex than young married couples. It's like it's everybody. Like, do you ever see what like there's some, or do you see there's I think on Instagram, and it was like a 30, or it was like, oh no, hang on, it was like a 25 or a 30-year-old young man today, a celebrity, and they showed him, and then they showed another celebrity of the same age back in the 70s, and the amount of testosterone, he looked like radically older, you know?
Yeah.
Like it was someone like, you know, one of those pretty boy actors that the girls love, like Timothy Chalamet something, you know, versus like Tom Selleck, you know, like, you know, like, you know, men were like, there were guys that were like in their early 20s that looked like they're 40, you know?
Right.
But then the other thing I know, women are sort of aging slower in certain ways. You notice that?
Mm-mm.
Like, I saw a photo of my mom. So I saw a photo of my grandmother when she was 41, and I saw a photo of my mom when she was 41, and the difference was radical, you know?
Really?
Like women, like there was an old, you know, like there's a sort, what was considered old was like young, you know, like like my grandmother, when she said she got married at 22, and she considered herself like a spinster, like an old maid.
Right.
Like,
Right.
yeah, like she said that like most of her girlfriends were married by 18, you know,
Yeah.
and she thought she was never, I'm done, I'm an old lady, you know, and
Right.
and then she's like, and then she she said that at her age she stopped counting at 29. She said, so like, it's like she was always 29 every year, you know. So
Yeah.
like, she wouldn't even go to we weren't allowed to say the 30, you know. That was just that didn't exist. And she was like, what is it? There was some other book I was reading, and it was a very old history book, right? And in the history book, this man is introduced to a woman, and they're getting their preliminaries, and he compliments her, you know, or he says something about her age or how young she looked, and she's, oh, it's not so silly, I'm an old lady. And she's like, and you find later he finds out how old she is. She's only 30. You know what I mean? And she's like, she's already like, oh no. And in fairness, like, the woman in it, like she like her son was expecting his first babies. Like she was a grandmother by then, you know. So like,
Right.
oh, and that's the other thing. Like most people, like certain people lived very long life, but most people didn't make it past 40.
Yeah.
Like 40 or 50. It was like it was like 50 was like they said 50 when men would say 50, like with incredible, like it was like saying you're 100. It was like that old, you know, like he's 50 years old, you know. It's like there's you and there's you like a lot of people like Cleopatra, she didn't make it to 40, you know. Alexander the Great never made it to 40.
Yeah.
He was There's another weird thing. Certain people, 33. Do you ever know? Watch that number. It's a
33.
cosmic significance.
Holy shit. Hold on, Shane.
Mhm.
Are you getting into woo-woo territory now?
Well, it's sort of woo woo. It's like, okay, so what age was Jesus when he died?
I don't know.
33.
I had a conversation about this.
There's a,
Fucking 33.
it's some sort of divine number. It's of divine significance, you know? Like it's one of those weird cosmic numbers that like means like there's certain numbers that have like importance, like 1 and 0 are important, you know? Like 1 and 0 might be one of the earliest languages would have been math. It was like some people that didn't have English or a language yet were like trying to count. So like, 1 and 2 and 0. Anyway, but it's like, how would I put, what were we talking about again?
I don't know, Shane. I
I
only
am
have
so
about
tired.
5 more. I know. I've extracted so much information from you today.
Wait, you know what's funny? Like I can go on and on and on and on.
Yeah.
Like I have a friend, right? And
Yeah.
I've known this friend for about 3 or 4 years, right?
Yeah.
And we have yet to run out of something to talk about.
Yeah,
Right.
I know.
Um,
I do.
although we,
I do only have a couple more minutes before.
Mhm.
Go.
Oh, do I hear a dog?
Yeah, need to feed the
What kind of dog?
Need a and a cat. Cat's
Oh, and a cat.
hungry, and it's
Oh,
dinner
a friend of
time.
Yeah, a friend of mine actually just had to put their cat down. They got a sudden kidney infection.
Oh,
She's
really?
devastated. It was like they do happen really quick when they do happen, don't they?
Yeah, cats need
Like one.
soft food so they stay hydrated.
Mm,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, there's just like ton of. I don't know. Pets are fucking. I don't know. I
Evil.
get.
They're evil.
Yeah, and then they get into your
They're
heart
evil.
sometimes, and then when you get so like depressed when they're gone, you know.
Yeah.
Listen, I better say goodbye. Anyway.
Okay.
All right. Lovely talking to you. I'll
Thanks,
talk to you
Shane.
soon. Okay.
Yeah, we
Bye
need
bye.
to.
Sorry everyone for enduring this.
No, it's fine. Hello, Tom. No, our next one we need it to be about Hitler.
Sure. Whatever you
Yeah,
like, my dear.
we'll start.
Talk soon.
Okay. All right. Bye. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. That's some good stuff to think about, actually. Thank you, Shane.